Welcome into the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen. We are here, and Tyler, you did it!
I did it. What did I do?
You woke up early.
I did.
You woke up early. You made it here on time. You made it to Tuesday.
Yeah.
Anything else that you did we could celebrate? Jen,
Sure.
Did you do anything?
You know, my daughter's dog has been at the house, so we have 4 dogs right now. So I figure I forgot to give the one dog her eye drops. Okay, well, anyway, I got him for the most part all the medicines in. So, things are good.
You gave your best effort.
I gave it my best effort.
Exactly.
Well, if you don't know what I'm referencing, and I didn't even know what I was referencing until this morning, because the Boston Celtics won the NBA championship last night.
They did.
And Jen, we had this clip. We just pulled it up. It's hot off the presses. Here's Jason Tatum's reaction to the Boston Celtics winning the NBA championship last night.
Oh my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it! Oh my God, we did it.
Yeah, that is about the most excitement I think we've ever gotten out of Jason Tatum.
Yeah, but is it really his excitement? Because he's clearly imitating Kevin Garnett.
Yes, he's imitating. It felt very much. And then I saw the visual, and he hit the same hands overhead, looking in the air. If you're not familiar with the great Kevin Garnett, when he, who we know is apt to say anything, do anything, full of emotion. It's the guy that we played. And, his classic line was, "Anything's possible." Maybe we'll be able to get a clip on that. Maybe we'll get that one hot off the press. We'll play some comparison. Maybe in the 7 o'clock.
All right.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did it. The Celtics win the 18th NBA title, break the tie with the Lakers for the most all time, as it says up here on SportsCenter now. And I don't know if we're excited.
So after last night's game, or as it was closing in on the end of last night's game, worst NBA was trending on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
And so I took a scroll, and it was people either saying it was the worst finals they'd ever seen or the worst playoffs overall they'd ever seen. And I think 8 of the playoff series were settled in 5 games or less. And obviously this one was well in hand pretty much from the jump. I mean, Dallas had that win the other night, which I feel like Boston was kind of throwing them a bone just so they could get the championship on their home court last night. But we kind of knew it was over from the jump, and there wasn't a whole lot of intrigue in it.
Not a lot of intrigue. And here's a really interesting thing, because just because it ends in 5 games doesn't mean that the series isn't good. Because
you have competitive games.
The Celtics and Pacers, all of their games were very close, but it was only a 5-game series.
Sure.
However, a series could go 7 games, but all the games are blowouts.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't necessarily mean that. And so I proposed this a little bit earlier, whereas when I was talking about the women's NCAA tournament versus the men's NCAA tournament, where the men's tournament is a lot of action, a lot of fury in the early rounds.
Sure.
By the end, to me, it sort of fizzles out. By the championship,
especially if you get kind of the status quo. Hey, Kentucky, Kansas, Duke, there's their teams in the Elite Eight or the Final Four.
Exactly,
you kind of know what to expect.
It's kind of like whatever. Whereas the women's tournament is pretty much chalk at the beginning, and
usually,
then it heats up towards the end of the tournament. And I feel like the NBA playoffs is more similar to the men's tournament, where the NBA playoffs is fun at the beginning because you get some of these matchups that you've been waiting to see all year.
Sure.
It's almost like a second season. We had Ant-Man. Remember Ant-Man was going to be Jordan?
Right.
That wasn't long ago. We said we was crowning him as the next Jordan.
Right.
You had all of these different things that were happening. The Knicks, remember that run? Mm-hmm. The Knicks were back.
Which that shows you how long the NBA playoffs are, because doesn't that feel like a year ago?
The Knicks were back. MSG's rocking. Then they were playing the 76ers. Joel Embiid was still playing basketball back then.
Yeah.
So the NBA playoffs are so long that it's hard to remember what's happening. But I would push against worst ever playoff series. However, for the championship, maybe.
Yeah, it was pretty dull. And again, when Boston went on their run at the end of the first quarter last night and took a pretty sizable lead. I know Dallas ended up closing the gap, I think, in the second quarter at one point, but, it was kind of over from there, and they just kind of kept adding to the lead in the second half. And, for the folks in Boston, I mean, they're over the moon. Another parade that they can have, first one for the Celtics in 16 years, which it's crazy to think it's been that long since that Kevin Garnett team won all the way back in 08.
Has anybody checked on Mike Uva this morning? Is he okay?
Oh, goodness.
Has anybody checked on Mike?
He's supposed to be in with me later on in the week. He may not make it.
He might not make it. He might not make it with you this morning. What a bunch of...
There it is.
Jen's on it. We're gonna have to play the side. We're gonna have to play the side by side with him in the 7 o'clock.
And it's so funny because that became mainstream.
Yes.
When he did that, it's in rap songs. It's well known.
It's one of my favorite memes.
Exactly. It's a meme.
I send it consistently.
Exactly. So I don't think that We Did It is going to quite have that same life as Anything Is Possible.
But I think that's very indicative of who maybe this Celtics team is. They've been very good for a long time now.
Oh, sure.
They've been very good for a long time now. The core of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, they've won a bunch of playoff games together.
Yeah, totally.
They are everything that you would want in a superstar duo. Good guys on and off the court, represent the organization, no problems, and yet it's still okay.
They don't have much pizzazz to them because we know the NBA is a league of personalities, and some of those more brash than others. Obviously, LeBron, you got Ant-Man coming along, and these larger than life guys, and credit to Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, great players, but outside of that, really not a whole lot interesting about them.
It's really not, and I guess that's a credit to them. But the Celtics have built this organization, and there's a lot of paths you could go because you think about Brad Stevens. Living up to the hype as being this basketball wonder kid.
Sure.
He goes there to be the head coach, goes from Butler to be the head coach at Boston, does a good job. Feels like he can't take the team to the next level, moves into the front office role, there are a lot of really interesting stories. Then you have the weirdo as the head coach of Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
And how weird this dude is as being the head coach. So there are stories that you could pull away from this.
He's always got that menacing look in his eye, doesn't he?
What is he looking at? It's like,
I don't know.
Hey man, are you okay? Why are you staring at me like that? Like a dog that's just off the chain, ready to bite somebody. It's like, relax. By the way, do you know that Joe Mazzulla? I heard this stat yesterday. Joe Mazzulla and Kyrie Irving were in the same draft class.
No, I didn't think about that.
It was like Joe Mazzulla, Kyrie Irving, Isaiah Thomas, a lot of guys who aren't still playing in the league or just recently out of the league.
I mean, he's 35.
35, a young fella. So again, that's another thing that we should be excited about. We could be excited about. And
it's just,
And maybe it's me. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade.
I also think I don't think ESPN did the best job conveying how big the finals are.
Yeah.
It just felt underwhelming. I brought this up to you, I think, last week, where the halftime show was non-existent. Last night's was better. I did kind of pay attention to the clock a little bit, where they did have longer segments. But for the first couple games there, they were going 90 seconds and then 5 minutes of commercials. So there wasn't a whole lot of recapping going on at halftime. I know some people talked about there wasn't they didn't have the Larry O'Brien Trophy printed on the court like they've done in years past. So it just felt like maybe kind of another game. And the commentary maybe wasn't up to snuff to what it been in years past. Some people didn't like Doris Burke being there, and it just didn't feel like a finals. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, you think about this. You have Doris Burke, who's a seasoned veteran in the thing, and then you have JJ Redick, who's only been here, still wet behind the ears. I don't know exactly how JJ Redick gets that opportunity at that moment.
Sure.
Not sure if he was ready for the moment.
Right.
And that's a whole other thing getting into broadcast, which, did you catch my guy Tom Brady over the weekend?
I saw that.
Did you catch my guy
First
Tom Brady?
foray into the booth.
So Tom Brady's first time in the booth at the UFL Championship.
Which, by the way, shout out to Skip Holtz.
Shout out to my guy Skip.
I brought this up yesterday. He has built a dynasty.
Dynasty in the making.
Back-to-back USFL championships and now a UFL championship.
Dynasty in the making. Only won it in 2 different leagues. And all the while, he's a special consultant to Northwestern. Skip is living a very good football life. Shout out to Coach Holtz, one of my favorite coaches. Again, not to pour salt in wounds. I really think he would have done a good job if he was given the opportunity here.
Which, how about former South Carolina coaches in these spring leagues? Steve Spurrier kind of inadvertently won the AAF championship when the league got canceled because the Apollos had the best record.
Right. It was at the 6 games.
It was like the league just shut down. They're like, all right, you guys have won the most, so you're the champions.
That was a shout out to him. So, yeah, shout out to everybody. We got a lot of cool things to talk about today. Obviously, we'll maybe get back into a little bit more of the NBA championship in the 7 o'clock. During this hour, we're going to talk about the Gamecocks. Big-time recruit, I guess. I don't know how we're going to frame this. I don't know if we're going to frame this as an Olympic snub. Maybe we've re-signed a 5-star. How do you want to reframe this? But big things are happening in the wide receiver room. And then I read an article, and I wanted to talk a little bit about playing for an old school coach. Paul Maneri is obviously coming in. Okay. And I read an article about maybe what the players should expect when the new coach comes to town. And we have a special today because my guy Tyler Head is in the building. We're going to push the music review today, and we're going to be reviewing a documentary. And the documentary is Who Killed WCW? I've seen one episode. I haven't seen the second episode. You said it yesterday.
Okay.
So there's 2 episodes out. We'll talk about that. So we'll have a little bit of wrestling. We'll talk a little bit of Gamecocks. J.C. Sherbert will be with us in the 7 o'clock. And then we'll talk College Football Hall of Fame. I had my bleeding heart for, obviously, the goated Mike Leach yesterday. Mm-hmm. And then Les Miles into the conversation. And now I'm not so sympathetic.
Like, who asked you?
Yeah, you stay over there. So we'll have a lot to talk about as we continue on in the early game.
Hey, it's Jen for CHW Cabinetry in Lexington. Man, we love the look of our new kitchen. We weren't really looking to redo the kitchen until, the flood of December 22 and had to gut everything. But CHW Cabinetry made it so much easier for us to get the process taken care of. Once we figured out the layout and saw some kind of neat accessories that we wanted to incorporate into the design, we ended up getting a photorealistic rendering. And that was a picture of our kitchen completely done before it was completely done, so we could get everything else pulled together for the kitchen. But they do more than kitchens. If you have a closet, maybe needs to be more functional, those wire hanging racks or those annoying you, maybe you'd like a change in that, they can help with that as well. If you have a pantry that also needs to be more functional, they obviously have options for that as well, maybe even creating a home office workspace. Visit chwcabinetry.com or call them today at 803-520-6837 and be sure to tell them Jen Jensen sent you. CHW Cabinetry, passion from inspiration to installation. We do have a report of an accident, Highway 321 near Cedar Creek Road. That may take a little bit to get through, so perhaps an alternate route if possible. It's 321 near Cedar Creek Road. St. Andrews Road at Broad River, an accident reported there. And Highway 1 near Cox Ferry Road, also a report of an accident. 90 will be our high today and tomorrow and for Thursday. 92 on Friday. Get into the mid-90s for the weekend. Maybe increased chances for some showers this weekend, but no substantial rain really right now in the forecast. It's currently 70 at 107.5 The Game.
Welcome back into the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen. And the Gamecocks added a big-time recruit yesterday, Tyler.
In a way.
If you don't know, Nick Harbor has decided to not participate in the Olympic trials, which are coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm framing it this way because now we can assume that he's going to be turning his full attention towards football now.
Yes. We had talked about this a while back, that if he were to have been able to go to the Olympics, which would have been obviously fantastic achievement, everyone would have been happy for him, you're not joining the football team until early August, which, again, for a guy in his position where development is a big deal for year number 2, I mean, he obviously didn't get to participate in the spring, was around and interacted as much as he could, but still wasn't actually on the field doing stuff. Coming in a month before the season starts, trying to kind of get back up to speed as well as improve on where you were a year ago, it would have been a very tough ask.
Yeah, it was going to be very difficult. So he sat down and all reports said he sat down with Gamecock track coach Tim Hall, sat down with him and basically laid out their possibilities. And the cool thing about track, as opposed to any other sport where maybe you're picking teams. I don't know. We just had a whole long conversation about that.
Yeah.
There's no subjectivity.
Right.
It's basically, do you make the time or do you not make the time?
It's completely up to you.
It's only up to you. And if you can make the time, you make the team. And if you don't, you don't. We don't have to worry about snubs or things in that nature when we're talking about track. And they looked at the times and basically decided that based on what Nick ran, which was he has run a personal best of 20.2 in the 200, which is blazing for somebody that his size. So he is going to be a legitimate track star.
Oh, I mean, he's 18.
Right.
Like, he's still young. He's got plenty of time.
He has a lot of time. They looked at it and said, based on the idea that he's 18, he's going to have to compete against all of these current NCAA runners. And, also the guys who have already been professional track athletes.
Right.
They didn't think his chances of advancing through the Olympic trials were very, very good. Now, it might have been cool just to go and see what it's about. That might have been an opportunity. But what they decided was that he needed this opportunity to have some rest. And presumably, which should be news to all football fans, presumably get his mind in towards football conditioning, training, etc.
Yeah, and he's going to have another shot at the Olympics in 2028. He'll, be 22 at that point in time.
Say 2028. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy to think about that, but he'll be that much more developed from a track standpoint, and I imagine he'll have a really good shot at making it to them. But you did kind of have a bit of a crossroads here. It's like, okay, you can still try this, and it's probably not going to happen, or you can go ahead and flock back in on football for year number 2, and he decided to make that choice, which again I think is welcome for everybody. Again, we would have loved to have seen him compete in the Olympics, but didn't really seem like it was going to be in the cards this year.
Yeah, and also I've been very intrigued by people just throwing out the Olympics as if it was a foregone conclusion. Like, it's not almost impossible to make the Olympics.
Sure.
Like, there's not a bunch of fast people all around the country who have also been training their whole lives for the Olympics.
Well, that was the crazy thing watching, the NCAA championships the other week. And, he put up solid times, but he still wasn't the fastest one out there. And again, he's so big too. And I'm like, if he was 30 pounds lighter, he's probably blowing the doors off these guys.
Well, and I've talked about it on here before. He's going to probably have to make a decision. 2028 is off in the distance.
Sure.
But the body frame that he needs to succeed as a wide receiver is different than the body frame that he's going to need to reach the ultimate level as a 200-meter runner.
And what have you heard from everybody that's a two-sport athlete or more or plays multiple sports? Blank shape is different than blank shape.
Yeah.
So track shape is different than football shape. Football shape is different than track shape. So, yes, he's going to have to make that decision one day down the road. But, again, before 2028, has the opportunity to play a couple seasons of football. And, again, hopefully he takes a big step forward in year number 2 here at South Carolina.
So this leads us to the wide receiver room.
Yes.
Because it's pretty much new people that are in this. Almost brand new coach.
Completely started
new
over.
Players. Everybody is looking around. They're trying to figure out who each other is. And there's been a lot of transition in the wide receiver room. And it's really telling, I think, about the wide receiver room where Nick Harbor is the veteran of the room coming back.
In a way, when you look at returning guys, I mean, we count Luke Doty as wide receiver now.
Okay, and that's fine.
So I'd probably put him as the most seasoned guy. But you have Harbor and Russell kind of on the same plane. Both guys came in as freshmen a season ago. Elijah Caldwell, who redshirted last year. We heard a lot about him leading up to the season.
Right.
Never really saw a lot of production. But, everything after that, it's pretty much new faces. And so many new faces. We don't really know how this is going to shake out. Like, we've heard a lot about Gage Larvadain. We kind of assume he's going to be one of those featured guys in that maybe 1 or 2 role, but we don't know that for sure. We've talked a lot this offseason about, who's going to be that X receiver, and if it's not going to be Harbor, they brought in Devon Campbell from Nevada as that guy with size you can kind of put on the outside. How's that going to work? And between Larvadain, Huggins, Bruce, and then Jared Brown, like 3 guys all around the same size. How's that going to how are you going to break up those snaps and everything?
Yeah, somebody will emerge. I'm assuming this will be, a lot of times during I know Jay doesn't like this. I hope Jay's not listening right now. During fall camp, you hear it's an open competition.
Sure.
We're trying to figure out things. I do honestly think at the wide receiver position, somebody will emerge as wide receiver 1 and somebody who is going to be that person that takes a lot of these snaps, because as you said, you have Delvon that's coming from Nevada. He's 6'4", same type of body frame as Nick. But then Vendrevious Jacobs, who's another guy that they've gotten in through the portal.
Yeah, and my thing with Vendrevious Jacobs, I feel like he might be a little bit more of the long-term solution because, he was a highly recruited guy, but really didn't play much at Florida State a season ago and is still technically a redshirt freshman. So he might be somebody that you're looking, a couple years down the road, saying maybe, okay, in his second year here, he's going to be more of a feature guy, and I'm sure they'll get him on the field, in Sparts this year. But you have such a loaded room. I don't know if you're expecting him to come in and contribute right away.
Right. And he's saying, all these new guys.
Oh,
I'm coming in to play now.
Look, everybody, and even going into Mazio Bennett, DeBron Gatlin coming in as true freshmen, they're all coming in with the mindset of, hey, this is wide open. I'm going to go in here and find my way onto the field. Also,
there's the opposition of having a new coach.
Yeah, that's true.
Because one of the things as a player, when you have a previous coaches have, and it's not favorites.
By the way, we've had 3 different coaches in this one room in this calendar year.
About that did happen. It's not about coaches having favorites. They just have previous experience with the other guys. So they might just say, hey, Tyler, get to the front of the line and do the drill.
Yeah.
With a new coach, he doesn't know anybody. He'll get to know him a little bit over the summer, but he doesn't know anybody. So it's really as much of a blank slate as you could get in a position room in the summer. When you hear me say that, I don't know if that makes you feel good. I don't know how that makes you feel nervous. I don't know. But the fact is, it is a blank slate in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, and assuming that everybody stays healthy, knock on wood, we won't have a offensive line situation than we had a season ago, then you're going to have 3 of these guys, 4 of these guys are going to emerge as kind of the cream of the crop there. That'll be the guys that are featured on the field more than the others. Again, how long it takes you to figure that out, I don't know. It is, I think, helpful that you have an opponent like Old Dominion in week number 1 where you can theoretically get all these guys on the field for a sizable amount of snaps, try and figure out what you're going to do before you go to Kentucky in week number 2.
Well, speaking of blank slates, new coaches, think we just hired a baseball coach.
We did. That was the dominant story for about 2 weeks.
We had a lot of discussion about the baseball coach hiring. And I've been doing some reading, and I read an article yesterday that I wanted to come here and talk about because Paul Mainieri is decidedly old school in his coaching, and I wanted to talk about what the players might expect because I do have a little bit of experience when the old school coach is coming in to sort of clean up the town a little bit. When the new sheriff is riding in the town as new horse. When we come back, we'll talk about Paul Mainieri and what the players can expect from their new coach. This is the early game.
A lot of things happening this week here on the game, including a couple shows going to be on location. Post-game show with Jay and Elijah coming up Thursday from the Old Mill Brew Pub at 711 East Main Street out in Lexington. Going to be broadcasting from 3 until 6. Come by and hang out with Jay and Elijah. Also, you can purchase one of our craft beer cards that we will have on sale. You can also buy that on 1075thegame.com by clicking on the Sweet Deals tab. And on Friday, the early game going to be out at Liberty on the Lake, 1602 Marina Road in Irmo, broadcasting from 6 until 9. All proceeds going to be going to the Big Red Barn Retreat out there in Blythewood. So again, come by and see everybody out there at Liberty on the Lake. Busy week here on the game.
And as we look at the highways this morning, there is a report of an accident, Highway 321 near Cedar Creek Road, right there at Holly Grove. Also, St. Andrews Road at Broad River Road and Highway 1 near Cox Ferry Road. They're saying around Gilbert High School. As far as forecast goes, going to be 90 for the next couple days, and then the temperatures will increase. Looking for a high of 92 on Friday and mid-90s starting on Saturday. And actually, that will probably continue into next week. But right now, it's a little bit overcast. Sun is trying to make its way out. It's 70 on the early game.
Welcome back into the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen. We've been talking a little bit. Obviously, there's been a big baseball hiring, and I've been trying to do my research and looking at Coach Palmineri. And obviously, the word I keep coming around is old school.
Seems that way.
I've seen it pop up a couple of times.
He's been coaching for what, 4 decades?
He's been coaching for a while, and that seems to pop up. But what really stood out to me was a quote. And this was a quote by former player Kramer Robertson.
Son of Kim Mulkey.
The son of Kim Mulkey. His quote says...
I didn't know that connection.
Yes.
Yes.
So here's an interesting thing. So his quote was, and I quote, "I've said the same thing about playing for my mom. Playing for Palmineri is not for everybody, and that's okay because excellence isn't for everybody, and winning isn't for everybody."
Whoa.
Now, from what I've gathered, I don't think Maneri is quite as brash as Kim Mulkey is.
Oh, you mean he's not going to be wearing feathers in the dugout?
No,
I was just going to say, there's going to be no feathers, there's going to be no sequins.
and funny enough, I believe he's from what I've gathered, very media friendly. Kim Mulkey is not. So, but when it comes to the X's and O's and, what practice and the in-game stuff looks like, I could see them being similar.
Yeah, it was really interesting because this article that I was looking at, I believe it was on AOL, and they were talking about what the former players said about Palmineri as far as his coaching style. And you heard a lot of words like demanding, perfection, hard-nosed, things of that nature. And the players were saying that though they did not really enjoy the times that they were there while they were playing at the time, they obviously appreciated them later in their life, and also they had some winning times.
Well, we've all had this coach, right? The coach that rode you harder than anybody else, and you punch the locker after practice like, why is he so hard on me? Why is he so hard on me? And years later down the line, you're like, no, he's trying to make me better. Like, I feel like if you've played sports at any kind of level above like Pee Wee, you've probably had that coach at some point in your life.
Yeah, for sure. And I never really thought about this. One time, Bill asked me, did I enjoy playing for Coach Holtz? And I was like, not really. I don't think I enjoyed it. But as I became an adult, as I've grown and matured, I appreciated the experience. And also, there was never a time where I didn't feel like walking on the field that we were not prepared to win the game. So,
and that's a big difference because, it's great if you can have all kinds of love and kumbaya all the time. But if there's no results on the field, are you really having fun anyway?
Exactly.
Right.
Because we're here to win.
Yeah.
That's what we're here, especially at this level. We're not here just to enjoy the game. We're here to win. This is serious athletics.
But probably similarly with, Maneri coming in here, I think when you guys looked at playing for Lou Holtz, here's somebody that has had success at other places prior to coming to South Carolina. Now, was that national championships like Palmineri had? Not necessarily, but you knew he's a guy that knew how to win at high levels of big programs, so you knew whatever he was telling you was probably worth it.
And that's the key point. That is the key point, because as he's telling you to do something again or to do a drill that you don't really think makes a lot of sense, or you're working extremely hard for something that you don't think really lines up with how you've done things in the past, in your mind you're saying, but this dude's won before.
Exactly. He has the track record to back it up.
He understands what winning is. I guess we were trusting the process before that was a phrase.
And as a coach, you have to earn that respect.
Yes.
Because if you're, the 20-something-year-old that's never done anything and it's your first time being a head coach after being assistant, it's like, what does this guy know? What has this guy done on his own? And you haven't earned that respect quite yet. Now, again, you have to get to that point at some point in time. And I'm sure like Kirby Smart at Georgia, when he's barking at guys his first year back in 2016, I'm sure a lot of them were looking at him like, man, what's this guy proven at any point in his career, as a head coach yet? And obviously he's earned that respect now with a couple national championships, but it does take time. But again, when you have a situation where, a coach comes in at the later point of his career, having already won at a high level and been to the heights of his respective sport, he's going to garner a lot of that respect. And I think the players are going to understand that, it's going to be a different level of expectation. And this isn't piling on Kingston. I feel like we've inadvertently been doing that when we talk about Paul Maneri, but it's going to be a different level of expectation than what Coach Kingston had here.
Well, that's just the facts. That's just what it's going to be. Like I said, when Lou Holtz came, when I was there, when Coach Holtz came in there, things were different than they were with Brad Scott.
Sure.
That's just what it was. And the guys previously, they said, we did a little bit of this, but we didn't do it like this.
Right.
Or we did the same drill, except now when we're doing this drill, I can really literally remember our practice where we took the first, not to exaggerate, maybe the first 15 minutes working on 6-inch football steps, staying in a football position.
Yeah.
And you're like, what are we?
It seems trivial,
right?
This
is ridiculous. And I don't know if it ever worked, but it's like, okay, this dude who has won games, we are desperate to have some success. He says we should do it, so you do it.
And it's one of those things like the best coaches pay attention to such fine detail. And again, did that specific drill help you guys win any more games? Probably not, but there could have been 3 or 4 other things that, you're paying attention to those small, minute details that may have.
Right.
So again, it's those coaches that have been around the block, have done that and won at a high level before, that you just kind of naturally trust what they say, because like, okay, well, I don't necessarily see the light at the end of the tunnel on this, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's done it before.
Right, and in the article, one of the players goes on to say that obviously he'll do things. Things have changed since maybe this player said he played back in 2011 for him, so obviously things have changed.
That was an eternity ago.
Exactly. Coach may not be able to have some of the techniques and things that he's done.
Sure.
And that's where and it really does remind me, to pull it all together, it really does remind me of Coach Lou Holtz and Skip Holtz. Mm-hmm. So he kind of had like a bad cop, good cop deal.
Yeah.
Lou would come down, lay the law in his old school way, and then Skip would come around, put his arm around you and translate, hey, this is what he's trying to say. Maybe if you try and do it this, and this.
Sure.
And you would always kind of understand that, okay, the old man's going to have his ways. He's going to be set. You better make sure that everything is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And then some of the other coaches on staff would come around and kind of ease things into a little bit.
I was going to say, you've played for an old school tough head coach when you've wanted to quit at least once.
Yeah, by far, easily. When
why so hard on me? I don't want to do this anymore. I'm out of here.
Yeah, and he's like, look, you can, because that's going to be one of Coach Maneri's things is going to be, this is what we're going to do.
Sure.
If you do not want to do it like that, there's the door.
Yeah.
And nobody's holding you here. You don't have to be here. There's no hostages. Everybody's here on their own will.
Sure.
And so once you're deciding to be here, there will be some changes for the players. I think many of them will, you might resist it a little bit, but when you start to see some results and you start to see that things are changing, well, they're going to be excited about what happens.
We like what's comfortable, right? And if you're a guy that's been on this team for 3 or 4 seasons and you've played under Coach Kingston and gotten used to the way things are done there, and maybe he was a little more lenient in certain ways. And again, all baseball coaches, all coaches in general at this high level are going to be hard and are going to be strict, but some more than others. So maybe Kingston wasn't as hard on some areas when it came to, fielding or whatever, as we saw some of the defensive issues. From everything I've gathered, Paul Maneri does not play around when it comes to fielding. And if you are not out there performing, he will not hesitate to pull you.
Well, in this article, one of the shortstops talks about Paul Maneri standing behind him as he was taking ground balls.
I love that.
Just standing behind him, basically saying, first of all, that ball better not hit me.
Yeah.
That's one. So ball better not hit me.
If you have to take it off the face, you take it off the face at that point in time.
The ball better not hit me, one. And then he's just saying he's constantly chirping at him the whole time. And he's like, it was annoying, but then when he got into a game situations, there was not going to be any more pressure than Paul Maneri standing behind you fielding ground balls.
The game feels easy at that point.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. So that's going to be the situation that the players that they're coming into, and it's going to be new and exciting for them. And the more and more I'm reading about Coach Maneri, the more I'm reading about his old times, I'm really getting intrigued by this hire that came out of nowhere. That we didn't expect to happen, but I'm really getting intrigued by this thing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm excited for it. And again, it's just kind of a shift in direction of what this program has been for a while, where you had two coaches in Holbrook and Kingston that hadn't quite proven themselves at this level. And you obviously hope that they were going to be able to find that success, and they never quite did to what the expectations are here, which, by the way, Coach Kingston's going to be coaching out at Creighton now. He did make it Omaha, funny enough.
Yeah.
But now you bring in a guy that's been to where you want to go, and his objective is now to get South Carolina back there.
By the way, how tough you think Kramer Robinson's athletic life was?
How do you think his upbringing? My goodness. Kim Mulkey as your mom? Like, imagine like you didn't clean your room, or you forgot to thaw the chicken on the counter when she was at the grocery store.
But I think it might be a whole like Saban thing.
Might be a flip.
Maybe a total flip where she's like, "It's okay, baby, I got you."
Yeah.
You know, and maybe she's just really calm.
That could be the thing when the players see like, Coach, that's you with your son. Oh my God, I can't believe that's you.
You know what? That's a good point. Maybe
I did have a coach like that. Shout out to Coach McCurry, very much drill sergeant like this, one of my favorite coaches. But we would see him, he would be so tender and sweet with his kids, his little boys. He'd be like, "Oh, come here back, give me a little hug."
Mm-hmm.
He'd be like,
"It's like, Coach, where's that with us?
What happened just 2 hours ago? You were calling us maggots." What happened?
So it's like I can see that it's in there somewhere. But yeah,
but like years down the line, when he sees you again, like he gives you that same kind of love.
For sure. I love him to death.
Fun.
One of my favorites, and that's a lot of times how these old school coaches are.
Sure,
you don't appreciate them at the time when you're young because you don't want anybody telling you anything.
And just hear they're a big old softy with their kids.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and you see them grow up, and you're like, oh man, that's my guy.
Can you see Kim Mulkey like baking cupcakes? Or like, making you a peanut butter sandwich.
I cut off the edges for you.
I try and envision her as a grandmother.
Mickey Mouse pancakes.
You know what I mean? Like I can't do it. I'm sure she's.
Have you not seen her on court? I mean, she does do the 180 when her grandkids walk up.
Yeah.
And the same thing you would see with Pat Summitt. You would see them being tough and stern on everybody, and then when the grandbabies walk up, it's just putty. You just turn into, you just melt in the mouth. All right, so. Tyler, since you're here, we have to take advantage of your special talents. We will be reviewing the documentary today, Who Killed the WCW.
I'm looking
Tyler
forward to
is
this.
excited. I've watched one episode. Tyler's a little bit ahead of me. Continuing on the early game, we got a little bit of wrestling on the early game. Hey guys, it's Preston for your broker, my broker, Benji Getzy at Buford Lending. Buford Lending is a true mortgage broker offering the widest variety of government mortgage programs and the best mortgage experience for clients through its state-of-the-art technology and record low interest rates. Their goal is to make your next mortgage experience closing easier, cheaper, faster, and friendlier. Since 1997, Benji and his team have served thousands of investors with their dreams of real estate investing. Buford Lending specializes in DSCR loans and fix and flip financing. Benji and his team are VA, FHA, and USDA government loan experts and offer competitive jumbo financing, as well as conventional and construction lending. Benji has helped over 8,000 families experience the dream of homeownership. So they want to be your broker. Call 843-524-2404. That's 843-524-2404. Welcome back into the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen. In lieu of our music review segment, which I did listen to 9 Inch Nails, Trent Reznor's seminal album, 30 years old now. Sounds like you're just walking through a dungeon.
It's accurate.
It sounds like you're walking through a dungeon, and it's really cool. But you have to be at night in a mood for it. But I'll get to that later. But while Tyler's here, I've watched the documentary, and we sort of talked about it. It's airing on Vice now, and it's called Who Killed the WCW?
Yes.
Now, Tyler, one of the things I'm always interested in exploring with you is our age gap.
Yes.
And looking at how we've experienced things. When you watch this documentary, which was essentially my favorite type of documentary, the rise, the fall of an organization or a band or whatever, and this talks about how WCW started, rose to great heights, and eventually fell off. How did you experience the characters that were in this documentary?
Oh, I mean, most of them ended up in WWE after WCW closed. But you see, I was alive during the Monday Night Wars, but I have no cognitive memory of it. WCW closed down in 2001. I was 4 years old at the time, so I've experienced everything with WCW secondhand, but I've watched and read up on countless things of the rise and the fall. I read Eric Bischoff's book a couple years ago on what happened there, so like I have a pretty good knowledge of how all this went down, and I'm very interested to get to the end of it because it's a four-parter, two parts down already, part 3 coming up tonight, to see, and I don't think it's going to be one true answer when they get to the end of it, but to see what this collection of talent and the people in charge say actually killed WCW in the end.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the premise of it is who killed it, as in who was the person or the thing or the time. And I guess your suspects are going to be Eric Bischoff.
Yeah.
It's going to be one of your suspects. Hollywood Hogan, which I would obviously nominate that, Hulk Hogan for that. You could also nominate Vince McMahon as competition, I guess.
If I had to put the bulk of the blame on one person, I put a lot of it on Vince Russo.
Oh, Vince Russo
did get introduced to in the second episode, which aired last week, and he was the booker for WWE at the height of the Attitude Era, which, if we're being honest, and look, wrestling is so funny to look back retrospectively, the wrestling was terrible in the late 90s. it was all about the characters. It was car crash TV. It was Jerry Springer turned into wrestling. So when Vince Russo got to WCW, the wrestling went out the window. It was about how can we shock people with what's happening. He put things on a pole in constant matches. It was just ridiculous things. And some people say it was an inside job that Vince McMahon sent him there to kill some WCW, whether you believe that or not. I'm sure they'll get to that as the series goes along. But just the fact that some of the stuff they were doing on TV got sheerly ridiculous and didn't make sense, I think was a big reason why WCW started to fail.
Well, the first episode talks about when the NWO was coming to take over WCW.
Yes.
And Tyler, if you weren't alive living that angle, it was amazing.
Oh, it still has a profound effect today.
Because you're obviously at that time I'm old enough to understand that wrestling is fake.
Sure.
I get it. So we're watching it for the angles. I get all of that.
Sure.
But when you see the dude formerly known as Razor Ramon walking onto the studio and you're like, what is he doing here? Because at the time, the wrestling entities were so separate.
Oh yeah, no, it was
separately. And then he walks on stage, and then you see Kevin Nash, and you're like, okay, he's from the WWE too. What's happening here?
That's what we call the forbidden door.
And you could just see this thing happening and happening. It was sort of like a story within a story.
Sure.
And then the biggest possible thing, Hulk Hogan
was the third man.
Was the third guy, and he turns heel, and then he has the terrible black beard, and it's like you could never think that Hulk Hogan was going to be a bad guy.
Well, and that was the disappointing part is they didn't have a good end game for the NWO, and there's a part in the second episode when you watch it, you know, they were talking about the comparisons between what WWE was doing and what NWO was doing and what WCW was doing. They're like, yeah, it's just like every week in WCW, they just give somebody else an NWO t-shirt, and they eventually had like 30 people. Yeah. They had NWO, they had the Wolf Pack, like, you know, they had so many different variations of it. They didn't really have an end goal with the NWO, because if you have a good story in wrestling, you should always have the ending in mind when you begin it, because you got to know where it's going.
For sure.
And with the NWO, they never really had an idea of where it was going.
Well, the attempt was they thought it was going to be, let's bring Sting.
Sure.
Sting is going to save WCW. He's going to be the guy that brings everybody back. And the spoiler alert, and if you watch it or if you don't watch it, Hulk Hogan basically put the kibosh on that. And he's like, nah.
Because he had creative control.
Yes, because Hulk Hogan, one of his agreements for coming in WCW was that I have creative control, which means essentially nothing bad will ever happen to the Hulkster. Which,
by the way, when WWE eventually bought WCW and they had the invasion angle in 2001, perhaps the most botched thing in wrestling history. That should have been the coolest thing ever, and it ended up being lame.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see him. He trips through the glass and he falls, and it's like, oh man, this is not good. But that was a golden moment. It leads to all that. But what happened, like all competition, it made WWE step their game up.
1,000%.
It made them step their game up because they were comfortable. It made everything better, and that was the golden period of wrestling. You know, they're talking about the ratings wars and winning Monday nights.
I'm jealous you got to experience it.
I did get a chance to experience a lot, and it was cool to relive that. So if you haven't seen it, WCW, who killed it? Early game continues.
And the traffic conditions out there this morning, we're seeing a few accidents that we need to let you know about. Highway 1 near Cox Ferry Road, right near Gilbert High School. Also, I-20 westbound there at exit 33. Percival near Forest Drive. St. Andrews Road at Broad River Road, an accident there. And still working on an earlier tie-up with an investigation, 321 near Cedar Creek Road. And we're going to be in the 90s for a couple days, and then we hit 92 on Friday. Mid to upper 90s starts on Saturday and continues kind of indefinitely at this point. But right now, 71, 107.5, The Game.
Welcome back into the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen's at the boards. Yesterday, a big story happened, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The Boston Celtics won their 8th-team title as an organization, going the gentleman sweep route on Dallas, letting them win a game so that they can keep carrying us over. Thank you, Boston. Thank you for giving us one more day of things to talk about.
Well, they just wanted to win the title on their home court.
That's what it is. They said, let's bring this thing back home. And through all of this, I'm been really trying to battle with myself because I should be very excited about this as a sports purist.
Sure.
This story has a lot of angles that you could pull at and you can pull through and talk about and figure out and analyze.
I mean, Celtics one of the biggest brands in all of American sports.
Big brand, the parquet floor, the
18th
iconic
title.
Everything.
Yeah.
I just can't get excited about it.
It's hard to because, I mean, there's no personality on the Celtics. Well, we know this is a star-driven league, and as we talked about earlier, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, these are great players.
Right.
And good for them for winning the championship, but there's really nothing remarkable out them outside of their basketball abilities.
And to demonstrate that there was nothing remarkable outside of their basketball abilities, we have the tape from Jason Tatum celebrating last night. Now, this is not deja vu, but here is Jason Tatum celebrating with his rendition of Jason Tatum playing karaoke.
Yes.
Kevin Garnett. Let's hear Jason Tatum celebrating. Jen, you got that one for us? Here's Jason Tatum celebrating his victory last night.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it! Oh my God, we did it.
My favorite thing is Terry's reaction to this because I'm assuming he hadn't heard this yet.
And that's about the best you can get out of Jason Tatum because he is boring. It is like, oh, my God. And like I said, I think the way I described it is this. That is Kevin Garnett karaoke.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Because Kevin Garnett did it first. Jen, can we hear Kevin Garnett's?
And what's great about the Garnett thing is it was natural. Like, it happened in the moment. He was reacting to winning that last championship back all the way in 08. Like, it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. This was clearly premeditated by Jason Tatum that he was going to do his own, and he didn't say the same thing, but he did it in the same way, through the head back, the same inflection. He clearly was imitating what Garnett did. It's like, wouldn't you rather create your own moment?
It sounds like he's like, okay, I'm going to say, oh, my God, 2 times, and then I'm going to say we did it.
Yeah.
I'm going to say we did it 1 time, and then the second time I'm going to hold the note a little bit longer, just like KG did. All right, Jason, you can do this. You can do this.
Which, when you're that much better of a team, that you're going to get the opportunity to do this and you can practice, like, that's great. But, again, I would have rather seen him create his own moment because again everything that we're seeing is just comparing him to what Garnett did,
right? And it's and everybody's he's holding his hands above, everything's the same. But here's the deal, and this is why I want to stop myself, because we say we want these things, and then when we get them, we don't want them. So we say we want guys that are reportedly good people on and off the court. We say we say we want role models. We say we want people that we feel like we can trust, likable people. We say we want guys who are of interest off the court, which Jaylen Brown is supposed to be phenomenal. He was giving lectures at Cal, chess champion. This is what we say we want. We also say, hey, we want teams that draft their guys homegrown. They didn't go and build a super team. They did it through the draft the way old school teams did. This is what we say we want.
Sure.
And yet, when we get what we want, we don't want it.
We want to be entertained.
Yes, at the end of the day.
I go back to what I said after last night's game where worst NBA was trending on Twitter.
Yeah.
Worst NBA finals, worst NBA playoffs. There are varying opinions on which was which there. But, there's nothing wrong with dominance. There's nothing wrong. And look, I know we like to see competitive championship series. Sometimes teams dominate. Sometimes the Super Bowl is a blowout. Sometimes the World Series is a sweep. Like, these kind of things happen, but we want to be entertained by it, which is why people are saying, man, this is the worst finals ever. None of those games were competitive. Do they have to be? Like, is that like a mark for a finals or a championship? Does it have to be competitive and interesting, or can we appreciate dominance? And the same thing with these players. Like, their basketball acumen should be enough. But the NBA and the way that it markets itself is so much about personality. I mean, watch any coverage of the NBA during the regular season. It's not about stat lines. It's not about what people did in the game the night before. It's like LeBron's legacy. Man, here's what Draymond Green said this week. Here's what so-and-so did off the court. Like, that's what the league is marketed as. So when you have a championship team that doesn't have any of those remarkable personalities, people just kind of look at it like, okay, I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, and the coach is a personality, but he's a weirdo.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if we can latch on to, we can't latch on to that. That is a 35 years old. One of the youngest coaches to win an NBA championship. You have Brad Stevens in the front office. He came from Butler, went to the Celtics, went to the front office, built the team. Everything works. All of these things that should be reasons why we would be excited about this, and they're just not happening. So to your point, the NBA probably does need to do a better job of marketing this team or telling us why we should be interested in this team, because as of now, it's great that they won. Yeah. And quite honestly, they could be here for a while.
And that's the thing about these huge brands in sports is sometimes I feel like the leagues feel like they can just market themselves. Right. Because, like, they're the Celtics. Everybody knows the Celtics. We don't have to do anything for that. That's not necessarily the case.
Well, to that point, the Kevin Garnett, which oddly was a long time ago, but I wonder why that feels more recent than it should, because that was, what, 2006?
8.
That's 2008.
16 years ago.
16 years ago.
Which is crazy to think about.
So that's a long time ago. And again, I don't know if it's because I send that meme out once a week probably.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
Or I've seen it, or, KG's still in the media. But KG was such and you think about that. Okay, let's compare those teams. You have Kevin Garnett, a maniac on the court, one of the most engaging personalities that we've ever seen. The story behind him. He comes out of high school, the big ticket. Finally gets to Boston and he wins and overcomes by playing defense. You had Paul Pierce, the truth, had his whole situation where he goes off the court in the wheelchair.
Right.
Just another engaging personality. Rajon Rondo, Doc Rivers, Ray Allen.
Yeah.
Big Baby. All these personalities was like, oh, that team is really. Those dudes are still. Every time you look on a podcast,
totally.
Media, that team is still everywhere.
Yeah.
This team will be nowhere.
Yeah, again, you're going to recognize them for the accomplishment and the fact that they've been one of the best teams in the NBA for the past couple of years. But outside of that, I feel like in a weird way, this is one of those championship teams that you're going to forget about sooner rather than later.
And that happens. That actually is a good topic. Like teams you forgot won the championship, and you're like, oh yeah, they did win that one year.
Yeah, that unfortunately happens across all sports, and a lot of it has to do with, if there's no superstar player or no like larger than life personality on the team.
So aside from them winning the championship, Gamecocks picked up a big 5-star recruit, as I framed, and they did not pick up a recruit, but Nick Harbor has decided not to participate in the Olympic trials. which we presumably thinks means he's turned his attention towards football.
It's almost like when you forget you left $20 in your pants.
Ooh, I like that.
And then like 2 weeks later, you're like, what is this? Oh, wow, $20. You never really lost it, but you've now got it back to where you can spend it again.
Nothing better than finding $20 in your coat.
Exactly.
You pull your coat out for the winter. I got money in here. Which kids these days won't ever have that feeling because we don't use cash anymore.
Man,
so
yeah,
they'll never have they'll be deprived of the feeling of finding random cash somewhere.
I used to wear cargo shorts a lot growing up. Those were it was popular back in the 2000s. They seem to be coming back a little bit, but there was nothing because it had all the various pockets on it, and man, you could find all kinds of things in there after putting them up for the winch. Like, man, there's $5 in this one, and there's a GameStop gift card in this one. You never know what's going to be in there.
Oh man, the gift card always a game of Russian roulette. How much money is actually on this card?
Then you look it up online, 12 cents. All right.
No wonder why I didn't get rid of it. But Nick Harbor is back, presumably moving towards focusing his attention full time on football, which is a huge win for the Gamecocks in their wide receiver room. We talked about that a little bit, which is a blank slate essentially.
And now it begs the question of, okay, you're coming in halfway through the month of June. What can you accomplish between now and when the season starts? Because again, a lot of spring football is development time. He didn't get to do that. He was around in the meetings and getting to interact with the coaches and stuff like that, but he wasn't on the field doing drills and improving as a wide receiver. What, if anything, can he do in the next 2 months before the season starts?
That's a good question because for Nick specifically, he did have some football-specific things that he needed to get better with. And yes, mental reps do count. Yes, they are valuable, but they are not the same as actually practicing.
And we have to reiterate, we say this a lot, wide receiver is not his natural position. So it's not the position he played in high school. He's a defensive end, played some tight end as well, but he came in as an athlete and wanted to play wide receiver. So his route running, not as crisp as some of these other guys. And yes, he has the athletic ability to just be a freak on the field, which we saw at times last year, but still needs to be refined to be consistent at this level, which again is what that offseason development is usually for. And again, he's missed out on a lot of that. So what kind of steps can he make forward in year number 2 now?
You think Coach Mike Fury woke up pretty happy?
Oh, I'm sure he is ecstatic. Now, again, the football stuff doesn't really get rolling again until fall camp. So what is happening right now that he could be doing?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's always all types of workarounds, and I don't know what the NCAA rules are now, if there are any, but there's somebody over there that's going to be working with Nick. And I don't know when he's going to – I would advise Nick to maybe take a week or 2 off.
Sure.
Relax.
Rest up a little bit.
Yeah, relax. Because not only has he been under physical pressure, but just the immense mental pressure of trying to qualify for such a high goal. I would advise him, listen, you can start this thing back up after 4th of July. It's no problem.
Yeah.
Because we're not worried about you not being fast enough or anything like that. So take some time off. But when he comes back, there will be some specific football things that he'll get on the jugs machine.
Sure.
He'll start working probably more that than anything else. They'll be running routes, player organized practices. He'll be involved with all of that. But the idea is to get around the guys, be able to take those reps and get better in your own time before they actually have to report as a team is invaluable.
Sure.
So we'll see what's going to come. When we come back, Tyler Head, Preston Thorne, Jen Jensen, the early game. We'll be having more conversation. We'll see what's going on with the Gamecocks. This is the early game. Got chronic joint pain, not having success with steroids, but trying to avoid surgery? Well, thankfully, there's a better way. And now it's available here from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. I'm talking about new and advanced regenerative medicine treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your bad joints, providing lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is an all-natural way to use highly concentrated healing properties from your own body to give lasting relief. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in precision regenerative medicine with over 100 clinics across America and literally thousands of satisfied patients. So if you've got joint pain due to arthritis, knee pain, hip pain, or shoulder pain, just don't think the old ways of dealing with pain are the only ways. Call QC Kinetics now at 803-281-6860. That's 803-281-6860. Again, 803-281-6860.
And still working an earlier tie-up 321 near Cedar Creek Road. We also have a report of an accident, St. Andrews Road at Broad River Road and Percival near Forest Drive. And that forecast, it's kind of smelling like summer. 90 for the next couple of days. By Friday, we hit 92, and then we hit mid-90s, and that will continue for about a week or so. So first day of summer is coming up pretty soon, and we're feeling the temperatures reflecting that. Right now, it is 70 on 107.5 The Game.
Welcome back into the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen's behind the boards. We are effing in J.C. Sherbert. We will be talking a little bit more Gamecocks, talking all things Gamecocks. Obviously, just came off the break talking about Nick Harbor, who they are adding to the wide receiver room in that conversation. And like you said, you made a very, very apt analogy. So it's basically like finding $20 in your pocket.
Pretty much. It's always been there, but now you have the ability to use it again.
Yeah, and so when you find that guy, when you have that opportunity, that is a boost, or a boost to the wide receiver room. With that being said, we think we have J.C. Sherbert coming in. J.C., how you doing this morning?
What's up, guys? Good to be with you.
Good to be with you. Appreciate that. Now, we've started the conversation. We'll bring you in on the conversation with Nick Harbor. We might as well jump into it. And Tyler said it's like finding $20 in your pocket. You didn't know it was there. You may have forgotten about it. You put those pants back on, and then you're like, oh, we got $20. What does Nick Harbor's presumed attention turning towards football, what does that mean for the roster?
I think it's important. I think, as a football player, you know that it's not the type of sport you can go out in the yard and practice,
right.
or go to the country club and, go to the range or play tennis, or even basketball. You go play 5-on-5 with some guys down at the YMCA. Developing at a position that you're not familiar with as well is a challenge, even for great athletes. It can humble you pretty quickly. So, there's work to be done with his game. I think, he's not awful. I think last year when you watch sort of his body of work, he took care of job number one, which is he caught the football. I was sort of expecting drop city from him, because he, learned new at the position, unsure of himself. That usually leads to drops, no matter how good your hands are. But, man, he only really dropped one big one. Caught everything else. And caught some in traffic, too. I mean, some pretty impressive catches last year. Now it's time for step 2 and 3. I mean, he's got speed and size. So it's the yak that has to improve now. I think really there was only one time last year, and that was at A&M, where he kind of had some open field and turned it up. Didn't really turn on the jets all that much that time. But he's got to learn to do that and be confident in himself, at 225, 30 pounds to break tackles and then turn on the jets and get up field quicker. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that part of his game can develop. And I think a lot of that, too, comes with route running. I mean, that's kind of an understated thing. People don't talk about it a lot. They always talk about speed and things like that. Why can't they just run by him? All that good stuff. But route running, sometimes separates good from great. You think about Jerry Rice and Michael Irvin. Those guys probably never timed lower than 4.6, 4.7 in the 40. You know what? Why they were great? They were great route runners. And so that part of his game needs to come too. And see, that all happens with reps. The more you're out there repping and the more you're running routes and working to get chemistry with the quarterback and working against defensive backs, that's something that takes time. So, do I think it was a football career ending deal that he was going to go on to the Olympic trial and maybe the Olympics? No, I just think it delays things, but if he's going to go back and work on football now, that gives him more time to kind of get ready for the season. I think when you look at the South Carolina receiver corps, talking to somebody kind of close to the program the other day, they said, it's not like they don't have good players at receiver. They're just kind of unproven for here, and they don't really have the size, enough big guys like they want. But, at the same time, he turned around and said, well, but Devontae Campbell, who came in from Nevada, and Nick Harbor, if you get good stuff out of those guys, then it solves the problem, which is not – I kind of think it's a luxury item, because if you guys got guys that can catch, you got guys that can play, that's step one. So we'll see what happens. Certainly when you have a player that is that fast and that big that can take it to the house when he gets ready to go play fast, then it's certainly advantageous, I think, to your entire offense. So, here's hoping that it's a good couple of months of work, and he's ready to roll and take that next step next year.
And we know he's playing catch up, having not been actually participating in spring practice. Obviously, was around and being around the coaches and being around his new teammates. But how much of a wrench or a twist does having a new wide receiver coach throw in his development in this short period of time leading up to the season?
Heck, he's had 3 of them so far
this calendar year.
Yeah, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think Justin did a good job with him, getting him to a certain point last year. I mean, I don't think James Coley probably worked with him a whole lot. And then you have Fury, who what I like about him is he's coached at the highest level and gotten the most out of those guys. He played at the highest level and got the most out of himself. And then he coached at a very low level and got the most out of some receivers at Limestone that I think a couple of them got invited to NFL camps. And that's Limestone. That's even when you talk about lower level football programs in the state of South Carolina, Limestone doesn't always pop up. It's kind of them in North Greenville and Newberry, or below the PCs and Charleston Southerns of the world and Coastals and Citadel and people like that. So, I like that. I think you need a guy that's a proven developer at all positions, but with the way the receiver core needs to kind of come together this year, certainly having a guy like that's beneficial. But a lot of it's just kind of, I think, mental guys, and sometimes things click at different times for football players. And what South Carolina would like to have happen is for Nick Harbor for the click to happen, and for him to get very, very comfortable. And then the athleticism and speed and all the things you hear about, that takes over once you get settled in. Not until then. Not until then, he's going to look a step slower than you expect and all that. But hopefully there's some time now this summer for him to get going. And, heck, it would be tremendous if they got a big year out of Nick Harbor. I think that would mean the Gamecocks would probably surprise a lot of people this season.
That's J.C. Sherber. This is Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen. This is the early game. When we come back, we want to talk about summer. A lot of things happening in the summertime. And, J.C., I need your expertise on what should I be looking for, what should we expect, and what's happening on with recruiting. This is the early game.
Taking a peek at those traffic conditions once again, 321 near Cedar Creek Road, an accident there. Also, Percival near Forest Drive. And aside from that, we do just have a report of an object on the roadway, I-77 northbound, right there across the Congaree River there at the Alex Sanders Bridge, mile marker 4. Forecast, it's looking summer-like. Nothing really new in that respect. 90 for today through Thursday, and then we're low to mid-90s for the next several days throughout the weekend and into your next work week. But it's 70 right now in the early game.
Welcome back into the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen, J.C. Sherbis on the phone with us. And I've been asking this question over again, so pardon me if you get tired of answering this, but the summertime has changed drastically. For somebody who may be tuning in, what's happening with Gamecock football during the summer times?
It's significantly more busy, especially in the month of June.
Yeah.
May and July are kind of down periods. I know a lot of coaches go on vacation in July. Interesting thing about that month is there's a lot of commitments because kids that come off of official visits all through the month of June tend to make decisions in July. So, like for us, covering it's a busy month, but the actual staff, they're just having on-campus workouts, but there are some vacations and stuff. But June is insane because you have camps, where, you evaluate a lot of players, young and old, and have youth camps and things like that. It's a staple at every college. And then on top of that, you got official visits now. I mean, June is the new January. So you'll have 3-4 weekends of a load of players visiting officially on campus and making decisions. So it's a critical period. It's the most critical period for this coming class, 2025, as far as high school and sometimes JUCO players in this period. So that's there is a lot going on. The NCAA has relaxed practice rules too, so you can get a lot accomplished, like in terms of installation and things like that. You get a lot of more meeting time than you used to. You can't go out and practice in full pads, but you can almost do everything else. I think you can do a lot without the ball. So I don't know really how. Maybe use a tennis ball or something. I don't know how you go do that, but they've really relaxed some of the things the coaches can do as far as working with the players. That's why when you talk about Nick Harbor, guys, maybe 10, 12 years ago, when you really were it was really just up to like Lenora Sellers to go,
right.
And they still do player-led workouts. Now there is a lot of valuable time that they get with the coaching staff during the off season. That's why, sometimes, we talk about missing spring practice and, it'll put you behind. But, you really kind of look at the big picture. If you get in, and I'm kind of likening this to a player that's like a newcomer getting in. If you can kind of get on campus in June-ish, there's enough in the summer just mentally to kind of make up for the spring practice. It's not maybe not as critical as it once was. So, that's why it's a good thing that Harbor's ready to go. But, it's an important time for all the newcomers to get acclimated and also for returning players to get better, to just sharpen their tools mentally, physically, and to get ready for fall camp, which starts in August.
You mentioned Lenora Sellers there a moment ago, and now the Nick Harbor is fully back into football. I mean, how important is the relationship between those two and developing over the next couple months before the season gets here?
Oh, yeah, I think it's paramount. I think it's very important. And, the good news, they've already connected for a touchdown pass. If you remember last year in the Furman game, we all kind of were oohing and ahhing over that play to Tyshawn Russell, but I think either earlier or later, he threw a nice little, I guess it was a fade at the sticks, an out route, something like that, and Harbor went up and got it for his first touchdown of his career. And so they've already connected on a score, and I think that's kind of sometimes weird as it sounds, it's just the type of thing you can kind of build on because when you've done it in a game, there's an amount of trust there and all. And that sometimes with quarterbacks and receivers, that's what it boils down to, trust. I've seen situations before where a guy has a bunch of drops and quarterback's kind of split second hesitant to kind of get it to him if he's not, even if he's open. You don't want, there's that trust. So I think it's important in terms of trust, working together. They're both very good athletes, and certainly if you can get Nick Harbor up to speed, you start talking about him, Sellers, Rocket Sanders as part of an offense. That's Josh Simon and Brady Hunt at tight end. I mean, those are some guys that can make some plays for you. So in terms of athleticism and things like that. So I do think it's important. Is it the most important relationship over the summer? No, I'd probably say Lenore's with the entire offense. This is probably, the most important, which is kind of a group relationship. But it is important to get that chemistry with quarterback and receiver.
So as far as recruiting is concerned over the summer, there's two lanes I guess you could think about. You can think about guys who have already committed and things that are on the docket. Let's first talk about folks that are already committed, and when we come back, we'll talk about the people that are on the docket. Anybody that we need to be looking out for as far as commits or potential commits?
Well, as far as the commits go right now, South Carolina's sort of trying to hang on to Shamari Earls, the top player in their class out of Virginia. He's been visiting other schools. There's a lot of talk he may flip. That's unfortunate, but it's the way things go these days sometimes. Caleb Williams, another guy out of Virginia, you got to kind of watch him as well. And then Brian Rowe, who is a really good receiver out of North Carolina. I don't think the concern should be maybe as high for him as the Virginia kids, but he's certainly somebody that since he's committed to South Carolina, your Georgias of the world, everybody else, they've kind of jumped in with offers, and I don't think they're just going to kind of back off and say, oh, he's committed to South Carolina, we'll leave him alone. So you always want to hold on to your guys that are committed. Carolina's gotten some commits here lately, doing pretty well within the state, getting players, which I think is good, and they just got to continue to keep on plugging away. I'll tell all the fans right now, it's probably going to be a roller coaster with high school recruiting this year. It's just one of those cycles where, the puzzle is not going to be complete, I think, for a while, maybe even heading into the season. That's a function of a lot of things. The NIL world now, certainly a 5-7 record does not give you the most ammo. It certainly doesn't give you as much as beating Clemson and Tennessee 2 straight weeks and we talk of college football. But, I think that was expected. The staff's going to continue to work hard and try to find the best class they can. And then the portal is still there. I thought the portal class for 2024 was excellent, and it's going to be a way of life around here for a while. I think very few schools across the country have the luxury of just not hitting the portal in certain years. So, just fans need to kind of embrace it and expect it and understand that the roster's not complete just because, maybe you lost a couple of highly rated guys out of the high school class.
And obviously, Carolina's got quite a few commitments within the past week. I think 6 or 7 total welcome homes from Beamer here in the past couple of days. I mean, what's your assessment now that this class has gotten a good amount of guys in it so far? I believe 13 in total as we continue to get closer and closer to filling it out.
I think it's a good class as far as guys with, physical traits that you like. Jaquel Hallman from Blackville Hilda is a 6'1", 193-pound safety linebacker that runs 4.4. I think you do a lot with him. He's a daggum good football player. Holloway, the linebacker from Buford, they got. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's the first time South Carolina's gotten somebody out of Buford High School in Georgia since Yvonne Benag and Spurrier's first.
Oh man, my man Benag.
Benag, Steven Singleton. Steven Singleton came from JUCO, and he was a Buford kid too, as offensive lineman, like mid-Spurrier. But Yvonne Benag, I think, is like the one they got from the Buford Wolves down there in Gwinnett County. It's a great high school program, one of the best in the South. So always good to get a guy like that. Hatfield is a 6'4" safety corner from South Georgia that they really like. I love DeMarcus Leach, the safety from Abbeville. He's another one of the big, lengthy, long DBs, long arms, frame, kind of wearing gray like. So, and then the offensive line, class they're continuing to work on. I would kind of circle that, as far as some guys. Shed Surratt from Gaffney is the most recent commit. Big, athletic, 4-star could play tackle, could play guard. It seems like every week Lonnie Teasley's getting a guy like this to commit to South Carolina, not just in the last two classes. I mean, this class is going to have guys, and then 2026 where there's 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken, there may be 5 now, offensive linemen in the state of South Carolina with major Power 5 offers. And I'm talking Clemson, Georgia, South Carolina, big offers. So it's another opportunity within the state, for the Gamecocks just to continue to stack talent on the offensive line. I think that's something that maybe has gotten lost when you talk about recruiting in high school, because South Carolina has done a lot through the portal with significant players, is that there's a ton of good offensive linemen they've gotten from the high school ranks, and they're all still here and they're all still competing. It takes, as you know, Preston, a couple of years at that position, right? You can't just expect miracles with high school offensive linemen coming straight to the SEC. So if you're looking for some comfort when you're talking about high school recruiting, look no further than the O-line. I mean, it's rolling right. It's probably the best on paper I've seen around here. So, and it can continue with the in-state guys and what they're doing in this class. So that's kind of the take right now on it, and we'll see what happens moving forward.
All right, as the early game continues, we'll continue on with more J.C. Sherbert on the way back. Got chronic joint pain, not having success with steroids, but trying to avoid surgery? Well, thankfully, there's a better way. And now it's available here from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. I'm talking about new and advanced regenerative medicine treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your bad joints, providing lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. There's an all-natural way to use highly concentrated healing properties from your own body to give you lasting relief. So if you've got joint pain due to arthritis, knee pain, hip pain, or shoulder pain, don't just think the old ways of dealing with pain are the only ways. You need to learn more about the new regenerative options that can change your life. Call QC Kinetics now with a free consultation with your local medical professionals. Number is 803-281-6860. That's 803-281-6860. Again, QC Kinetics at 803-281-6860. Welcome back into the early game. It's Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Denson, JC Sherbet's on the phone. And JC, I want to go back to this because the big uglies don't get enough love. You know, nobody gets excited about drafting a right guard or recruiting a left tackle. So really quickly, I want you to just go back over that because I want people to hear how well the O-line recruiting is going right now.
Sure. I mean, you got I'll start with the last class. I mean, the guys that played last year, Tree Babalade was a 4-star prospect, for National Freshman of the Week against Georgia. Play held his own, didn't give up a sack in that one, amazingly. Trevon Ball and Tree both were freshman All-SEC and on some freshman All-American teams. Trevon, I thought, played pretty well when he was 100% on the interior last year. Naturally strong guy at 330 pounds. So you got those two. Marky Anderson, if you notice, Shane Beamer talked about him a lot, even though he was hurting out for the year. There's a reason for that. He probably would have been in the starting lineup. So he's another potential starter that was down. People tell me, you like these guys, wait until you see Marky Anderson play. He's a 4-star kid out of Dorman, top lineman in the state. And then Jatavius Shivers, a kid they beat Auburn and Michigan on, is a developmental guy, but he's 6'7", 313. Could play inside or outside in that class. So then you go to the 2024 class, the one they just brought in. And of course, Cam Pringle had offers from everybody in the country. My guy Alex Jones from thebigspur.com put his eyes on Pringle the other day, said he's really trimmed down, looks really good. I'm sorry, that was Matt Anderson that saw him at a camp. Looks like he's been working hard. And then Josiah Thompson was the top tackle in the country, according to several publications or analysts or whatever. Those two in-state guys, plus Blake Franks from Greenville High, who they beat Clemson on. He's a guy that can go either way, tackle or guard. A highly recruited guy, Clemson, Bama, lots of other offers for him out of Greenville. So those three in-state kids are there. Then you look at this class, they just got another in-state guy in Shed Surratt. And then for 2026, you got Anthony Baxter already committed from South Point, a 320-pounder out of Rock Hill. They're in on a kid, Darius Gray from Virginia. For 2026, they're looking good for. There's a kid at Timberland, that Desmond Green is really good, that they're in for pretty well. Kid at Carver's Bay, and a kid at North Augusta in-state for next year. Going back to this class, 2025, I forgot to talk about Jalen Gilchrist from Virginia Beach, highly rated guy, top 100 type. Visited Georgia recently, so you always worry about that. But, boy, you watch him on film and watch him in camps and the way he moves, Preston, he's something else. He's a really, really good prospect. So, yeah, Lonnie Teasley and Taylor Edwards, Shane Beamer, Dowell Loggins, whoever you want to give credit to. Lonnie's done a really great job heading it up, but he's got a staff of people, too, that work with him over there. And they've done it right. I mean, like I said, it's not the easiest thing to recruit high-level offensive linemen to this program, or really any program in the South, because it's so you don't have as many as you do maybe in the Midwest or other places, because most of your best athletes play defense. And so that's it's a tribute to how they've worked and gotten after it to where they've stacked themselves up with what should be a bright future on the offensive line.
Obviously, we saw the offensive line struggles season ago. A lot of that did have to do with injuries. Is it easier to sell to this next crop of recruits coming in here and playing in the offensive line when you did struggle as much as you did a season ago?
I don't know about that. Offensive linemen, I found, everybody wants to play, but I found most of them are realistic. They know that the position, you're really on schedule if you get on the field by year 3, because it's so developmental. I think the bigger selling point he's done is kind of like we talk about that word culture. With the offensive, they almost have like a culture within a culture, and all the guys get along really well. Like I said, Lonnie has a staff of assistants that help him recruit off-the-field guys, Sam and those guys, and they just do a terrific job tackling it and building those relationships that you need, and landing the players. I mean, it hadn't really – if that was the case, Tyler, with playing time and all that, I mean, I think if you're an offensive lineman in this class, you're looking at it going, well, they just signed all these 4- and 5-star guys. How am I going to get on the field? And the balls just kept rolling. So I would think it's more the relationship building and, those things that go into being a great recruiter than, some kind of like early playing time opportunity.
Well, yeah, JC, obviously, the O-linemen pretty much unanimously known as the best group on the team as far as the guys. I'm sure as in your dealings with recruiting, not asking you to out anybody, but I'm sure dealing with the offensive linemen as a whole is probably a little bit different than dealing with the rest of the position groups.
Yeah, I mean, like last year's offensive line. I mean, we had by the way, we still do have a chicken wing eating contest at
yes.
CB 18 and 5 points this Saturday. By the way, the admission is free now for everybody who wants to come, so you don't have to buy a ticket. So come on down. But we had like the whole offensive line at our event last year for NIL with the wing eating contest, and they are all great people, and so they do have a camaraderie, and that's important. I think, last year the injury situation was unfortunate. It's hard to build the on-field congruence when you're shuffling guys in and out and guys are going to different positions and stuff, that it seemed like they get, one thing fixed, like the Florida game. That was a really good game by the offensive line. They moved Rashawn Lee out to tackle, and Gargiulo played center. Well, the next thing you know, in that game, Rashawn gets hurt, and he's out for 2 weeks, and he's their best lineman. So it was just when it rains, it pours injury-wise there last year and all that. Now, do some individual players need to get better? Yeah, that's why, playing as a true freshman and struggling, people shouldn't be upset about that. They shouldn't, damn the player for not being good for forever, because those struggles lead to being better this year, because if you don't play and struggle, you don't really kind of know what to fix. And these guys all played in actual games against some of the best defensive linemen in the country last year, and that's going to get them better quicker than any kind of coaching, any kind of practice, any kind of development off the field. You get better at football by playing football, and so that's actually going to become, as frustrating as it was, a blessing in disguise for this program starting this year.
Well, JC, before we let you go, tell us a little bit more, please, about the chicken wing eating contest and work you're doing with Garnet Trust.
Sure, definitely. Garnet Trust, man, we need all the money that all the money we could get as far as NIL goes in South Carolina. But there's a great way to support the cause. From 3 to 7, go to at the Garnet Trust on Twitter or X. You'll find a link to RSVP. If you RSVP, it's free. Get free food and a free poster. So go check that out for us, and go to thebigspur.com as well. There's information there on that site too. Hope to see everybody from 3 to 7 out at the Chicken Wing Eating Championship is what we're calling it, the second annual one. This Saturday at Steve Tannehill's CB 18 bar, right there in the corner of Green and Hardin and 5 Points.
All right, JC, appreciate your time. We'll talk to you on the other side. See you next week.
321 near Cedar Creek Road, still working on that earlier accident. 277 southbound at I-20 might see a little object on the roadway to keep an eye out for. But otherwise, should be moving okay for the most part. Burstville Road near Forest Drive, we also have a report of an accident. And Hugie and Blossom saying something might be slowing traffic down there just a little bit, but shouldn't be too much of a snafu for your morning commute. We're looking for a high today of 90 and 90 tomorrow through Thursday. Then we hit 92 on Friday. Then we get into the mid-90s through the weekend and into the work week. Maybe some chances for some showers coming up this weekend as temperatures go up.
Welcome back into the early game. It's Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Bills on vacation. Jen Jensen behind the boards. We've been having a lot of discussion today. We just had J.C. Sherbert. He talked to us, joined us, talking about giving the OL some love, talking about recruiting because, Tyler, nobody gets excited about offensive linemen when they're recruited.
Oh, no.
Or drafted.
Look, we only talk about the offensive line when they're messing up.
For sure.
The best offensive line you can have is one you never talk about.
For sure. If you don't know any of their names, it's a great thing. It's a great thing. You know, when the teams, I think about the Indianapolis Colts. They drafted Quentin Nelson for 12 years, 12-time NFL All-Pro.
Did you ever hear them talk about Quentin Nelson?
Nobody cares.
Outside of the starting lineup at the beginning of the game.
Nobody cares. The Eagles' Lane Johnson has only had like 3 holding calls. He's given up fewer sacks than he's had holding calls, and it's only like 7. Nobody cares.
Yeah. If Jason Kelce did not have a podcast and was not Travis Kelce's brother, we'd never talk about
Hands down the most famous center.
Exactly.
That anybody knows of.
But that's all because of what he does off the field.
For sure. Not because he what he does. He's pulled a very interesting trick of making himself very popular as an offensive lineman because nobody really pays attention to the old lineman.
You know, it's really funny. Both Jason Kelce and Lane Johnson were at WrestleMania this year, and they came in to help out with a match, and like nobody knew. Nobody recognized Lane Johnson. Everybody knew Jason Kelce. Everybody was like, my wife was like, "Who's that other guy?" Like, it's Lane Johnson.
Oh, the other guy who was going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, they had to like say, "Oh, that's also Lane Johnson," because when you look at him, you're like, "Who is that?"
Yeah,
oh,
but and then also with Lane Johnson, he's kind of tall and slender looking, so he may not even have the mold of what what we think offensive linemen look like.
Well, that's the funny thing.
But he looks more like a modern offensive lineman.
And that's the funny thing about offensive linemen. When they take the pads off, especially years after they retire, have you seen the Pouncey brothers?
For sure.
They're like this big around.
For sure.
Like, and I know, like, obviously you have to play at a bigger weight, and I can't imagine what the diet and workout regimen is for an offensive lineman. When those guys quit football and decide to retire, they slim down fast.
Yeah, I don't know. You just make your mind like, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm gonna stop doing this. And so it's very interesting because it's like, oh yeah, and that other guy there, Lane Johnson, you mean Hall of Famer left tackle, the guy who's probably the highest paid left tackle in the game. Nobody really cares about.
But that means that's how good he is. You don't talk about him.
If you don't know who they are, that's a good thing. And the offensive line's job is to protect the prize.
Yes.
Tyler, how long have you known of Trevor Lawrence?
Oh, gosh. Going back to his days at Cartersville.
Yes, that's why I'm asking.
Probably close to a decade at this point, probably.
Yeah. Trevor Lawrence is somebody who's existed in even by proxy our Gamecock world for a long time. He was the number 1 recruit coming out of high school. Goes to Clemson, obviously, following up Deshaun Watson. Dark times for Gamecock fans when he was there.
Yep.
Wins a national title, drafted number 1 overall with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Has an abysmal first year. Could talk about what we was talking about at all season.
Urban Meyer.
Which, thankfully for Trevor, they got that corrected, because that could have been a case where his career could have been totally derailed by a dysfunctional coach and organization.
Yeah.
They got that straight. They got Doug Peterson in there to coach them. And now the Jacksonville Jaguars are here, and they've signed Trevor to a huge contract. 5-year extension, $275 million.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking these contracts, obviously the numbers are obscene. It's probably better for us to have the conversation without actually talking about the numbers, because I know my head explodes when you hear a number that hard. But when we're talking about relative value, when you talk about Trevor Lawrence, let's just play a quick game real quick.
Okay.
And it's just going to be pick your quarterback. Do you take Trevor Lawrence or Joe Burrow?
Oh, man. I would.
This is actually more interesting than I thought. Actually, yeah.
I would probably take Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Personally,
I think I will go with you on that.
I mean, there's still a lot of upside of Trevor Lawrence. Took a little bit of a step back this past season. Those interceptions ticked up just a little bit, but he seems to be settling in a little bit more. And again, that first season was abysmal, and I blame that a lot on Urban Meyer and the dysfunction of that organization. But I think this upcoming year is going to be a big one, just to see how he is. Again, third year in the Doug Peterson system, a little bit more ingrained, into everything. I'm going to be very interested to see. He had the injuries last year, also didn't help him out as well. I'm going to be very interested to see how Trevor Lawrence does in year 4.
Trevor Lawrence or Justin Herbert?
Ooh, man, that is, you're talking about probably 1A and 1B at that point in time. I would probably go
almost the
Trevor
same guy.
Lawrence. Yeah, almost the same guy. Maybe a little bit
Not
more.
talking about quarterback. I'm just talking about hair.
Yeah, oh yeah, the hair, for sure. I'd probably go with Trevor Lawrence, maybe a little bit more of the natural skills and ability, which, again, Justin Herbert, still a very capable quarterback.
It's interesting. Yeah, when I see Justin Herbert, I think a little bit more mechanical, robotic. That's the thing about, Trevor. He was nobody wants to say it, but he was a dual threat guy.
Yeah.
And a very fluid athlete.
Well, and that's why when you look at Justin Herbert out there in L.A., with now that he's getting linked up with, Jim Harbaugh, people are like, finally a guy that can get the most out of the skills that he brings to the table. Because, with the coaches that he's had over the past couple of years, they haven't really been with Anthony Lynn and then, what's his name? Brandon.
Yes.
I forget his last name.
I know, all I'm thinking about his face on that Monday night game when he knew he was getting fired.
Yeah, after they got beat by 80 points by the Raiders or whatever. But regardless, he hasn't had that coach that can get the most out of him, which Jim Harbaugh should be able to do. But again, I just think Lawrence has a little bit more of that natural skill to him.
All right, Trevor Lawrence or Jalen Hurts?
See, I feel like Jalen Hurts' play style has a shorter shelf life in the NFL. Just because he's not that, he can be, but he's not your typical pocket type quarterback, which again has a longer tenure in the NFL more often than not. So I'd probably go Trevor Lawrence.
All right, Trevor Lawrence or Kyler Murray?
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. So it's interesting as you was going through that. I think Joe Burrow's the only one where there might be a toss-up for me where I was going to pick up. I still like Joe Burrow, but you have the injuries that he's coming off of.
Sure.
That is a potential. I'm saying the idea of who am I going to stake my franchise on?
Right.
Who would I sign to a 5-year, very lucrative extension, which all of these fellas have, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray included, which I'm not sure if I would have done either one of those. But Joe Burrow's the only one that I would maybe think about, but I would take Trevor Lawrence over Justin Herbert. I would take him over Jalen Hurts, and I would take him over Kyler Murray. The problem with that is, and according to this article in The Athletic, is that Trevor Lawrence has the worst career, which is important to say. He has the worst record and the worst passer rating out of all of these guys, and he has the lowest completion percentage and the fewest passing touchdowns amongst that group of dudes.
Right.
So what does that mean? Does that mean because you just noted the first year you almost have to wipe that clean.
Sure.
But even since then, last year he took a little bit of a step back. They had that epic 2 years ago they had that epic 3-interception game where they basically crumbled in the wild card. So it's a toss-up on where would you want to go as far as Trevor Lawrence is concerned.
Yeah, and I just think, because, again, this is a guy that we've heard about for roughly
you said a decade. He's been in your life
now.
a decade.
Exactly, and from the time, because he took over as a true freshman at Cartersville, and I believe I want to say they went to the state championship game in his freshman year and lost, but he was already being touted like, man, this guy's Peyton Manning, this guy's the next big thing and all that kind of stuff. So I think he gets a longer leash when it comes to the benefit of the doubt. And again, that skill and ability is always there. And again, you're starting to see it come out a little bit more under Doug Peterson. And last year was obviously a step back, and your just hope is that this next upcoming year will be more of a step back in the right direction.
When you have a quarterback, we know how important the quarterback is. We just talked about how important the offensive line is, but nobody knows who they are. But we know the quarterback is important. I'm talking to two fans in here of teams who definitely understand how important the quarterback is. Right? Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right? Chicago Bears.
I never thought I'd be happy about Kirk Cousins being my quarterback, but here we are.
I think the Chicago Bears and Atlanta Falcons understand the inherent value of having a quarterback.
Sure.
And that's the issue that Jaguars facing. That, okay, we got a guy. We think he will be good. We think he can be good. He hasn't necessarily lived up to number one overall draft potential, but we have to sign him. You have to re-sign him. You're in a situation where there's nothing that they can do.
Yeah, it's one of the things you can't let him go because you know what that potential is. And again, when you have faith within your organization, your head coach, they're going to be able to get the most out of him. You want to make sure it's locked in where that's not causing a distraction because contract negotiations, those kind of things serve as major distractions off the field if you're letting those things get drawn out too much. So I can understand why they're signing him. And the funny thing about quarterbacks is it feels like every time a quarterback gets signed, it's the biggest deal a quarterback's ever had. That's not the case here. He's not getting the Patrick Mahomes money or anything to that accord yet. Could he get that in the future? Absolutely, but they still signed him to a very lucrative deal. But again, it's not that absurd, oh my God, amount that the top of the top are making right now.
Yeah, but as you just stated, in the NFL, the price is the price.
It is.
Because what you gonna do? Not have a starting quarterback that's worthy, because that virtually guarantees that your team will not be competing.
Sure.
If you don't have a quarterback that you're paying the price. The Miami Dolphins are going to be facing a similar situation here coming up with Tua. And I don't think I would make that bet, but what do you do?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And, up until this past season, you would say that the AFC South's been down a little bit. Obviously, Houston was very much ahead of schedule in their first year under DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. So it's like, okay, can Jacksonville go up there and compete with them this season?
Well, that's the thing. Jacksonville was on schedule. You thought things were getting turned around, and then last year they've taken a step backwards. But as you see, you have the rest of the AFC South. You don't plan on Houston all of a sudden being the thing. You don't plan on that. You don't plan on that happening. And so when these other teams are starting to build up around you, you start to feel like you're not panicking, but you still feel like, man, we have to do something here, especially while he's in the building, because you don't want that type of talent to leave outside of your building.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that is a big thing that we're seeing with Trevor Lawrence. To be continued. We'll keep our eye on where Trevor is as far as what he's saying. Again, number one overall pick. What do we expect out of number one overall pick, Jen? Y'all are on the clock. We're gonna see what Caleb brings to the table. And but with Trevor, the number one thing you said is that he's won at every level. Mm-hmm. And if I was a GM, this has nothing to bear with analytics. This probably would get me fired at some point, but somebody who has won in high school, somebody who has won in college, I would take percentages on them being able to win again at the next level, because I do think he has the winner's DNA inside of him, and that's something that I would, aside from
groovy hair.
And groovy hair, for sure, and the groovy hair. Now, you didn't answer the question. You ducked it. Yeah. Whose hair is better, Justin Herbert or Trevor Lawrence?
I feel like Herbert's has a little bit more like flow, body. Mm-hmm. Like, am I saying the right thing? Lawrence's is just long and straight.
And actually, I was kind of being sarcastic because I don't really like his hair. To me, it always just is hanging.
It's a long head of hair, but it's not a great head of hair.
Yeah,
I think it's very fine, and it just hangs.
But then again, he has a very long face, so he has to work with that.
Do you remember the band Hanson back in the day? He looks like he should be in Hanson.
It's funny you say that.
It's not quite as blonde, but a little bit lighter hair, and he could be in Hanson.
That's a good call.
That is a good call.
My sister was a Hanson fanatic back in the day.
I was hoping that there was another reason besides you being a fan. So thank you for clarifying.
I will say, Bop is a good song, though.
Not bad.
my sister, air quotes.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know
find out that Tyler has 4 brothers.
We know how that works. All right, so that's Trevor Lawrence. We'll talk about him a little bit more. That's to be continued. We'll see where that goes. One of our favorite coaches is back in the news. And our guy, we were going to talk about Mike Leach. We're going to hold him so we can give him the proper and appropriate time that he deserves. But until then, Les Miles has some complaints. Coming back on the other side, we'll talk about Les Miles and his complaints for the College Football Hall of Fame. Preston here. Let me tell you about my friends at Absolute Glass, the premier glass company of the Midlands, offering auto, home, and business glass repair. So if your glass is damaged, shattered, cracked, or broken, they can handle the job. If it's a cracked windshield, that's no problem. They'll come out to your location and replace it for you, usually for free, and they'll work directly with your insurance company to take away the headache. Now, if you're looking to increase the value of your home with new windows or mirrors, Absolute Glass will come out and take care of that for you too. Windows, mirrors, shower enclosures. I say it all the time. If you can see through it, Ray and Marianne at Absolute Glass can do it. So remember, if you have a cracked windshield, they will come out to where you are, give you a free quote for any job, and take away the headache. So reach them online at AbsoluteGlassInc.com. That's online at AbsoluteGlassInc.com.
Highway 1 at North Grampian Hills Road. We have a report of an accident there. Also, still working one, Highway 321 near Cedar Creek Road. And aside from that, no other accidents to report. We don't see any major slowdowns out there. 90 for the next couple of days. By Friday, we hit 92. And as we head into the weekend, increased chances for showers, but certainly no washouts are expected. But we will be into the mid to upper 90s. But right now, the sun is working its way out as much as it can. It's 74 on the early game.
Welcome back here to the early game. Preston Thorne, Tyler Head, Jen Jensen. We've been having a lot of conversation today. We just finished talking about Trevor Lawrence and the quarterback contract. Do you make that big of an extension for him? I think the consensus in the studio is yes, but they're in a very, very difficult position. Nick Harbor not going to the Olympics. Presumably that means he's going to be focusing back on football. We talked about that. We'll get to the Boston Celtics winning the boringest championship in NBA basketball history. But before that, we have a little bit of message board mayhem. Tyler, what you got?
We do. I know we're going to be talking about a particular former LSU coach in a moment. Funny enough, on Tiger Rant, a question was posed the other day. Is there any way we can figure out how for them to let Mike come in the stadium again? This is by T-ville Tiger, Mike the Tiger, who's he referring to which he adds the comment, I mean, he will be just fine. He will probably love it, actually. It will be okay. He won't eat anyone, I don't think. How can we get this done? We're asking for a live Tiger mascot on the sidelines. Now, I believe they used to do this in a cage back in the day.
I can confirm.
I don't know when the last time that was, though.
I don't know when that stopped. I'm pretty sure Peter's been fighting a strong case against that for a long time.
I'm sure they have.
I can confirm they did used to have Mike the Tiger by the locker room, the visitors' locker room. They would provoke Mike prior to you when you come out of the tunnel. One of those things where you realize how inadequate you are as a human. If you don't have a weapon against an animal from the kingdom,
sure,
you're not gonna win. You see a tiger up close like that, and then he lets out this guttural roar, and it is pretty intimidating. And you know he's in a cage. You assume he's not getting out, but it's not the coolest place that you want to be. So that is one of my lasting memories of LSU of football. Period, was looking at Mike. Whereas when I saw Uga, I was like, oh, look at Uga. That's cute.
Yeah.
And you saw Mike the Tiger. It's like, oh, man, that's a real tiger in there.
Let's dial back the clock a couple days here. This is from Knowles 24/7. Don't care what anyone says, Dotha Knoll writes. This is in reference to Florida State when they lost against Tennessee the other night in the College World Series, and there was that check swing that didn't end up getting called, and Tennessee ends up walking it off. They said, people on the board say we're all idiots for being conspiracy theorists, but how many times does FSU have to get screwed over by ESPN from an SEC team? It's getting old. There can't be so many coincidences.
You know, speaking of Kyrie, if you're using your third eye here, doing your own research.
I'm not condoning it, but if I was a Florida State fan, I'd probably be frustrated too. I'm just saying, we go from getting excluded from the college football playoff to what happened, and now Florida State has, worked themselves back into it here. They eliminated NC State yesterday, so they're doing okay, but I can understand.
Yeah, and the Attorney General, I believe, has already solved the case for the football playoffs, and I did read that there's maybe some litigation coming down the pipe again with the check swing or that's not check swing controversy. So Florida State is trying to figure out ways to annoy everybody.
Again, I get it. I get it. You're frustrated. I understand. But I don't think there's a Florida State conspiracy out there.
Well, it is big ESPN.
That is true.
And big SEC.
It's hard to argue with that.
I'm just saying. They happen to be playing against an SEC team in that game.
The conference they just paid their biggest television contract in college sports for.
I'm just saying.
I get it.
I'm not saying, but I'm just saying.
An FSU team that's a part of the group in the ACC that's trying to void their grant of rights and trying to get out of the current TV deal they have.
Are they trying to be punished? Are you trying to punish us for exercising our rights?
Maybe there's something there. I don't know. Dothan Knoll may be onto something.
I'm sure that thread goes deep.
I only get the one screenshot here, but I'm sure it's got 42 upvotes. So there's
42 uploads, which means if there's 42 uploads, that means there's probably 4,000 views.
Oh, actually, well, I don't know if this is. I think this may be referring to what Dothan Knoll has posted on here. It says 10,000 in the little like text box, but I think that may just be things that Dothan Knoll has been a part of. Well, can't confirm if that's actually how many replies this has gotten.
10,000. Let's see. Conspiracy theories, multiple posts on message boards. Those seem to link up.
Those go hand in hand.
And I would imagine Dothan Knoll is probably a volume shooter. So that was probably one of maybe 10 that he posted on that day. Let me make sure I'm clear on that.
I'm sure.
That they posted on the board.
And they are a VIP member, by the way.
Of course. Of course. Well, Dothan Knoll would really have a problem with this. And maybe Les Miles needs to call Dothan Knoll to do his bidding for him. Because I have a question.
Okay.
I have a question. This is just a very simple question. Before we get into the numbers, which we will get into as the early game continues. But here's a question I want you to think about. Is Les Miles a Hall of Famer? This is our sporty sport talk conversation for the day. Is Les Miles a Hall of Famer? As the early game continues, I want you to think about this. Is Les Miles a Hall of Famer? He thinks so. Other people have said not on the ballot. We'll continue. It's the early game. Got chronic joint pain, not having success with steroids, but trying to avoid surgery? Well, thankfully, there's a better way, and it's now available here from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics. I'm talking about new and advanced regenerative medicine treatments that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your bad joints, providing lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is an all-natural way to use highly concentrated healing properties from your own body to give you lasting relief. So if you've got pain due to arthritis, knee pain, hip pain, or shoulder pain, don't just think the old ways of dealing with pain are the only ways. You need to learn more about these new regenerative options that can change your life. So call QC Kinetics now at 803-281-6860. 803-281-6860. Again, QC Kinetics at 803-281-6860.
Still working that earlier tie-up, Highway 1 at North Grampian Hills Road. And aside from that, really, we're getting other things cleared up. So that's good. Hopefully the morning commute is going well. And we're looking for a high today of 90. Going to see that through about Thursday. And Friday, looking for a high of 92. Then we get into the mid-90s for several days after that. Maybe a couple chances for some showers coming up this weekend. Nothing significant by any means. Just kind of that warming that we get in the afternoons where you end up getting those pop-up showers and thunderstorms. But right now, it's overcast and it's 74 at 107.5 The Game.
All right, Tyler, without looking at anything, without numbers, without anything, your pure gut reaction. Les Miles, Hall of Famer, yay, nay?
My initial thought is no, and I think it really begs the question because I asked this to Terry yesterday, should winning a national championship automatically put you in the College Football Hall of Fame? And he said no, because then Gene Chizik would be in there. And I was like, that's a good point.
Great rebuttal.
Now, Les Miles had a lot more success as a head coach than Gene Chizik, played for another national championship, a lot of 10-win seasons and that kind of stuff. But and I don't know if it's more just the court of public opinion, but he never gets talked about when we talk about like best coaches, you know, in this millennium or anything like that. For whatever reason, his name never really comes up. Obviously went to Kansas, that kind of bombed before he got fired there. So I don't know. I just don't think he's really thought of in that upper echelon of great head coaches in college football.
So what the story is that Les Miles is going the litigation route, and he's basically taking the College Football Hall of Fame to court based on the idea that he feels as if he should be considered on the ballot for the Hall of Famer because he had wins at LSU that were vacated. Yep. We always talk about the silly idea of, we're going to take the banner down like it never happened. But in this case, since the wins were vacated, his record previous to the vacation of the vacatedness, is that a word? I don't know if that's a word. We're going to make that up. His record previous to that was 145 and 73, which left him at a 665 winning percentage, which is important because you have to have a 60% winning percentage to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. We'll come back to Mike Leach later on in the week about that because those are different circumstances. However, when the wins are vacated, 37 of them, that puts his record to 108 and 73, which puts him at 597. Which is below 60, which is below 600%, which is below .60. And so that is his beef.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think Les Miles is a Hall of Famer. Just my gut reaction. I don't. It just doesn't strike me. When I see that name, there's really nothing about him, aside from a modicum of success. I don't feel as if he's a Hall of Fame, but I tend to think of Hall of Fame in the way that I feel about somebody.
Sure.
And that's probably not a great way because that doesn't give you any way to judge it. But as I read through the story, Les might have a little bit of a case here.
He does. And again, when you look at the numbers there, if his, those 37 wins were intact, that is a very impressive win-loss record, all things considered. And I know a lot of people look at that 2007 national championships, him still playing with Nick Saban's guys at that point in time. But again, he still did play for another national championship, multiple 10-win seasons. So some of those were included in those 37 wins that were vacated there. Big bowl games, big bowl game wins. He does actually have a fairly impressive resume when you really look at it.
Yeah, when you look at the total resume, he did win a bunch of games and he won a bunch of places. And if he had not taken that, which Tyler, you were being kind when you said that it kind of bombed at Kansas, he was 3-18.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
So if that thing doesn't go the way it went at Kansas, he's still going to be eligible. If he wins one more game, maybe at Kansas.
And this is also important to note because the criteria for the College Football Hall of Fame does include things that you do off the field, and Les Miles has his controversies off the field, which did end up leading to him getting fired from Kansas back in 2020.
He had his controversies at Kansas off the field, which was inappropriate behavior in an office setting. That's one. But his wins were vacated for violation of which were NCAA sanctions, which now today we would look at those things and be like, oh, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's one of those, you violated the rules that were written at the time.
And to be clear, I'm always of that stance.
Sure.
It was a rule then, you violated then, you should be punished because that was a rule. Even though it may have been a stupid rule, even though it may not have been just at the time, even though we may have changed our laws now, you knew you were willingly violating the rules then. So I'm totally fine with that. But that being said, it puts him at 0.597 as far as the rule is concerned. Should that be a hard and fast thing at 60%? Because obviously we're gonna have the Mike Leach conversation, which is a different conversation. What do you do with those things?
Well, and my thing, like the Mike Leach thing, he had such a profound effect on the game of football for his innovation on offense. I don't really think Les Miles really did that. I don't think anything was groundbreaking or innovative about the way that he coached that really made that big of the difference and has an effect on the game as a whole. Like, we're not going to be talking in 10 years like, man, the Les Miles effect on this offense or this team or whatever. Like, Mike Leach's presence is always going to be felt to some degree because of how innovative he was. And I just think Les Miles was a good coach that had success. And I really think that's about all you can say about his time in college football.
I was just reading the article. Also, during the Les Miles period, Will Wade was on campus too. So
that's right.
LSU was willing.
Forgot about that.
LSU was really going for it. But Les Miles' argument is that he never had a chance to defend himself.
Sure.
They vacated wins without a due process or a due trial, and that's what he is saying as far as why he is bringing forth this lawsuit. I'm okay with Les not getting into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and again, I don't think he pops to a lot of people's minds as being one of those coaches that just had that profound impact on the game, where I think that a lot of people are going to be on that side of, we absolutely got to get Les Miles in the Hall of Fame. Like, if he goes, good for him, but I'm not pounding the table for it.
Yeah, nobody's clamoring for Les Miles to come back.
Sure.
We don't really want to hear what Les Miles has to say about the game.
Sure.
He's kind of like somebody that was there, and to be honest, with the Kansas situation, left in a bit of disgrace.
And here's the thing: LSU is a school that everybody has success at. I think all of their past 3 coaches in Saban and Les Miles and then Ed Orgeron all won national championships. Brian Kelly, we're still waiting to be seen, but he's obviously playing at a high level. You have the recruiting advantage in a very talent-rich state, being the only Power 4 institution there. So there's a lot of advantages going to LSU, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a turnkey operation, but he did take over a very good team that Nick Saban left behind to go coach the Dolphins, was able to ride that to a national championship. And again, he was able to still win 10-plus games multiple times over later on to his tenure. But again, I don't think he necessarily built that program from the ground up.
Yeah, and then when you bring up Les Miles and then you bring up Ed Orgeron, it brings the phrase, not here for a long time, here for a good time.
That's right.
We're going to win. We're going to win big, and then this thing will probably flame out very wildly.
I'm going to say flame out because Ed Orgeron is very much that, the old saying of don't fly too close to the sun or you burn up your wings. He flew right into the sun and burned those things up. He had a hell of a ride doing it.
Yeah, but again, what are you going to tell those LSU fans? We're vacating your wins. All those feelings you felt in 2019 about being on top of the world and having the greatest offense, you didn't feel them. They didn't matter. They are now vacated.
We get the little, what the things Men in Black have.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. And so this is where the conversation comes into, like, man, listen, do we want to risk having to vacate our wins if we had a chance to win a national championship? I would venture to say that most fan bases would say, you know what? Give me the good time.
But again, when you look at the numbers, they are actually very impressive, all things considered. If you do put those 37 wins back in play, and again, the national championship is still a national championship at the end of the day, SEC championships, all that kind of stuff. So there is a lot there if you are going to make an argument for Les Miles being in. But again, right off the top of your head, you don't think of him as one of those guys.
Yeah, that's just my that's my gut reaction. I don't think of him because, and I didn't think about this point, but you brought it up. Not a game changer or not somebody that aside from him, my lasting influence is him eating grass.
Yes. The Mad Hatter.
That's about all I got.
Yeah.
That's about all I got. When you think about Les, you think about him eating grass.
He was good for some post-game quotes, too. He wasn't afraid to stir things up a little bit.
Quote.
So he was
far as offensive innovation, he was still running a toss sweep very late into the 2000s.
Very, very old school. Remember Jacob Hester, he was a fullback running back type deal. Like that's always kind of my lasting memory of Les Miles teams is like bruising backs, that kind of thing. So played an old school type of offense.
Yeah.
And again, it was successful at it. But again, I don't think we just automatically think of him as one of those all-time greats when it comes to college football.
Yeah, I don't think so. We will continue the conversation. Obviously, we'll bring back on. We will not be here tomorrow. But Thursday, we will give more breath to the Mike Leach conversation because I do think that's a different conversation, a conversation worth having, and we will never skip an opportunity to talk about Mike Leach as the early game continues. Quick reminder, we will not be in studio tomorrow. Everybody has the day off for Juneteenth, so we will be out. We'll be back on Thursday. The normal squad will be in. Tyler, we appreciate you filling in, doing your duty as always. Now I know it's difficult for a one-off.
It is.
It's because you don't have your brain set to get into a rhythm here, but we do appreciate it.
Absolutely. I think we got a couple more days next month as well, so we'll be seeing a lot of each other as talking season rolls on.
Yeah, as talking season continues.
But it's been a pretty good off-season talking season.
We have.
There's been some pretty decent content.
We had 2 whole weeks of a coaching search, which
we've been
was
very fortunate.
Such a blessing because I said this the other day. I was like, what we've been talking about for that 2 whole weeks if that wasn't taking place.
Exactly. I mean, there's only so much you can talk about with Joey Chestnut.
Yeah.
You know. WNBA has helped service up some content as well.
Very true. Fortunately or unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Yeah, depending on the day.
Yes. Yeah, so we've had a lot, but Tyler here, I'm here to call us all to the court, call us all to the carpet. We're all hypocrites.
Of course.
We're all hypocrites. We all know that we're hypocrites, but number one reason why we're hypocrites is because the Boston Celtics have just won their 18th title, the 5th post-merger, as we just heard in the break. And nobody cares.
No,
we're
not really.
Could care less. And the reason why we're hypocrites because everything that we say that we want in professional sports, this team has it. We have a storied franchise that pays attention to their traditions. They even have the same model parquet floor that they used to have.
Yep.
So we have a storied franchise. Not only do we have a storied franchise, we have a franchise which drafted 2 of their best players, respectively, in 2016 and 2017. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown have stayed with their teams for the past 7 and 8 years, built the franchise up, have gone through the trials and tribulations, have not left in free agency, have been homegrown talent. We say that that's what we want, right?
Sure. It's what we think.
That's what we think. Brad Stevens comes from Butler, goes to be the coach, moves to the front office, puts together a team full of savvy veterans. The basketball wonder kid has made it. We say we want front office guys to do their job and put together teams.
Yep.
Right?
That's what we say.
Young coach from the inside, 35 years old, a minority coach. What a great story this is. Used to be a former player, comes up through the organization, hardworking. Is that going to be enough to get us to care?
Not for the general fan.
Not for the general fan.
Now, again, if you love the Boston Celtics, you're on cloud 9 today, and rightfully so. Your team won its first title in 16 years. You got another parade, the 83rd parade that you've had since 2010 or something along those lines.
True.
So you're feeling pretty good about it. But in terms of dominating headlines, I feel like this is just kind of a meh more than anything else.
Yeah, and we sort of saw the collision course with this coming in because they've been dominant throughout this whole whole playoffs.
And respect to them for doing it.
And pretty much they've been dominant all year. They've been the best team in the NBA almost wire to wire. And so it's not as if it's a surprise, but even when you add up the cast of characters, if you was to nominate an NBA all boring team, it would be Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Al Horford.
Which, congratulations to him, by the way. I mean, he's been around for 47 years.
It was really funny watching Al Horford. My favorite meme about Al Horford is they just say Al Horford goes to bed in full pajamas every night, and I can't get over that. They he neatly folds his clothes every single night before he wakes up and makes his bed. Just the perfect gentleman looking guy, right?
Oh, totally.
Total dude, always clean shaven.
OG Atlanta Hawk.
OG, yeah, man.
Yep.
Way back. Drew Holiday, again, another guy's like, man, look at this guy. Great guy. But this team seems like a very professional business class type of dudes.
This is the team that it will help the old lady across the street.
100%.
They will pick up after themselves.
Everything you want.
They say please and thank you. Like they are as polite can be. That doesn't sell in the NBA, unfortunately.
It does not sell. And Jen, what also doesn't sell is our guy Jason Tatum playing Kevin Garnett karaoke. What do we think we should do? Should we play KG's first, then Tatum, or should we go which way should we go here?
I think honestly, do you do
You know him back to
Kevin
back.
Garnett's first? Because then it's like you hear what it is and then you hear that.
Yeah, do that.
Let's hear the original copy, then we'll hear the dub copy. Here's Kevin Garnett celebrating their trophy back in 2008, I believe, when he had the infamous meme of anything's possible. Here's Kevin Garnett. Iconic moment. Malden's own, South Carolina's own Kevin Garnett. We were so happy that he finally got a championship.
Oh,
and now Jason Tatum with his version.
oh my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it! Oh my God, we did it.
And I saw this up earlier. Apparently, I guess this was in the locker room after the game when he was addressing the team, quoted Kanye West from one of his, I guess, acceptance speeches on I Guess We'll Never Know. So he's just pulling out the Rolodex of quotes.
Yeah, Jason. He felt like he was losing confidence as he was going for it. Jay, can we play it one more time? Can we play it one more time? He was going for it, and he was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to. And he quote, Jay, let's hear Jason Tatum one more time.
Oh my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it! Oh my God, we did it.
So it's not quite anything's possible because, like I said, I send out the anything's possible meme seriously once a month.
It's gonna live on forever.
Forever, because it was an iconic moment. It was a spontaneous moment. It was awesome. I don't think Jason Tatum's was as spontaneous and authentic as KG's.
I will say what was cooler was him and his son when his son ran out on the court. Like, that was neat. That was cool to see.
Again, Family Guy.
Sure.
Right after Father's Day. And his son is always available. His son is always there. It's a big part in his life. We've seen this. Everything that we think we say we want out of our professional athletes, this team has it in spades. And you know what?
Right.
At every turn, we're like, nah, no, thank you. I prefer my NBA with a little more spice to it.
Yeah. Nameless texter, saying how fun of a team they are to watch, but he's looking at this from a perspective of a fan. Which,
of
again,
course,
if you're a fan. This is great. Like,
great basketball.
Fantastic. You're
Jason
loving it.
Tatum's one of the smoothest basketball players you've seen.
Sure.
Silky smooth. Drew Holiday, defensive workman. Jaylen Brown has worked on his left-hand dribble. Yeah. Finally figured out ways to get to the hoop.
And that's the thing. We're not taking away anything that they accomplished, not by any means, but it's just, again, I feel like this falls into one of those championships that people are going to, unfortunately, forget about in the very near future.
Al Horford turned himself into a three-point machine. I don't know. When did that happen? I don't know. Yes, everything that you want to say about actual basketball, there's no doubt that this team has it. But when we talk about the entertainment factor of a team, it's going to be very difficult for anybody outside of the Boston area to probably remember this team unless they torture us with another year of dominance.
Maybe so.
Which is very possible for this team. It's very possible that they can come back and bore us to death for a whole nother year. By the way, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, they're signing long-term deals.
They're not going anywhere.
We could be subject to this for a long time.
Could be the beginning.
Tyler, appreciate you, man.
Absolutely.
This is the early game.
All right, got some junk on the roads. This is going to be at Eugene near Blossom at Hampton Street. Also a wreck. It's going to be at North Grampian Hills at 2 Notch Road, 20 eastbound at exit 61, 20 westbound, exit 33, 26 eastbound just before, Chapin exit, and 20 westbound St. Andrews Road, exit 106, right at Malfunction Junction. Weather outlook for today, 90 for a high under partly cloudy skies. Wednesday, 90 for a high under partly cloudy skies. Thursday, mostly sunny, 90 for a high. And then Friday, mostly sunny, 92. Saturday, 95. Sunday, 96. Monday, 97. Going to get hotter, hotter, and hotter.
Nine o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Welcome in. It is now time for the Extra Point. Tyler Head and our guy Sam Shapiro joining us once again from WIS. Been a couple weeks since you've been in here. Good to have you back. 74 days till we kick off college football with South Carolina and Old Dominion. Welcome into what we like to call talking season. As the sports calendar starts to slow down, this is when things get very interesting when it comes to doing a show, to doing shows like this every week.
Well, it'll feel like a long way out now, but I guarantee you we'll blink and it'll be 5 days away.
Well, I like to look at football from the perspective of like any kind of content being good, right? And especially with college football, the month of July or June, you know, we have recruiting going on, we have camps and all those kind of things. Next month, we're right at a month from now, we get SEC Media Day, so we'll hear from the coaches, get, you know, players talking about the upcoming season. So, okay, that gets to a point. And then at the beginning of August, you know, you have camp starting to lead you up to the beginning of the season. NFL preseason starts in about early to mid-August as well. So we're really right on the cusp of things really starting to kick into gear before the season starts. And I agree with you. Once you kind of get to those points, it really feels like it starts to fly by. It's just getting through these couple weeks of the dog days of summer until you get to mid-July. That's kind of like the most crucial point in the year, it feels like.
Yeah, I always like to call this period the calm before the storm type period, you know,
Right.
where the buildup, you know, kind of comes in. And I feel like this year there's a lot of buildup people should be excited for.
Absolutely. And I talked about this yesterday. We're entering such a new realm in college football. And I know you're newer to the Southeast, where, of course, college football is king over everything. But we're experiencing more change this year than ever before, particularly when it comes to the way the championships can be decided. A 12-team playoff, which, again, is pretty standard at every other level of football, but not college football. Not at the Division I FBS level. It's always been decided by polls. Had the BCS. I've had the 14 playoff for the past decade. Now we're really opening up the field. And I went over this yesterday. You know, in most years with the 14 playoff, we'd look at, I don't know, anywhere between 8 to maybe 11 or 12 contenders before the season started, saying these teams have a shot at winning the national championship or making the playoff. Now, I mean, we're talking about 30-ish, maybe even more teams that go into the season with the realistic mindset of, hey, we can make it into the postseason this year.
Yeah, and I think, you know, injuries and, you know, staying healthy is going to play a huge factor in what teams really go far throughout that postseason. I mean, you got more teams kind of making that push towards, you know, that the one goal everybody's going for. But I think if, you know, when you have more teams, obviously you got to play more games.
Yeah.
So I think that's one thing a lot of people necessarily don't consider, you know, when they typically have these shorter football seasons in general, just because, you know, you got guys in pads slamming against each other. So it'll be interesting to see how how teams kind of stay healthy through a longer format of games.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's what you can't. Obviously, your strength and conditioning goes a long way in trying to keep you healthy and all that kind of stuff. But it's a natural part of playing football. Injuries happen, and sometimes they can hurt you worse than than other times. And when we kind of loop this into South Carolina, you know, I know you weren't here last season, but the offensive line was such an issue on this team, and so much of it revolved around the injuries on the offensive line, to where it really took 8-9 weeks into the season before we actually got a starting five that was consistent, because you were constantly rotating guys in and out. This guy would get injured, that guy would get injured, and it was just an area of the team that was completely snake bitten. And for anybody that knows football, if your offensive line can't gel and work together on a consistent basis, you're not going to have a lot of success. And that's what we saw last year, which, it started off in week number 1 where they gave up 9 sacks to North Carolina and kind of persisted, not as bad as that, but really persisted throughout the entire season.
Well, I think a big key going into the first at least 4 or 5 weeks of the season is figuring out who that core group of guys is at least going to be, to kind of work on building that chemistry. I know a lot of the stuff I was seeing, like you were saying, rotating guys in and out throughout the season. You can't really build long-term chemistry if you're rotating, parts of the puzzle in and out throughout the year. If you keep, a core 5 group of guys at least through the first 4 or 5 weeks, you can kind of see what trajectory they're going to develop on. And then maybe if, you see one side of the line, or maybe there's a certain point in that where it could be improved or strength, built upon, then you kind of make modifications from there.
And I want to give a lot of credit to what Coach Beamer and company have done this offseason, because they did have a fair amount of guys returning on the offensive line, but they went out there and addressed it in the transfer portal as well, brought in several guys, as well as bringing in some highly touted true freshmen as well, to where, and again, knock on wood, everybody stays healthy. You have so many bodies in the room, guys with a lot of experience, guys that come in as highly touted recruits, that you should be able to carve out a starting 5 from those guys, assuming everybody stays healthy.
Yeah, and I think it would just free up so many offensive opportunities for them. I mean, they got a plethora of wide receiver talent, through the transfer portal and just recruiting high school talent over this last year. I think in terms of the offensive flexibility it's going to give them, having that chemistry with their offensive line, I think it's just going to do so many wonders for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So excited to see what's going to happen there, and particularly when you talk about what we expect this offense to be. And Lenore Sellers has a great arm, and we saw that on display at times last year when he did, get into games in garbage time. But a big part of his skill is his running ability. And Spencer Rattler last season, he could run when he needed to. If, the play broke down, he could flush out of the pocket, get you a couple of yards, but that wasn't his primary objective on offense. What we know about Lenore Sellers, that's going to be a big part of how this offense is run, RPOs, design runs, those kind of things, where that offensive line is going to take up even more importance this year, because 1, you're having to block for more runs, and 2, you're having to keep your quarterback healthy as well.
Mm-hmm. I think Sellers and the line kind of just need to always be on the same page of just the spacing of the pocket, because like you said, he's very flexible, he's very mobile, he can kind of use his legs to his advantage. So I think if he's kind of on the same page where he's going to have that spacing, working with that same core group of guys through the first couple of weeks, I think by week 5, week 6, they could, read each other like, think on the same wavelength.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm excited to see, and, we're not going to get any inkling of this until the season actually starts, because they want to keep it under wraps as long as possible. But I'm very excited to see what Dow Loggins as a play caller is going to be able to do with that type of quarterback. And look, this is a guy that has spent a long time in the NFL before coming down to South Carolina and college football, and has traditionally worked with more of your pocket passer type of quarterbacks. But, he seems to be a very good offensive mind and seems to be very excited for what Lenore Sellers is going to bring to the table, in addition to some of these more versatile guys at wide receiver. You got Rocket Sanders, who has already established himself as one of the better running backs in the SEC from his time in Arkansas. So you got a lot of parts and pieces that could generate what I think is a really fun offense this year.
Yeah, I was going to say, you actually brought up Rocket Sanders, who I was going to talk about. It's just going to be so interesting seeing how he kind of develops with this team. And, as like we were kind of talking about, as that line kind of develops chemistry, even if we do kind of see that line, maybe struggle through the first couple of weeks, maybe he'll have to step up and kind of, run ground and pound and kind of fight his way through, the pile on some of those plays. I mean, especially, it'll be interesting to see how he kind of works as that line kind of figures out, the situation there.
Yeah, and again, we know that how good of a running back he is already from what we've seen in the SEC so far. So if he can get good blocks, he should be able to maintain that status quo, assuming the injuries don't pop up for him, once again. I think it's just as important as well to talk about the other side of the line when we talk about defense. And again, a thing that really plagued this team last year was lack of pass rush up front. And we had moments like TJ Sanders had good games here and there, but it wasn't consistent, especially when it came to coming off the edge of getting pressure on quarterbacks, which again, when you talk about the good offensive lines that you're going to be going up against in the SEC, you got to be able to generate pressure on quarterbacks to affect those guys to make a difference in those games that, again, a credit to what Shane Beamer and company have done this offseason, going out there and bringing in a lot of veteran guys in addition to returning guys on the defensive line as well, where hopefully you're going to have more of that pass rush this season.
I'm excited to see what plays Dylan Stewart takes out of Clowney's playbook this offseason.
Yeah, and you want to manage your expectations with somebody like him, and this is kind of the same thing that we've run into with Nick Harbor, where I call it shiny object syndrome, where people, they see that star rating. They hear all the hype. Hey, this guy's a 5-star. This guy's done this. This guy can do this athletically and all that kind of stuff. They want to see it immediately to where, and it was funny a season ago, we kind of tried to temper people's expectations with Nick Harbor. Like, hey, we know this guy's a 5-star. We know this guy's a freak athlete. He's not a natural wide receiver. So don't expect him to go out there and, have 100 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first couple of weeks or something like that. And that's exactly what happened. He's still developing as the season went along. I don't want to say we're going to put Dylan Stewart in that same box, but he does have to earn his way onto the field. And there's a lot of experience in that edge room. You got Kyle Kennard coming over from Georgia Tech. You got Gilbert Edmond coming back to South Carolina. You got a lot of experience that's going to be in there that he's going to have to fight for playing time. But if what we've heard from spring, what we've seen in the spring game, what we've read about in Gamecock Central, if all that proves to be true, I do think Dylan Stewart's going to be able to find his way on the field, and if he lives up to the hype, should be able to generate some of that pass rush that they were lacking last season ago.
Sounds like it's definitely going to help the defensive front at least, but, being able to develop kind of in an environment where you have, transfers and experienced guys already, coming in, being, having the stars attached to you like that. I mean, it definitely, you have people that are definitely going to want to show you the ropes, but it definitely helps kind of having multiple perspectives to kind of learn from.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, he doesn't have to come in here and set the world on fire in year number one. And I know, I don't know if you caught this or not, when we heard from Dylan Stewart back in the spring when he got to talk to the media for the first time, he placed lofty expectations on himself. He says, I want to set like the single season freshman sack record, which I believe Clowney set with 8 or something along those lines. Don't quote me on that. That might be wrong. But and also, being All-American. And that's high praise. That's high goals that he's setting for himself that he can certainly live up to. But even if he doesn't, it's like, don't press panic and say he's a bust or anything like that. You do have to give him time, and obviously has to earn his way onto the field. But plenty of reason to be excited for him. And, a lot of these guys that not only come in as freshmen, but also that Carolina is able to bring in the transfer portal as well.
It'll be interesting to see how he adds to that defense and kind of, solidifying, what they can do, at least in terms of getting to the quarterback. I know that was a big issue for the Gamecocks last season. I think he is definitely kind of at least a piece going forward that could kind of help at least put pressure in the pocket.
Absolutely. And again, 74 days away from kickoff until South Carolina starts off with Old Dominion. We will take a look at some broader things in the SEC. Jesse Simonson of On3 put out an interesting list of his Heisman candidates for the Southeastern Conference this year. Do we agree with the list? Anybody that may have been omitted from it? We'll talk about that coming up next. I'll remind you, as always, you can listen to us on the 107.5 The Game app. Just go to the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store, give it a download, and listen to us wherever you go. Also, watch us on the Game TV, powered by Integrated Media and sponsored by our friends over at Shepherd's Glass. It is The Extra Point. He is Sam Shapiro from WIS. I'm Tyler Head on your Tuesday morning on The Game. Hold on. Let me remind you once again about our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialist. If you notice anything wrong around your home, things like cracks in your exterior brick, cracks in walls or above windows and door frames, doors and windows that might be sticking a little bit, or uneven, bouncy floors, or cracks of your garage door, any of these problems could be signs of serious foundation issues with your home. If that's the case, you need to check out our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialist. Go online and schedule an appointment today at cantycanfixit.com. They'll send out a professional to evaluate your home's foundation and let you know what you need to do to get your home fixed up right for you and your family to live comfortably going forward. Again, schedule an appointment today online at cantycanfixit.com for our friends over at Canty Foundation Specialist. Welcome back in. Is the Extra Point. Tyler Head, Sam Spear from WIS hanging out here on this Tuesday in the midst of talking season where we create lists, we speculate, and we wonder what the upcoming football season is going to give us, including who's going to win the Heisman Trophy. That's always a hot button topic as we go into a new college football season. Jesse Simonson, who writes for On3, was on with Paul Feinbaum yesterday on his show discussing a list of candidates out of the SEC who he thinks might be in contention for the Heisman Trophy this year.
Interesting. I don't know.
Good afternoon, Paul. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, I think, one of the more fascinating Heisman races we've seen. First time in a couple of years. There's not a returning Heisman winner. No Caleb Williams. Obviously, no Bryce Young. Jaden Daniels off to the NFL. So with this being kind of a wide open college football season as well, you know, you can kind of center on a couple top contenders, the Carson Becks, the Quinn Ewers of the world. Obviously, those two guys from the SEC. But I think a guy like Jalen Milroe at Alabama, you know, could be an X factor in the race too, if he can kind of replicate what he did last year, but play with more consistency. He and I think a guy like Miko Alamaliava, you know, at Tennessee, they can kind of change the geometry on the field. You have to cover them as both a dual threat runner, explosive passers. So I'm going to be very interested to see how this kind of Heisman season plays out, not only in the SEC, but across the country.
And when you look at the Heisman Trophy, the SEC's won 4 out of the last 5. Obviously, Jaden Daniels winning it a season ago at LSU. And, you know, this has become a quarterback award. I mean, I know Devonta Smith won it a couple years ago as a wide receiver at Alabama. That was the COVID year. That almost seemed like kind of an anomaly. But this typically is going to go to a quarterback. And the SEC this year, for as many new quarterbacks they're breaking in, some pretty remarkable ones that could be returning for another year. I mean, Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck, as well as Jalen Milroe, kind of topping that list of guys that we expect to not only lead the conference, but be among the best in the country as well.
It's nice to see, you know, the guys gunning for, you know, that big, you know, that big award right here in the SEC. I'm curious to see how Jackson Dart poses towards getting that award. I mean, with a name like that, and you know, typically Ole Miss, you know, is not maybe as strong as maybe the Alabama or the Georgias, but you know, maybe if he could bring them there for maybe even like a stretch.
Well, and Jackson Dart has the advantage of being one of the more experienced quarterbacks in the SEC, been around this league for a couple of years, has a lot of new talent coming in via the transfer portal, including our own Juice Wells coming in as one of his wide receivers. So I think there's a complement of pieces around him that are going to allow him to put up good numbers this upcoming year. Obviously, he has the ability to run the ball as well. I think he kind of falls more into my dark horse category, if I was really kind of being honest here, because I do I think Quinn Ewers is probably going to be the affront number one. Now, he did lose, you know, some guys on his offense as well, like Xavier Worthy, but he ends up getting Isaiah Bond and Amari Niblack, 2 guys from Alabama that should help him, you know, fill those gaps this season. And look, Texas is obviously one of those schools that garners a lot of attention just by being Texas. And if Quinn Ewers can have a breakout year, or not even a breakout year, he's already had a breakout year, but if he can have a good, consistent year and stay healthy as well, there's no reason why he can't be on the stage come December.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even if he continues to play at that high level, even, you know, with those previous pieces kind of moving out and kind of some of those new guys you mentioned coming in, if he can continue to play at that high level and maybe even build upon that, it'll be interesting. He'd have a great case to make that Heisman Trophy win. But also, you know, Jalen Milroe, he's going to be great to watch. You know, now coaching first year without Nick Saban. I mean, if he goes and balls out, he'd make a great case for the Heisman also.
And Jalen Milroe is such an interesting case because at the beginning of last season, everybody's ready to bench the guy. After they lost to Alabama, didn't have a great performance in that game, threw 2 interceptions, didn't even play the next week in that god-awful game they played against South Florida. You know, I think everybody realized, hey, Jalen Milroe is probably the best option we got after that, so they rolled with him. And he's somebody that got better as the season went along, to the point where he was playing his best football by season's end, was obviously, you know, through that miracle play throw against Auburn, help him win that game, help lead Alabama past Georgia in the SEC championship game. Didn't play lights out football necessarily in the Rose Bowl, but was still good enough to have Alabama in that game there to take that game into overtime. But I think he's somebody else that in his second full year as a starter has the opportunity to take a big step forward out there at Alabama.
Yeah, and I think this year especially is going to be a big test to see, is it kind of the system Alabama has that, grooms up, I guess, these quarterbacks that they kind of, shoot out. Because I feel like they have quarterbacks like on display. I mean, we even saw Mac Jones was a great example. He fit into that system well and then kind of, made it to the pros and was nowhere near the same player. But a lot of the time I feel like you see these guys come into the system, they develop, and then they go out and then they ball out. Bryce Young typically hasn't been the best example of that either. But I think this year he could, he's got the potential to turn it around either this or next year.
Well, it's really funny how much of a shift Alabama's made just really in this past decade, even less than a decade, because for so long, Alabama quarterbacks were thought of as game managers, right? Guys that, all right, just hand the ball off, throw for $150 and don't turn the ball over. Greg McElroy famously has those, ridiculously low stat numbers from the national championship back in 2010 against Texas. A.J. McCarron, led the team to multiple national championships without being overly remarkable. But, really since Jalen Hurts and Tua, you mentioned Mac Jones, Bryce Young, obviously, like the uptick in performance of quarterbacks where they're being thought of in Heisman races, being thought of as top overall picks in the draft has really shifted and shown what Alabama's done in adapting to today's game of college football. And Jalen Milroe, well, I don't think he's thought of in that same light as those guys potentially being top picks in the draft necessarily. I do think if he plays to his full potential, could very well be one of the best quarterbacks in college football this year.
It'll be interesting to see how he kind of works with that new system and how he kind of, comes into his own, kind of as the full-time starter, especially for the Crimson Tide.
Absolutely. And then the other guy at the top of this list, again, for per Jesse Simonson of On 3, is Carson Beck. And Carson Beck is a very interesting case because he's not flashy by any means, as he now enters his second full season as a starter there at Georgia. But his number is very respectable: 3,900 yards through the air, 24 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Does a very good job of protecting the ball. Obviously, has the complement of having a lot of very good talent around him. I think he needs to step those numbers up a little bit more if he wants to be considered into that Heisman race. But again, being the fact that this is going to be his second year in that offense as the full-time starter, I think that's possible as well.
He's got the keys to a nice Mercedes-Benz right there.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, where for a long time, a team like Georgia would probably turn to a game manager type of quarterback, say, all right, just keep things on the rails, get the balls to your playmakers, and don't make any mistakes. But I do think Carson Beck has that level of trust and has that level of skill where I think they can truly hand him the reins and let him wield this offense to the abilities that his skills allow him to.
Mm-hmm. And, going into that second year, the first year it was kind of feels as more of an experiment year. The experiment worked well. Now it's kind of seeing how they can build upon that experiment to make it, a more cohesive kind of team.
Yeah, and he had multiple 300-yard games season ago against some very good teams like Ole Miss and Kentucky as well. So it'd be interesting to see what year 3 wields for them. And I can't definitively tell you for sure that the Heisman Trophy winner is going to come out of the SEC, but I'd be willing to bet at least 1 or 2 of the representatives in New York are from the Southeastern Conference in December.
I want to see somebody from the SEC down there or up there, in a flashy suit for sure.
Absolutely. And again, 4 out of the last 5, the only exception being Caleb Williams back in 2022. Shift gears over to baseball coming up next. Sam's not been in here since the coaching search really kicked into another gear last week with the hiring of Paul Mainieri. We'll get his thoughts on that, talk a little bit about what's happening with this team and maintaining the roster coming back as well. Reminder, once again, later on this week, post-game show with Jay and Elijah going to be broadcasting live at Old Mill Brew Pub in Lexington, 711 East Main Street, going from 3 until 6 on Thursday, and then the early game on Friday going to be out at Liberty on the Lake, 1602 Marina Road in Irmo, with all proceeds going to the Big Red Barn Retreat out there in Blythewood. Again, that's coming up at the end of the week. He is Sam Shapiro from WIS. I'm Tyler Head. It is the Extra Point on your Tuesday on the Game. Welcome back in. Extra Point. Tyler Head, Sam Shapiro from WIS hanging out on this Tuesday. It is time for Who Did the Heavy Lifting, brought to you by our friends over at TEC Equipment Rentals over there in West Columbia. Appreciate those guys for supporting us here at the game. And, you know, you haven't been here for the past couple of weeks, but I think it goes without saying that Paul Mainieri has done a lot of heavy lifting of bringing hope to this fan base, something that they haven't had a lot of these past couple of years. And I say that not as a dig on Mark Kingston, but what he was accomplishing here and what his bar for success was did not match what this fan base was expecting. I go back to when they got eliminated from the regional a couple weeks ago against NC State, and he was asked the question, you know, hey, you guys were in a super last year, got bounced in regional this year. Do you think the season was successful? And in a roundabout way that he said yes. A lot of people didn't like that because when you have the success that this program's had, anything short of Omaha is an unsuccessful season. And again, that ended up being one of his final answers as head coach here. But, you know, there's been this shift now where you bring in a guy in Paul Mainieri that's been there, won a national championship, been to Omaha multiple times, that when he tells you he's going to get this team back there, you can look at his track record and firmly believe it.
Based on, I know when we were talking about it, it was a debate between, you know, are they going to go with Monty Lee or are they going to look for somebody that's got, you know, the super stacked resume with a lot of experience that can get them back to, you know, Omaha, back where they were two-peating, almost three-peating. When you bring in the guy with the seventh most wins in Division I history, I mean, that's got to get people fired up. So, I mean, it makes sense why people are excited about this hire.
Absolutely, and he's the current active wins leader in all of Division I now that he's back in the game after being retired for a couple seasons. And this is what we talked about, you know, last week. And when he had his introductory press conference and said, hey, this isn't like we'll get there in 5 years. Like, no, he's coming here expecting to win in year number one, which to a degree, every coach is going to say that. But when you hear it from a guy like him who's had the resume that he has, you can believe it. Like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. This guy knows what it takes to get a team back to that level. It's a different game of college baseball than what he left a couple years ago with NIL and the transfer portal and all that kind of stuff. But he put a good staff around him. Monty Lee staying on the staff. You bring in Terry Rooney, who was kind of his right-hand man. John Hendry coming over for Virginia. So a lot of reasons to be excited for this team going forward.
I don't know, kind of listening to, you know, some of the reaction from Coach Mainieri, you know, coming into this system specifically, this might be kind of an interesting comparison, but it reminded me almost kind of when, and I'm comparing totally two different sports here, but when Peyton Manning almost joined the Denver Broncos, you know, kind of seeing him come in a little bit, him going, I'm going to come in and we're going to win, and him kind of taking, you know, an already pretty solid program to an entirely new level. You know, I kind of just felt that presence from Mainieri, you know, talking about, you know, I want to come in and I want to win.
Well, and a lot of people drew similarities to when Steve Spurrier came here in the mid-2000s, where this is a program that did not have the rich winning history that the baseball program had in years past, but it was a program that needed that spark. And Lou Holtz had come in and kind of got him back on track to a degree with football, but then Steve Spurrier took it to another level, winning 10 games, going to major bowl games, picking up wins against big rivals, and really kind of set it on a path that, you know, was hopefully going to be sustained going forward, which, again, that hasn't necessarily happened the way that South Carolina would want it to on the football standpoint, but this is a big move for Carolina baseball that we talked about so much last week, where, you know, you tried the assistant coach thing, you tried the guy that was in a group of 5 that had some success. Now you go out there and get a bona fide head coach that can come in and really make a difference, and that's what we expect Paul Mainieri to do. And we're slowly starting to see the roster come together. A big part of building a roster is maintaining guys as well. And starting today out in Phoenix, you have a couple key guys that are getting set to get evaluated for the MLB draft to see if they want to come back for another year or if they want to try their aspirations to the next level.
Well, selfishly, I hope Cole Messina comes back and plays with Mainieri, because that would be an interesting duo to watch.
Absolutely. And Cole Messina has kind of been the heart and soul of this team, it seems like, in the past couple of years. And, you know, no question, a leader that you would love to have back for another year. I don't know how much another year would improve his draft stock necessarily. It kind of, to me, goes back to if he firmly believes, because, again, this is a kid that grew up wanting to play for this team, wanting to go to the College World Series, if he really thinks that Paul Mainieri can get them back to the College World Series in his final year, is that enough to make him come back? I don't know for sure. If I was him, I would probably go ahead and go to the MLB draft. But if he decided to come back, I wouldn't be shocked by it.
Either option doesn't really sound bad. I mean, he's getting a big bag in the MLB, or he's, setting himself up for potential to get a nice little piece of jewelry in Omaha.
Well, and that's the funny thing about college baseball today and college sports in general, where if you decide to forego the draft, you can still get paid in college because of NIL.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. We know baseball, if you're in the minor leagues, you're not making gobs of money until you get that major league deal. So what you could make in an extra year at South Carolina might actually be more than what you would make on a minor league contract in year number one, fresh out of the draft. So, and I don't know how much further he can elevate his draft stock with another year in college baseball, but for the chance to go to Omaha might be enticing enough. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I was going to say, anytime you have the opportunity to kind of stitch yourself, in any type of SEC sports history, whether it's football or baseball, I feel like once in a lifetime experience. He'd have to get a lot of money offered to him to pass that up if I were him.
Yeah, and he's going there to get evaluated as a catcher. You also have Eli Jerzenbeck, Eli Jones, and Roman Kimball going out there as well to get evaluated. All those guys as pitchers, and I don't know how many of these guys will come back. You'd love to have all of them. You certainly have a good crop of young pitchers that you expect to kind of take a step up next year. But if you could get a Jerzenbeck or a Jones or even a Kimball, if he can kind of settle into what we hoped he was going to be this past season, you could have a very good core of pitchers for next season, which, again, that's going to be very important in a league like the SEC. Now, if you don't get those guys back, you can obviously go out in the transfer portal and get some guys as well. But there seems to be a lot of belief from guys within this program that Mainieri's going to be the guy, and we've already seen several of them declare that they're going to be coming back.
Yeah, I don't think pitching is something necessarily the Gamecocks should potentially worry about, even if, all three of those guys go. Like you said, they could, maybe recruit people it's a long off season. They could recruit a lot of people, but it'll be interesting to see how those pitchers either, whether they choose to go to the MLB or if they choose to kind of stay with Mainieri, how they would develop potentially.
And we did get the news yesterday afternoon that former South Carolina head coach Mark Kingston has indeed found his new landing spot. Was reported on by Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball the other day. Going to Creighton as an assistant head coach initially, will be taking over the full-time head coaching duty in 2026 after their current head coach Ed Cervais for the 2025 season. And Terry and I talked about this yesterday. And again, this isn't meant to rag on Coach Kingston. I'm just kind of being honest here. The record that he has, the resume that he had here at South Carolina, is perfect for what Creighton expects. Creighton is a program that does not have a rich history of going to Omaha, despite the fact they play in Omaha, which is the joke that, hey, finally Kingston made it to Omaha, with the school that plays out there. But their current head coach, Ed Cervais, in 20 years there, has just made 5 NCAA tournaments, which, again, at a lot of places like South Carolina, that's unacceptable. Place like Creighton, that's okay. So Kingston goes there. If he can do what he did at South Carolina, make a handful of tournaments in 7 to 8 years, maybe even pop a super every now and then, I mean, they're going to love him out there. You know what I mean? Because the bar for expectation is a whole lot lower.
Do you think maybe setting the bar lower for him would help kind of set the stage for him to maybe help that team kind of go to the next level? Or do you kind of maybe see him staying in the same?
I think the fact that he has experience coaching in the SEC should prove beneficial in the Big East.
Yeah.
Because the Big East isn't it's not like basketball where the Big East is seen as one of the best conferences, in that respective sport. I think he has the ability to be very competitive in the Big East. And if anything, I think he leverages this job to try and get back to a Power 5 level, SEC, Big 12, something like that down the road. Because when you've been to that level, you want to get back there. Like, I don't think he sees this as, okay, I'm going to set my roots down in Creighton for the next 20 years or something like that. Like, I think if he can be successful at Creighton, he can work his way back to a high-level job. But again, there's not going to be the pressure put on him there like it was here when he came in.
Well, I know me and you were both talking Kingston is a big numbers guy, and, Creighton clearly winning 60% of their matchups last year, 35 wins. Nothing too shabby to, look by, but, kind of joining a system like that, like you said, I think they'll love him.
Absolutely. So, again, want to wish him best of luck. And, again, it didn't work out here at South Carolina, but Kingston seems like a good guy from all accounts and was obviously very friendly to all of us here at the game whenever we interacted with him, but just did not work out from a performance standpoint on the diamond for the Gamecocks. But we wish him the best of luck with the Blue Jays out there in Creighton. And who knows, maybe he works his way back into being at a power program eventually down the line. We'll come back, wrap up today's edition of the X Point, and get some thoughts on last night's NBA Finals as the Celtics locked up their 18th championship, defeating the Mavericks in 5 games. We'll have that coming up next. Is the X Point. He's Sam Shapiro from WIS. I'm Tyler Head here on The Game.
Seconds to go. Missed free throw. Horford the rebound. Here's Pritchard. He loves these. Puts it up half court to the buzzer. Bang! Pritchard at the buzzer with a three-pointer.
Welcome back in. Extra Point. Tyler Head, Sam Spear from WIS wrapping things up on the Extra Point today. That was right at halftime. Peyton Pritchard with another half-court shot, just like he had back in game number 2 against Dallas, to really, at that point in time, I feel like solidify the fact that Boston was going to win. Look, they've been the dominant team this entire series. They threw a bone to Dallas the other night, if nothing else, to just make sure they were going to be able to claim the championship on their home court. But they've been far away the better team. They went on a run at the end of the first quarter to kind of gap Dallas, and I get Dallas kind of closed the gap a little bit there in that second quarter, but there was no part of me that thought the Mavericks were going to win last night and extend this to a Game 6. And really, the second half was cruise control. I mean, Boston was just was unfazed and just creeping closer and closer to claiming that championship. First time in 16 years, the Boston Celtics are world champions again.
I know we were just joking about this earlier, but now they got 2 rings for almost each finger.
Do the math here. Yes.
They got 2 on 8 of their 10.
9 of the 10.
So technically, all of your because technically your thumbs are opposable joints. So you got rings for each like technical finger, and then you got 1 ring for each thumb.
Okay, there you go. That works perfectly.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, even just looking at the box score, you could kind of tell both teams kind of – I feel like Dallas was kind of waving the white flag after halftime, 20-point lead going into that second half. And then both teams, eerily enough, both scored very close to exactly 20 points through both quarters.
Yeah.
I mean, the memes waking up to this morning of – Luka, are you going to play defense today? And it's just like a Teletubby walking through like a field.
It's going to be very interesting to see because Luka's still very young. I know it feels like he's been around forever, still very young. It's going to be interesting to see what the learning process from this finals experience does for him. Because, again, he got put on blast, and rightfully so, for his lack of defense, for his complaining to officials. Can he grow from this and become a better player going forward?
Well, I think one thing he could do to at least help himself would be, like you said, kind of dial back on the refs a little bit. I know, especially in this series, we could see he was upset about a lot of the calls, and he let the refs know. And that ultimately, I think, kind of bit him in the butt, as we saw in, I believe it was Game 3, he fouled out. Mm-hmm. And, he's, falling on the floor, throwing a fit, screaming, having the bench challenge the call so he could maybe play the last 4 minutes of the game, and they lose anyway. So, that also comes with being very young. I mean, he's 25. Mm-hmm. He's got so much room to mature, and I think especially as he kind of develops, once he gets older and kind of matures a little bit and at least kind of learns to let some of those calls go, that will definitely help him. But I think this Mavericks team, especially, like Kyrie and Luka, great offensive, prowess, one of the best backcourt duos in the NBA. They need a Marcus Smart or an Avery Bradley or an on-ball perimeter defender like that if they want to, win more than one game in a series like this finals.
Sure, absolutely. So, again, the Mavericks are going to be good going forward, but, man, it really doesn't seem like Boston's going to be slowing down anytime soon. This has perennially been one of the better teams in the league these past couple of years, finally broke through and got that championship for the first time since 2008. If you look at Tatum, you look at, Brown, like these guys are going to be around there for a while. Like, I don't see any sign of this team, taking a step back anytime soon.
No, and I mean, just 2 years ago, they were back in it again with Golden State. I mean, the year before, they were going toe-to-toe with Miami, almost the first team to come back from a 3-0 lead. I mean, they've got a really complete team, too, which I think helps them. I know in years past, Tatum's kind of been looked at more of the superstar centerpiece kind of part of the team, but this team actually got it done, and he wasn't really the centerpiece. I mean, he kind of almost stepped back a little bit, kind of let Jaylen Brown kind of drive the boat, and that almost helped the team more. I mean, right. It opened more people up to make more baskets and kind of facilitate a little bit as well. And even Peyton, I mean, we joke about Peyton Pritchard making those half-court shots, but it just gave so many guys a lot of more opportunities, especially on the offensive side of the ball. And then you have glue guys like Al Horford and then young guys coming in like Peyton Pritchard, and then you have Derek White that are able to kind of come into their own game, but also add, stuff they're comfortable doing as well.
Are you disappointed that the finals weren't more exciting?
I was disappointed that Jimmy Butler was injured because that series against Boston, I'm not saying Miami would have won. Don't get it twisted because, this year's team versus last year's series, every series against Boston and Miami has been different. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think is very interesting and what keeps it, spicy. Like, even that series, Miami's up 3-0. Jason Tatum doesn't roll his ankle in that first quarter. That Game 7 looks totally different. So it's interesting seeing how that team, how both of those teams I'm a little biased, but seeing how both of those teams have kind of developed over the last 3 years. I mean, Boston's been a top 3 team regular season wise in the East, and Miami's kind of been towards the bottom of the conference. But, just seeing those teams kind of go toe to toe and how they've always found a way to kind of make it to the end of the season, not ended up in Cancun around May or June, has been very exciting to watch.
Absolutely. Well, that'll wrap the NBA season. So now we enter basketball's off season. We're just baseball going to be going on for the next couple months here until we get into football season. Appreciate it as always, Sam, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you so much for having me, Tyler. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. That'll do it for today's edition of The Extra Point. Coming up next, it is the Garnet Trust Hour with today's guest, Bam Martin-Scott, linebacker for South Carolina football, sitting down with our guy, Chris Clark. So all that coming up next here on your Tuesday on The Game. Welcome back in. It is the Garnet Trust Hour. Tyler Head and Chris Clark along with you here on your Tuesday on the Game. Again, thanks to Bam Martin Scott for taking some time with us this week to be our Garnet Trust guest. A lot of good things that we unpacked from Bam there. Did not know he was from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Do you know who else is from Fort Wayne, Indiana?
No clue.
That'd be Pro Football Hall of Famer Rod Woodson.
Oh.
There's actually a long list of people from Fort Wayne. They have their own, Wikipedia page of the people from there. Quite a few athletes.
Wonder if Bam Martin Scott will one day.
I was going to say he's not on there yet.
Right.
But he might be.
Could be.
If he has another. If what we saw out of him, and you guys talked about this towards the end there in that last segment, of course, we talk about the 3-3-5 and how much he factored into that and how much we saw him emerge when they started using that more towards the end of the season. And again, there's going to be a mix of it this year, but we would assume it's going to be used more than it was in the first half of last year. If he can play at that same level we saw a year ago, this is a guy that could turn a lot of heads this year.
Well, he certainly started turning heads last season. I mean, it's really interesting when I think back about last year. You know, the month of October for South Carolina goes quite poorly on defense.
Abysmal.
You know, can't force a turnover. You think back to like the Florida game is the best example of it. You know, just can't get stops on 3rd and long, 4th and long, give up too many points, can't create a turnover. But then in November, boom, kind of flipped the switch, and I think Bam was a big part of that. You see more of the 3-3-5 defense, the joker linebacker position, as he called it, that he plays. And, man, there were think back to that Clemson game and how many good players were out there on both sides. Rattler, Leggett, Clemson had a bunch of really good players, particularly on defense. Bam Martin Scott looked like one of the best guys on the field.
Right.
And so now you think about 2024 with some of the pieces that this defense has back, some of the ones that they've added. He's going to be a key part of this defense, particularly in that 3-3-5 package, because his skill set, his athleticism, his size is just really lends itself to him being able to rush the passer, cover. He can do a lot of different things. And I honestly, Tyler, had no idea. He's about 240 pounds now.
And did I hear 22 miles an hour?
22 miles an hour, which I think he said, if I'm not mistaken, goes faster than Demetrius Knight even. And, we had D. Knight in here.
Right.
And that was his, that was kind of the book on him coming in. This is a big kid who can run. Now you think about putting Bam Scott in there. We knew he could move, a long guy who can run. But, man, to add that weight and be up in the 240 range, this is one of those guys, Bam Martin Scott, he looks like one of those lab-grown kind of linebackers.
Well, between him, Demetrius Knight, I mean, we obviously know Debo's pretty quick himself. This sounds like a linebacking core that can get all over the field, which is going to be much needed this season.
This is I think, the most depth South Carolina's had at linebacker, I would say probably since I've been covering the program. Now, this is kind of an on-paper thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see how the defense as a whole performs. I was telling somebody this morning, I did a podcast appearance in Mississippi talking about, Ole Miss, South Carolina. And it's really hard to envision this defense not taking a pretty substantial step forward. I don't have any doubts they'll be better. I think just the question is against the schedule, how much better can they be? I certainly think they'll be improved. I think seeing kind of what we saw in November last year as opposed to October, I think that could be more of the standard this year,
right,
with the experience that they've got back. But linebackers, a pretty big part of that. You think about the returning starters that they have back, the transfer additions with Knight, Kamara, and then also you've got a couple freshmen in Gregory and J.R. Johnson that could Bam had some good things to say about J.R. Johnson as well.
And I thought it was, interesting. One of the things that you asked him of things they're looking to improve on from a defensive standpoint, not only for him individually, but the defense as a whole. And he noted on better decision-making, making better decisions at all levels on that defense, which, again, when you're talking about split-second things, being able to break on things at the right time, being able to make those decisions on where you're going to go can really be the difference in making a play and not.
The vibe that I got from that, and honestly, if the interviewer was better, would have followed up on this. I kind of got a little bit of a vibe of, yes, decision making, but also, being in the right place. But I kind of got the vibe, Tyler, that, playing a little bit more as a team, right? Being able to trust your teammate, not, jumping in the wrong gap because I'm going to go make this play.
Sure.
Being where you're supposed to be at all times. And something that Bam pointed out, and he's right, is, the Gamecock defenders like him have been in the defense for a while now. So they're not going to be learning a new system. They're going to be comfortable in Clayton White's system. And, the piece that they did add was the 3-3-5, and quite frankly, they had more success running that, or at least implementing that last season, than they did their base defense. And I think we'll see a mix this year. Something he pointed out is teams had not really seen that last year from South Carolina. Was that part of the success? Probably. It won't be something new. It won't be mysterious when South Carolina breaks that out this year. Teams will have prepped, and those giant binders that they have going into the season, they'll have that book on South Carolina now that, hey, they're going to run some three-man fronts. They're going to run some 3-3-5. So that, teams will adjust to it a little bit more, but will South Carolina have some wrinkles as well? Certainly from a personnel standpoint, you got to feel better about what they have coming back from a personnel standpoint this season.
With 3-3-5, you're going to want good speed off the edge, trying to get those quarterbacks. And he continued to add to the ever-growing hype train of Dylan Stewart, comparing him to Micah Parsons. It's a pretty lofty praise. And again, he's still got to go out there and perform, but everything that we've seen out of Dylan Stewart up to this point through spring, at the spring game, from what you guys have seen in practice, I mean, he seems to check all the boxes up to this point.
When everybody on the team publicly, when everybody around the program privately all mentions the same guy, and it's like one of the first names out of their mouth, that typically gets your attention. And, when Wes and I were over there yesterday covering camp at Carolina, some of the players were milling around right outside the facility with workouts, kind of taking a break, or maybe had just finished up, and Dylan was one of them. And, I mean, he looks the part. Let's just say that. And, not just looks the part. We actually got to see him some during the spring. You think back to the spring game, he checks all those boxes that you look for, size, speed, athleticism. All indications are that he's worked extremely hard, whether it's in the weight room or just doing what you want as a teammate. I think he's got a chance to make a really big impact this year. And that goes to, if you're one of those people, and it's totally fine to say that, but if you're like, I don't really care about recruiting, like, this is why recruiting's important. If if you could have 11 Dylan Stewarts on your defense, you're going to be really, really good on defense. And that's the kind of guy that you want to recruit. That's the kind of battles that you've got to win to be good. And so I expect, some big things from him this year.
Well, he set his own lofty expectations back in the spring, going for that freshman sack record of 8, set by Clowney back in 2011.
We did settle it was 8.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking at Clowney's stats. It says 8. And I can't think of anybody else that would have superseded
I think originally
that.
He had said, 6
I think
or something.
he said 6, and we looked like John Abraham didn't have that many sacks his freshman year. Like, it has to be Clowney.
That's
a high mark. Now, again, I'm all for the internal confidence of, like, I can be better than that. Now, again, got to go out there and actually do it, but I like where his head's at.
Well, and you think about, in terms of sacks, you think about what Bam said. I think, I haven't looked it up. Maybe you've got it, Tyler, in your head or on your computer there, but I think Bam said I had 1 sack last year.
He's listed with 2.
Okay, so he had 2. He shorted himself.
Per Pro Football Focus.
Okay, so 2 sacks. But, he made an impact.
Oh, yeah.
Rushing the passer. I remember Nick Saban had a rant one time about there's no stat in the NFL that says sacks equates to defensive success. You want to affect the quarterback. And if you get a sack, that's great. But you don't have to get a sack to play good defense or affect the quarterback. That's ultimately what it's about. So you start, that was an area South Carolina struggled last year. So when you've got Bam back and guys like D. Knight who are athletic, and then on the edge, that is a position where I think South Carolina has made some strides this offseason. If you want to rush the passer, can you scheme some things up to do that? Sure. At the end of the day, the best way to rush the passer, pass rushers. Yeah. And so Dylan's one of those guys. You bring in Kyle Kennard, got Gilbert Edmond back. like from a personnel standpoint, again, just like linebacker, you're situated a little better or a lot better potentially than you were last year.
Well, and like you said, it can't really get much worse than it was a season ago, particularly when it comes to edge, because they were kind of non-existent for a lot of those games, with the exception of Jordan Strong going out there and getting a sack or two. So you can only kind of go up from here, and that kind of goes back to what Bam Martin Scott said there at the end there, that this is kind of in their mind the revenge tour. Because, again, I mean, and we rightfully so ragged on this defense for a lot last year for how bad they were, stepped up at the end of last season, but they got a chip on their shoulder coming into this year for sure.
Yeah, I mean, ask Bam that exact question. Does his team have a chip on its shoulder? And he said yes. And I was interested in hearing about the team building stuff that they're doing. That was pretty interesting to me that, they're doing more activities together, just kind of on their own or as a team, but the working out together as a defense, as an offense, that was pretty interesting to me. So could the combination of all those things help, right? The personnel retention, the personnel additions, and then just changing up some things with how you structure the offseason.
Absolutely. Looking to see what Bam Martin Scott and this entire defense can do when the season does get here. That'll do it for today's edition of the Garden Trust Hour. Coming up next, Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. A big key piece rejoining the South Carolina football team. That's coming up in the 11 o'clock hour here on The Game.
Our friends at Integrated Media can help put your home systems at your fingertips because they install smart home systems right here in the Midlands and help you bring your home into the modern age. Smart home system allows you to control your lights, your thermostat, your sound systems, TVs, security cameras, and alarms, all from the touch of a button. Whether you're at home or away for the day or on vacation, you can impress your guests with preset lighting themes that you can change at the touch of a button, adjust your thermostat, turn up the volume, your favorite song on your Sonos wireless speakers, by the way. The team at Integrated Media can do all that for you. 803-948-8327, or visit their website to learn more about their services. IntegratedMediaInc.com. Michael and Nathan, their team, they've been out to my home. They've been out to West Mitchell's home. They can come out to yours, too. IntegratedMediaInc.com, 803-948-8327.
Welcome back in. It's Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler Head, Wes Mitchell, and Chris Clark along with you on this Tuesday morning, halfway through the month of June. Slower period when it comes to a lot of things in the sports world, but you guys have certainly been plenty busy these past couple days out there taking in all things going on at Shane Beamer Football Camp. Another one yesterday that Wes joined us at, and more going on a little bit later on this week as we've talked about so much. This 2025 class really coming together, and you guys getting a good look at some of the 26 and 27 guys as well.
I mean, Chris, I remember when these camps did feature a lot of your rising seniors, and there are some out there, but it's typically not your guys that already have a bunch of offers. I say, unfortunately for us, just because it was cool to be able to watch those guys, I feel like. And so it has, as we've seen the entire process get earlier and earlier, that's kind of eliminated the need. If you're a 4 or 5 star guy, the rankings happen so early, the offers happen so early. Do you have a lot to gain from going out there and competing at a one-day camp in the 92.5-degree heat in Columbia, South Carolina? We still see it every now and then. We'll see a guy, I feel like it was really more maybe a couple times last cycle. And a lot of times, sometimes it'll be like a committed guy who just wants to go out there and get in some work with his future coach. Like, it's just kind of maybe a mini day of development. But for the most part, these camps have become about current guys like your rising seniors that are out competing for that offer in a lot of cases, or it's your 2026, which for people who don't pay attention to it, that's now your rising juniors. They'll be juniors this season. And then even 2027, and then even a couple 2028s around. And, so a lot of times I feel like these summer camps have become about your juniors as opposed to your seniors, other than those guys that are kind of right on the line of maybe getting an offer or maybe not.
I think what's the first recruiting class you covered?
Oh, God.
Like 07, 08. 07 was like the Melvin Ingram, Travian Robertson, who's now a coach.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday.
Saw him yesterday. 2008 was like Devin Taylor. Mine was around, I can never think of because I started out, just doing things like part-time, freelance. I want to say it was around 07, 08. So we are almost like 20 classes later when you start talking about 2028 guys.
What the?
Yeah.
So the first guy I ever interviewed was Elliott Williams.
How do you remember it? Wow.
I remember it because it was my very first time literally ever.
Well, now the guys that you were covering in those cycles, they could have kids in these cycles.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them do.
Some of them do. Did Elliott Williams never even made it here, did he?
I don't
Georgia
think
military,
so.
Junior college offensive lineman.
Don't think
anyway,
so.
I got us off track there.
2008 class.
There are something that we do see, Wes. I feel like more than individual guys coming to camp who like already have some offers, and you're kind of like, man, like the staff wants a guy to work out. You don't see it as much, even if they kind of one of those guys that you offer like almost a camp offer. Like, yeah, we'll offer, but we kind of want to see you in camp. I feel like the 7-on-7 tournament that South Carolina does, they run it concurrently with the O-line, D-line camps, and there's been, already, I think 3 of those days. There'll be another one tomorrow. There'll be another one Friday. That's a pretty good setting, too, to see some skill position guys, DBs, running backs, and quarterbacks as well. And we saw one last week with Cutter Woods from Westside. Wake Forest quarterback. I was giving you an opening there.
Okay, yeah.
The Wake Forest quarterback.
Great name,
commitment.
by the way.
Amazing quarterback or baseball name.
I feel like he needs to be a pitcher.
Or golf.
He has the hair, too.
Cutter Woods. That's also a pretty good golf name.
Yeah. I mean, Woods. Anybody that's Woods
yeah, it's kind
going
of
to be.
default.
But that's like you're literally named after a pitch.
Yeah, that's true.
Like
I'm sure he played baseball at some point.
There's I think there's a Cutter in MLB. I can't remember which team. Anyway, we digress. But yeah, dude, they watched Cutter Woods like it felt like all day.
Yep.
And That's a good point, though, man. I don't think I've really, like, it makes sense. I hadn't really processed it like that. But the way to get the seniors to come actually play is to call it a 7-on-7.
Bring your team.
Yep. Bring your whole team. And it is, I would say, it's interesting how when there happens to be a prospect that is a big target for South Carolina, that team happens to end up on the 7-on-7 list for that year.
Wonder how that works.
Now, that they have some of the same teams every year. You know, lots of invites go out to, especially, I mean, yesterday you had some of your who's who. You had Dutch Fork there. You had Dorman there. Mm-hmm. You know, you had some Myrtle Beach. Like, you had some of your big programs there. And I think, we'll see Irmo tomorrow, which, A.J. Brand, Donovan Murph. They got some other guys, too. And, so I think it's a good evaluation tool. It's good just to get the guys in your facility, too. And, it is fun to watch those guys compete. But Cutter Woods, I was kind of digging on this one. And from what I understand, South Carolina just liked that he did it consistently throughout the day. Like, they watched this guy. I wonder how many games it was, because 7-on-7, you're playing back to back to back to back. It's these little quick mini games basically, and they watched him all day, and it wasn't just he can make the throws. And there's a lot of quarterbacks that can make the throws. It was that he consistently did what he needed to do throughout the day. Good size. He's a little bit bigger than I thought he was, Chris. I think he's actually grown, asking around a little bit. And that one is going to be fascinating to see. We know he's committed to Wake Forest. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens now that South Carolina has jumped in.
Put up huge numbers for Westside, and saw Cutter play in the state title game, against South Florence. Led Westside on, I can't remember how much time, but it was certainly under 2 minutes. Might have even been under 1. Had some big runs, made some big throws. Led Westside, by the way, my high school alma mater's rival, but that's okay. I went to Tijuana. Led Westside to a state title. Big numbers last year. I mean, 3,900 passing yards, 42 touchdowns to just 8 interceptions. Also ran for 345 yards, 6.8 a carry. So he's a guy that, like Wes said, has some size. He's got some mobility. Not going to be mistaken for Lenore Sellers, but he can run a bit and has a good arm. I thought he we got to watch him in a few games in the 7-on-7, look good. And I think he's kind of got that gamer mentality, too, just watching him last year on the field.
Now, are you of the opinion, but both you guys can answer this, you should be getting a quarterback just about every single year? Because that's kind of the trend that we're going on now. You got Sellers, you got Reno, you got Duckworth in the 2026 class. Do you feel the need that they need to get somebody in the 25 class, or would they be okay if they didn't?
Yeah, I think your standard is always 1 per year. I think the portal changes it a little bit. It's not – I think at one time it was a requirement. You better take one. And now I think if you find a guy you like and, obviously they put a lot of stock into Ryan and that didn't work out. And so I think just to balance your classes, that should be your goal, is to take one every year. And if you got an in-state guy that – potentially wants to be there, that has some upside, that you feel like has a chance, then yeah, you take him. And I think the portal changes it in that if you miss, if you just don't fill the role, you hit the portal. And now we've seen, here's the thing, we've seen the difficulty in going out into the portal and signing a quarterback if you already have a perceived favorite for the starting job. It's actually easier. Fast forward 2 years, 3 years, it's actually easier to find a starting quarterback in the portal, in my opinion, if you have the NIL resources, because it's a situation where it's Spencer Rattler. You're going out trying to find a starter. So I do think just for your depth purposes, that's when you need to take one every year. If out of those 2 or 3 cycles, once, let's say Sellers is your starter. Let's say once Sellers leaves eventually, and who knows how many years from now that is. You hope it's to go to the NFL. Then let's say you don't feel good about it. That's when you say, all right, we're going to the portal to get a starter, frankly. But I think to build your depth, to keep your depth, You want to get young high school guys that you can keep around for a little while.
Yeah, and you're not in the position to where, and this isn't to say anything about Cutter Woods as a prospect because I like him too, but you're not going into the 2025 class, like you said, because of the portal primarily, Wes. You're not, and because of what's on your roster, you're not saying, all right, we gotta sign a freshman who can come in here and start. Like, you've got time because of the composition of your roster with having sellers, with having multiple years of eligibility, and because you know you've got the portal in your back pocket if you need it, whether that's to ultimately one day get a starter or depth. We saw them go into the portal just for depth, basically, this past offseason. You can sign a guy and have him come in and develop at quarterback in the 2025 class.
I think from a big picture standpoint, too, there's two ways to look at the portal. One way, and I'm not talking about Cutter, I'm more going in general here. In one way, let's say there's an in-state guy that maybe is right on that fringe like we've talked about, like he's a camp evaluation. We saw South Carolina offer Jaquel Holman camp evaluation. We've seen them look at, not offer yet, Michael Skinner, tight end, wide receiver from Riverside. Well, one way to look at it will be, all right, if we're unsure on a guy, you don't take him. Take small high school classes and then fill it out with the portal. The other way to look at it, however, is more guys leave your roster than ever before. You're probably not going to have a numbers crunch at the end of the day because so many guys are just going to leave. So if you think, well, there's a somewhat decent chance this guy might turn out, then you just take them all. And then if they're not playing in 2 or 3 years, they're probably going to transfer out anyway.
Well, and you ran that theory by someone yesterday, and what was the response? Heck, maybe 1 year. they might roll out in 1 year.
Yeah,
but it's a great point.
So it's like you could look at it too. You could get more specific with your offers and more picky about offers, or you could just go the complete other way and be like, you know what, they got a shot offer, let's take them, because now you don't have the limit on your classes as far as scholarships either.
Right. Very busy month of June for recruiting and camps, which continue to ongo, and Weston Crest will stay on top of all that. We'll continue with football on the other side. Big piece return to the fold for South Carolina football as his dreams of the Olympics for this year, at least, coming to an end. Talk about that coming up next. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs here on the game.
Well, we're just sitting here talking about lunch, 11:13 a.m. Eastern here on the game. And, of course, I've got a great recommendation for any of you out there that are hungry for lunch, or if you need a dinner idea for tonight, or if you need catering for that next event that you have coming up. Check out our friends at Firehouse Subs. Shout out to Larry Chandler, owner and operator of all 14 Midlands Firehouse Subs locations. And because there's 14 of them, what that means is that no matter where you are in the Midlands, there's a Firehouse Subs close to you. Find the closest one next to you, firehousesubs.com, or my favorite method, the Firehouse Subs app. You can order Rapid Rescue to go. Avoid the wait. Order online. It'll be waiting on you when you go in the store. You can also order your catering there. And when you use the app and create an account, you can earn rewards toward your future purchases. That's firehousesubs.com or the Firehouse Subs app. Make sure you use the Rapid Rescue to go to avoid the wait. Order online at firehousesubs.com.
Welcome back in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyrad Westminster, Chris Clark along with you on this Tuesday. Reminder, as always, you can listen to us on the 107.5 The Game app. Download it at the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store. Take us with you wherever you go, or watch us on the Game TV. Sponsored by our friends at Integrated Media and powered by our friends at Shepherd's Glass as well. Got some news yesterday on the football front. Nick Harbor is going to be returning to the football program after his attempts at making the 2024 Olympic team are coming to an end, but getting back in the fold with the football program 2 months before the season started, or 2 months before the season is set to start. And I talked about this with Preston earlier. I kind of almost equate it to finding a $20 bill in your pocket. You've always had the money, but now it's back for you to be able to spend again. So, and we talked so much about Lenore Sellers, Nick Harbor, from the development standpoint, and want to take those jumps and strides in year number 2. And now, I don't know how much he'd be able to do within the month of June specifically, but as you get closer and closer to fall camp, continuing to make those strides and develop to get him to be the wide receiver that we've been hoping he could have been since he set foot on campus here.
By the way, quick aside on Lenore Sellers, signing autographs, Fireflies game on Thursday, 7:30.
There you go.
So get your tickets if you want to meet him, get his autograph, all that. But, I think this is a veteran decision. And I don't know exactly what all went into the decision, but let's go back to, I think this time last year. And, or shortly before this. Remember when Harbor signed, and he was a February signee, and there was discussion about what events he was going to run in leading up to when he enrolled at South Carolina. And there was talk about from, I believe, Coach Fry. Because remember that press conference? And he had just,
the Carl Lewis comparison.
Yeah, glowing things to say about him. But, he sort of indicated that, I think he didn't necessarily want Nick to go run against professionals, essentially.
Yeah.
And that was the Milrose games, I believe it's called, which I don't really follow track like that, but I believe those are like a really big deal. And if I'm not mistaken, because I remember watching it on TV, I think Nick went and did it anyway.
He did.
And I think it was just like, you know what? I'm Nick Harbor. I'm just going to, even if I don't project to win, I'm going to go compete. And so, you look at the decision this time, and South Carolina via SID Steve Fink, shout out to Fink, great dude. He said, quote, Coach Tim Hall and Nick looked at the times he has been running compared to the times of some of the others. You obviously had NCAA competitors there, but also the professional guys. Basically, they determined that the best case scenario is he could maybe reach the semifinals. The chances of making the finals are pretty slim, let alone making the actual team. They kind of determined that the wear and tear on his body wasn't worth it to do that at this time. To go ahead and give him a chance to get a little rest and recover before football gears up a little bit more. Kind of looking out for his best interest in the long term here. And so I think you need to, for one, we talked about it, I commend Shane Beamer during the spring for basically adhering to what they said from the very beginning. Like, you can run track and play football. And to me, there's a difference between like, oh, yeah, you can do both. You can do both. And then we've seen this in the past with some guys where track is more like a secondary thing. It's like, yeah, you can do both, but we expect you at football practice on Tuesday. And in this case, I think South Carolina has very much let Harbor fulfill his dream and in some ways his responsibility, because he's that good on the track, of actually competing in track. The other side of that is you miss a lot of football practice in the spring, and you're a guy that is going to have to develop as a wide receiver if you're going to play in the NFL. And so I think this is just a professional, veteran decision by everyone involved. We've been all in on track. Indoor season, then outdoor season, and now let's let the body recuperate a little bit and then put it all into football.
Yeah, I think it's been a good approach, and again, unless you just kind of weren't paying attention or had expectations that were out of line with what the reality was and what had been discussed during recruiting, this has been the plan. Harbor, it was going to be difficult to do track and football. I can't run today. I took a helmet to the thigh, right? Like that's not, that's difficult. And this is a guy that has been a big time track athlete, and we saw him progress throughout year one. Like, I don't think Harbor is not yet what he's going to be. You even look back from...
Well, he's still 18.
Yeah, you look back
he's got years.
He did those Milrose games. That was in 2023.
Yeah.
And he got... one of the guys got DQ'd, but he was last. But he ran a 6.7 in the 60. And, Christian Coleman, a gold medal, he ran 6.47. So you're just running against grown men who have been professionally training at track for years. So it fully makes sense that if he's going to do track, he's going to do track. Now it looks like we've turned the page to where it's time to do football. And so I'm very interested to see how that goes and what that progression looks like.
And it's very interesting, not only from the standpoint of knowing that he needs to continue to develop, refine the route running, all that kind of stuff, but also continue to build that rapport with Coach Furry as well. And I know that he was involved in spring practice out there as much as he could be involved in the meetings and all that kind of stuff. But the individual actual one-on-one work with the now new wide receiver coach, that's something he hasn't really got the chance to do. And again, what can they accomplish, in the little over 2 months between now and when the season starts? It's going to be interesting to see, how far along he is when August 31st rolls around.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just from, is he at his peak athletic shape, like compared to 99.999% of the population? Yes, but does it still take time for anybody to truly actually recover? Absolutely it does. And, I think there's multiple types of wear and tear. It can be wear and tear. Like Chris mentioned, you get a helmet to the thigh. You can put all the precautions in the world in, but in football, that can happen. And then it can be wear and tear just from a week-to-week basis, in that, man, I had track practice and football practice and track practice, and just your muscles, your joints, they just kind of wear down, and you have to let them reset. Then there's wear and tear from like a month-to-month, year-to-year standpoint, and letting yourself, any little like micro injuries that are going to happen to an athlete, letting them actually have time to heal up. So, so this event was, or is coming, like it's going on like right now.
Mm-hmm.
It was coming up. This doesn't mean you're getting an extra month or 2 months, really, assuming he didn't make it.
Sure.
Like if he had went out there and had some surprise run and made the Olympics, then, that schedule gets very, very interesting.
Right.
But this at least gives him a little bit of time before easing into like the summer workouts and those things to just reset his body a little bit, start working with Lenore Sellers, getting that timing down. And, I think it's probably best for all parties. But again, I just go back to thinking this is a grown-up decision here by Harbor, not just blindly being like, I'm confident in myself, I'm going to go out there and win it, but just looking at the numbers and kind of seeing what it was.
And again, he's got to have another opportunity for the Olympics in a couple of years, and I can't imagine how much farther along and how much more developed from a track standpoint he's going to be when 2028 rolls around and shooting for those as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, credit to – we need to get Tim Hall in here once everything sort of slows down, because great first season for him. I think that was a hire that you look at what he did at Kentucky – it was largely applauded in the track community, but anytime a guy goes from kind of a more assistant type role to being in charge of everything, there are questions you have to see. Can they handle everything that goes into that? And Tim Hall has been fantastic during his just young time here at South Carolina.
Absolutely. Excited to see Lenore Sellers. I keep saying that. Nick Harper.
How bad are you wanting to see Lenore Sellers this year, man? Are you going to be at the Fireflies game on Thursday? Tyler, I can get you a ticket if you want to come out there, man. You've been talking about him all show.
It's okay. Look, I've been on the air since 6 a.m., so I'm prone to make some mistakes.
How many did y'all talk about Lenore Sellers in the first?
We did talk about Lenore Sellers and Nick Harper in the first show, so getting my wires crossed a little bit, it's okay. But excited that Nick Harper is back in the football fold to get that development.
But you'll be there Thursday, right?
You give me a ticket, sure.
Okay.
Anyways, coming up next, a rousing edition of Make Your Case. What transfer might have a breakout year for South Carolina? We'll hit that coming up. It is the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs here on the game.
All right, guys, just a heads up. Our friends over at Gold Line Framing wanted to send out a special welcome home to all the new South Carolina coaches at the University of South Carolina. And also, they wanted to invite you out right now to Gold Line Framing, where you can get a discount on any purchases that have to do with South Carolina. If you got questions, if you want to see what they have in stock, go check them out in person. 511 12th Street, West Columbia, or just give them a call right now, 803-739-1337. Of course, if you have anything you need to be framed up, that can be diplomas, original artwork, canvases, jerseys, flags. Maybe you got signed prints, posters, basically anything you can think of, they will hook you up with a custom framing job over at Gold Line Framing. Again, in-store, they have an art gallery, home decor, furniture, gift items. Basically, if you're looking for a gift for a sports fan in your life, Gold Line Framing is going to help you out. Again, that number, 803-739-1337.
Welcome back in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyrod Westminster, Chris Clark along with you on this Tuesday here on The Game. Jesse Simonson of On3 put out this list the other day of the 2024 preseason all-transfer portal team, essentially guys at their new schools set to make a very big impact. Unfortunately, no Gamecocks made the list that are going to South Carolina. Mitch Jeter did make the list going to Notre Dame, funny enough.
Womp womp.
But
Jesse, what are you doing there?
looking at this, and look, I get it. There's no names that South Carolina brought in, maybe outside of a Rocket Sanders, that I think a lot of people far and wide know super well. But if we're thinking about this upcoming season and hoping all these guys can make an impact in some kind of way, we'll do a make your case here. So get the Law and Order sound ready, Dave. Who do you think has the best chance to make it on a list like this when the season's said and done?
Bum bum.
Hold on. One more time. There it is.
Tyler made him do it again. He's like, no, that was just a half gong or whatever it's called.
Chris, well, what comes to your mind first?
Let me start with this. I'm going to do a little preamble.
Chris is about to get on the fence.
Nope. I'm actually going to have.
He's going to list every transfer.
Nope. But what I am going to say is, off the top of my head, I was like, how many guys could potentially be on the list? So what I started with was how many guys will play this year.
Okay.
That doesn't mean start. It doesn't mean make a giant impact. Because you remember South Carolina's transfer class, it was big.
Yeah,
That thing's big.
So I counted 19 guys that I think are going to play like a decent amount and or start. That's a big group. But I think you narrow it down a lot more from there, because when you look at this like an all-portal team, that's the entire country. So you're going to have guys like Trevor Etienne's on there, Walter Nolan, who's going to Ole Miss, like big-time names. So I'm going to give an offense and a defense.
Okay.
You can only do one? Did you already say that?
You do whatever you want. Go ahead. Go for it.
I don't see why two's so funny. It's only two. It's not like it's 20. I'm not naming all 19.
I'm just picking on you.
So Rocket Sanders is an obvious one.
Sure.
I mean, here's somebody who's already rushed for 1,400 yards in the SEC a couple years ago. He would be my offensive one. Defense.
Do y'all think Rocket, do you think Rocket should have been on this list? I mean, I think you can make a case for sure, but
Make your case.
there you go. That would have been a great spot to just play the button again. But
Get it next time.
but I mean, Quinshot Judkins to Ohio State, that's
Yeah.
So the running backs he has on here are Etienne and Judkins.
Yeah,
Right.
it's hard to be
and Rocket Sanders, obviously the injuries last year
Yeah.
did not get to play as much, so he's not at the forefront of people's minds quite as much. But certainly, if he plays to the full potential that he did two seasons ago at Arkansas, could very well be one of the best running backs in the country when it's all said and done.
Yeah. Looking at this again, I don't think it's probably not a slight.
No.
Now, would he be on your preseason all-transfer SEC team at running back? I think one of these guys obviously is an SEC guy. The other left the SEC to go to Ohio State. I think you probably could make a good bit stronger. But for the most part, South Carolina has, other than really Rocket, they've gone more the route of productive player, smaller conference, who is looking for a chance to prove it at the SEC. So I know around here we like to get mad that South Carolina gets slighted about things, but Rocket, I think is your best pick. I think he's your offensive pick and probably your top pick.
Yes.
But I don't know that I don't think I would even have him on the preseason all-transfer portal team for the entire country.
Yeah, you can't say Quinshot Judkins, what in the world?
Man, that guy is
ETN, yeah.
Pretty good.
Can't say. I mean, Judkins is the guy that Rocket finished right behind in 2022 in the SEC for rushing yards. All right, so my defensive pick is DeAndre Jules. I'm a big DeAndre Jules guy. I feel like he's gone under-discussed. Right now, according to some folks I've talked to, he's coming into this year already an NFL draftable guy. And we do know that South Carolina's got, one of the deepest positions on the team, at least on paper, is defensive tackle. They're very experience laden there. They got seniors. They got TJ Sanders, who's probably their top draft pick, after the season. But Jules is someone who's very productive at Pitt. He's a grad. He's played a lot. I think he's, again, preseason, I get why he's not on the list, right? He probably shouldn't be on the list over Walter Nolan. But I think he's a guy you could pick out from defense that's going to have a big impact and could see his stock rise even more.
You go next. Me?
No. What is the actual? How did you word this? How did you phrase it?
How did I phrase what?
The question.
The guy that's most likely.
Yeah. So the guy from this team that's most likely, in your opinion, to have the best chance to be on a list if they were to do the same thing after the season.
I got you. I think it's gonna be hard for anybody to maybe actually be on this list, but
yep.
I'll tell you who I think is gonna have a big year. I'll go defense first. I'm going with my guy Demetrius Knight.
D-Knight.
I mean, and he, depending on the formation, the personnel, he may not even be a quote-unquote starter, but there's been a lot of buzz that has continued about this linebacking core from around the program, and I tend to think when they're in that 3-3-5 look, it's going to be Debo. We know it's going to be Bam Martin-Scott out there at the Sam more than likely. I think Demetrius Knight gets plugged into that Mike linebacker spot, and I think his athleticism translates very well to this level. Mm-hmm. And, I think he's set up to have a big year, particularly because he's going to have some guys around him, too. Like, it's not going to all be on him. It's not going to all be on Debo, not going to all be on Bam. I don't know if it'll be enough to be like, oh, this guy's an All-American among transfers. But I think he's going to have a big year. For offense, Rocket would be my pick.
Yeah.
But my dark horse, just to give you all another name, would actually maybe be Torselli Simpkins. The third. Yes, the third. That's not a glamour position. That's not a position. Yeah. And he's an interior guy. It's hard to get noticed. But the more you hear around the program, the more you hear this little buzzword, this little buzz phrase, that guy's going to be hard to keep off the field. And I think he's going to push in there and be a big, big part of what South Carolina does up front offensively. Now, Chris, if you're a Gamecock fan, you hope that we're all wrong, and the answer is one of these wide receivers.
Yes, that would be fantastic, or even more than one. But
yes.
Let me get, hey, Wes, linebacker real quick to go back to that. I don't know if you got to catch my interview with Bam Martin-Scott. Did you hear his height, weight, speed metrics that he gave on himself?
No, but I bet it's off the charts.
He is 240 pounds.
6'3"?
6'3", 240.
4'5".
I can't give you the 40, but I can give you the miles
MPH?
per hour.
22?
22. Faster than D-Knight, according to him, on the miles per hour at 6'3", 240. So that made me a little bit like I took my opinion to Bam and I raised it just a little bit after I heard that.
Bam is, we're going to be talking about Bam as an NFL guy. If he has the year, I think.
Yes, he will be on the Fort Wayne, Indiana Wikipedia page after this.
If he continues the momentum he had at the end of last season, I agree with Wes. I think Demetrius Knight's an easy one to pick on defense for the sake of being different. I'll throw out Kyle Kennard as well. Mm-hmm. Somebody that seems to be, everybody seems to be excited about, flew around a lot at Georgia Tech, 6 sacks last season, including 4 in that one game, against Wake Forest. And again, edge is somewhere that we really hope to see a step up in performance from a season ago, and Kennard could be the guy to kind of be the catalyst for that. So just an interesting thought. We'll see what these guys do when the season rolls around. We'll come back, wrap up today's edition of the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs here on The Game.
All right, everybody, join me in welcoming one of our newest sponsors here on the show. It's our friends over at Midlands Home Renovations. You can get more information about their services over at midlandshomerenovations.com or do what I did. That's call Andrew at 803-580-6669 and talk to him about maybe that dream makeover that you've been thinking about for your house. They specialize in pretty much anything, but whole home, kitchen, bath transformations. As one of the top-rated general contractors in the Midlands, you can rest assured that your home, and most importantly, that dream renovation that you're thinking of, is going to be in great hands. From modern kitchens, luxurious baths, that sunroom add-on that you've been dreaming of, they're going to help you take your vision, that thing you've been thinking of, they're going to walk you through it and then help you bring it to life. Again, Midlands Home Renovations, that's midlandshomerenovations.com, and give them a call, 803-580-6669.
Welcome back in. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour presented by Firehouse Subs. Tyler Ed, Wes Mitchell, Chris Clark, along with you for a few more minutes here. I wanted to note on this really quick before we get out of here. Of course, we've talked a lot recently about South Carolina and their deal with Under Armour, which is set to expire here in the next couple of years. Under Armour has slowly pulled away from, the number of teams that are supporting in college sports. Auburn, the most recent one to jump from Under Armour to Nike with their next deal. Under Armour re-upped with Maryland, which is their home school. That's where their founder
spot,
went.
right?
Yes, for a 12-year, $98 million contract. I thought this was interesting, though, in the story because the partnership that they have with them is now going to include NIL brand ambassadors, allowing Maryland student athletes to earn direct compensation from Under Armour for promoting Under Armour products on student athletes' social media channels. Now, we've seen something kind of like this with the Leah Boston in the past, but that was an individual deal. This is something that is kind of widespread across all the athletics that will allow multiple student athletes to do this. I know South Carolina fans are very much wanting to move on from Under Armour, but this could potentially open up a new avenue in the NIL space if South Carolina were to re-up with them or do something similar with another company.
Yeah, and I think you look at it now, and it's an ever-changing landscape, as we know, but, I mean, Chris, who even is doing, so it's Nike, Under Armour, Adidas on a couple of schools?
I think Russell Athletics out of the game.
Yeah.
They're out.
New Balance isn't in D1 that I'm aware of.
Champion.
Starter.
Lulu. No,
An idea.
So Under Armour, South Carolina went with that deal because Under Armour's paying you,
right,
to be in these deals.
Yeah. And my understanding, by the way, was that because I kind of revisited this recently with somebody who knew, Under Armour offered a lot more money than whoever else was in the mix.
Well, because at that point in time, they were really jumping in feet first, getting in with a lot of programs. But they've dropped Cal, UCLA, obviously, like I said, Auburn's moving on from them, so they're really kind of scaling back and seeming to stay with Notre Dame, obviously Maryland, their home school. So it's kind of up for debate if South Carolina sticks with them or not.
If you're Nike, aren't you almost essentially paying Nike as opposed to them paying you, or it's more sort of an even trade almost than it is? We'd have to go through the contracts, but Under Armour, you're legitimately making money for going with them.
Sure.
Every single year. And that's just not the case with Nike. And so, you have a decision to make if you're South Carolina. Now, for one, what year does this come up for South Carolina?
2026.
2026. Who knows what will have changed between now and then as well, both with NIL and just with Under Armour itself. It seems like in some ways they've been treading water. So I think it's hard to sort of say what it's going to look like then, but this is going to be a big decision, and you are going to see schools want to have that exact thing you're talking about, to where there's some NIL support from whoever you're signed with. And guys, I think when you kind of look at these deals as well, you have to weigh out the recruiting aspect. You have to weigh out the most popular with what makes sense financially. And South Carolina, does well in terms of getting all that SEC money, but compared to a lot of other SEC schools, you don't quite have the donor base that these other schools do. So to get some extra money from Under Armour that maybe you wouldn't have gotten from Nike made sense for South Carolina, I think.
It did. And look, schools are all sitting around going, how are we going to make it? How are we going to make this revenue share? So
without
cutting
getting rid of sports.
Yeah. So, they're going to be looking for every dollar. And the other side of that is, are these apparel companies going to start pulling back? In some instances, they already have, on giving out big deals. So this will all be very interesting in the next couple of years.
We'll see what happens. As Chris mentioned, that deal comes up in 2026 for South Carolina. That'll do it for today's edition of the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, presented by Firehouse Subs. Halftime show with Terry Ford coming up next on your Tuesday here on The Game.
All right, guys, let me tell you about my friend Kendall Walsh over at Dwell Columbia Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate Medley. Give Kendall a call today. You can do that 803-414-3590. And, of course, y'all have heard me tell you about Kendall for months, for years now. If you're in the market to buy a home or sell a home, call Kendall just like me and my wife did. She's going to take care of you and take care of every single step of what, let's be honest, frankly, can be a daunting process at times. You're going to need somebody with that expertise, somebody that's lived it, somebody that's done it countless times before. She's going to help you out on the actual home buying, kind of picking it out, but also just the logistics and everything that goes with that, all the planning, all the scheduling. She's going to handle every single step of the way for you. Again, Kendall Walsh, 803-414-3590. Call her today.
Halftime show, Terry Ford, Captain Dave hanging around here, punching buttons and pressing buttons and doing all sorts of stuff while we roll till 3 o'clock today here on the game. And Dave is doing this. And we're going to just kind of give people a little backstory, Dave. As I plug in my earbuds so I can actually hear you. Dave is in the middle of a momentous move. He's taking everything from his palatial estate in his gated community of Adairland.
Well, Adairland. That's not what they call it.
They don't call it Adairland?
They don't call it that out there.
They don't? Really? They should change it. What was it, Casey, isn't it?
No.
Where are you at?
I'm in Chapin.
Yeah, close enough. Begins with a C. So you're, but I did hear that there is a referendum to name it Adairland.
Yeah, yep. I put it in, a signature of 1. Apparently you need more.
Being the most famous resident of Chapin.
Sure, yeah.
I mean,
I have no idea who my neighbors don't know who I am.
Who else? That's because you're so modest.
Yeah, exactly.
Who else is as well known in the Midlands as you? In that neighborhood.
A couple in that neighborhood. Richard from Chapin. He lives across the street. The guy at Chapin High School who does all the stuff.
So we appreciate the fact that you're in the middle of this gigantic move from one estate to the other.
Yeah.
And you have helped us out today. So nice. I mean, by the way, if you can help Dave move, pizza and beer.
Yeah.
Like the old days?
No problem.
Remember we were younger? Yeah. If someone say, can you help me move? I don't know, man. I got pizza and beer. What time?
Yeah, anytime, man. I'll take any.
The pizza and beer, the pizza and beer doesn't work as you get older. But the pizza and beer, when you were younger, probably before you get a family and accumulate all these other things you have to do, when you're just like rolling solo, you're like 25. Hey, man, can you help me move? Got pizza and beer. Sure, what the hell?
Yeah, I need someone with a truck because, I've got a little tiny convertible.
a tiny convertible called a Beamer. Yeah. Dave, again, when you live in the gated community in Adairland, you drive a Beamer. And, of course, the good news for yours is a convertible, so you can just put the top down and throw stuff in it.
Yeah, I've done that many a times, and not too much stuff blew out all over the place driving down the road.
So if you got a truck and you got some guns, if you're yoked and you have a truck, please help David Air.
Yeah, I'll direct you. I don't really lift much stuff. About 10 pounds is the most I can carry.
Hey, we appreciate you, bud. Thanks for hanging. All right, Dave will be here punching the buttons for us up until 3 o'clock on the halftime show on the game. Couple of quick notes from the Gamecock world as we get everything started. Nick Harbor, if you haven't heard, Nick is going to forego the rest of the Olympic process. And Harbor will be back now with the South Carolina football team in time for summer camp. Probably, getting himself, as we speak, possibly, getting himself ready for football season. Because remember that Harbor, you didn't know what was going to happen regarding Harbor getting here for summer camp because of, going to the U.S. Olympic trials. But if you've seen the interesting article on Gamecock Central, David Cloninger popped this yesterday in the Post and Courier, and On 3 confirmed it, that Harbor now is going to turn his attention to the upcoming football season. Basically, they looked at his times that he had been running. Is what our buddy Steve Fink said. And they compared him to the times of some others. And the chance of him making the finals are pretty slim, let alone the actual team. So the determination was the wear and tear on the body wasn't worth continuing on, and now it's time to, get the focus on football. Jay and I were talking about this yesterday. Nick Harbor's time to really become a factor as a sprinter for the U.S. Olympic team is probably 4 years from now. Again, he has got a ton of upside and ceiling and potential as a world-class sprinter in the 100 and 200, but you'll see that in 4 years. If you look at the age of guys who typically are high level in the international/Olympic sprinting community, they're not Nick Harbor's age. They're older. They're 4, 6, 8 years older than Harbor. And some guys are hitting late 20s, early 30s and still running at a high level internationally. So Nick Harper's got plenty of time, and he's way ahead of schedule. And if he keeps on this, journey and keeps improving and getting bigger, stronger, faster, Harper, one day you'll be watching the Olympics going, yeah, remember that dude in South Carolina? That's where he's going. It's just not now. That's all. Just not right now. So Nick Harper will turn his attention to football. And, we've had this discussion, and their fans, most fans understand. They get it. This is why Harper came to South Carolina. Shane Beamer said, look, man, I'm not just saying this to get you to Columbia, but we are serious about supporting your dreams to be an Olympic sprinter. And obviously, Harper will run track at South Carolina for as long as he is a Gamecock. The Olympic stuff, for South Carolina, that's not in play now. But Harper, running, collegiately at South Carolina will continue through his, time in Columbia. But the whole Olympic thing, that will be now down the road, as most likely his Gamecock career will be over when he's doing it in 4 years. But the important thing football-wise is Harper will now be a full participant in summer camp. He'll be getting the reps he needs. He's got a lot of stuff to improve on. You saw the ability and the high ceiling at times during last year when Harper started to get some run. And again, you saw a couple of big plays. You also saw some moments where he had a drop or two, or you could just see watching him run routes or, doing football-related things, you could see the rawness of Nick Harper. So this will be good for a football perspective that Harper is going to be in there full bore for summer camp. I mean, Olympic-wise, it would have been cool for, Harper to be rolling off to the Olympics, sure, especially at his age, but instead Nick Harper's going to focus on football now. And we'll see where that goes because, again, we talked about this yesterday. You got the one big wide receiver, Campbell, at 6'4", and what you're hoping for is that's your, big catch radius, throw it up, jump ball, big dude, make a play, throw it to him in the red zone at the goal line, blah, blah, blah kind of guy, right? But if Harper, with his size, can start to improve and become part of that as well, nothing wrong with that. The more the merrier, man. The better off you are, the more weapons you have. So we'll see, because Nick Harper obviously didn't participate on the field in the spring. We'll see if he can, kind of catch up a bit in the summer, how much he improves rolling into his sophomore year at South Carolina. So Nick Harper will be a full participant in summer camp. Also with the Gamecocks, baseball-wise, there'll be a few dudes rolling off to the Major League Baseball Draft Combine. Gets cooking in Arizona, Chase Field in Phoenix. 319 draft-eligible prospects will be there, a few current and future Gamecocks, from June 18th to 23rd. Now, first we'll talk about the guys you know of on the baseball team. Eli Jones will go. He's been at South Carolina for 3 years. I believe Eli Jones will be back, unless he wants to go hit the portal and go somewhere else. I believe Eli Jones will be back. Eli Jones, when he's right, he mixes his pitches. It's all about location, gets ground balls. He's not a stuff guy. He's not wowing you with his stuff. And I believe, especially Eli Jones, did not have the best 2024. Started off well, but then it kind of became a struggle. Had rough patches in April and May. ERA of like 5.24. Again, not high velocity guy. Doesn't have a wow pitch in his arsenal. Has big spin rate and movement. I think Eli Jones will be back. The Major League folks will probably look at him and say, okay, you got to do this, 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 and this. Do it next year. Come on back. Get yourself in the draft and see what happens. So Eli Jones, he's going to the draft combine. And look, let me get this out of the way. You should go. You should go and get the what's up about you as a Major League Baseball prospect. Either that way, okay, I'm going to go in the draft, or I'm coming back to school, or whatever the case. So Eli Jones, I think, will go through the process, hear the things that the MLB folks want to let him know, and then he'll come back and apply it. Eli Jersenbeck is a little different. Jersenbeck, look, I mean, you could see why he was so highly touted coming out of high school 2 years ago, right? Jersenbeck, he's got game. missed over a year because of Tommy John. Now, Jerzenbeck is 21 years old. And because of that, he's now draft eligible. I think he's going to go to the combine, wants to show folks he's healthy. If the MLB guys think that Jerzenbeck, the stuff is there and the rust is off, Jerzenbeck, that's a guy that might have, I'm not saying first round or not saying first three, unless he really wows them. But Jerzenbeck is a guy that would, maybe he decides to stay in, depending on where he could be projected in the draft or what the MLB scouts say to him. They might say, man, we love you. It's fantastic. We definitely draft you in this spot in the draft. But if Jerzenbeck doesn't hear the things he'd like to from the pro folks, he might come back to South Carolina to show everybody he's healthy, post himself excellent 2025, and then get his butt in the draft. Jerzenbeck, though, is an interesting one. He's one that, could potentially, end up staying in the draft. Roman Kimball's got arm talent. He just doesn't know where it's going half the time. He was like the Joe Milton of the Gamecock pitching staff at times last year. An ERA of over 6. There were moments that Kimball, you could see it. Fastball, 93, 94. Some secondary stuff that was interesting. But, and Coach Kingston talked about it on Mondays with Jay and Elijah. You get Kimball to slow down, everything works. He starts to speed himself up, that's when he gets himself in trouble. I think Kimball comes back. He showed support for Paul Maneri on social media, was at the press conference. I think Kimball wants to go through this process just to see what the scouts and the evaluations from pro teams say, and then he'll come back in again and try to apply it. And with the hope of, with a new coaching staff, some new voices in his head regarding things he can tweak to get better. Kimball's probably looking at hopefully having a really big 2025, and then sniff around the Major League Baseball draft. And then there's Cole Messina. A lot of people think that he's around a 4th-round pick type of player. And if you're Cole Messina, is that good enough for you? How much can you improve yourself by coming back for another year? Maybe you think you can. Maybe the pro people will say, this, and this is great, but this, and this, that's what you're going to have to work on. And does Cole Messina say, you know what, I want to come back for another year playing under a coach that has a track record of getting teams to Omaha, and with NIL and things of that nature, I can make a bag, and I can get ready and maybe improve my draft stock. That's the question. I think Messina stays in the draft. Hope I'm wrong. Love to see him come back to South Carolina. I think Messina stays in the draft. So I think Messina will stay in the draft. Jerzenbeck has a chance to, depending on what he hears, and if they think he's 100% for sure healthy. I think Jones and Kimball will come back. That's just my guess. All right, so that's the lowdown on what's going on with the Gamecocks. Nick Harbor will be at summer camp, ramping up, getting his reps at wide receiver, and that's the Gamecocks on the team this past year that'll be at the MLB Draft Combine. We have our 107.5 The Game app. You can stream us, listen to us anywhere. You just grab your phone, iTunes, Google Play, download 107.5 The Game anywhere you got cell service. Bam, you listen. You can watch us. Hey, here we are now. Woo! On the Game TV/radio. You just go to YouTube, look it up there, and you can live stream and watch us talk, and you can go, wow, Tara, you're not kidding. You have no hair left. All right, we'll get back in here. Couple things going on last night. We got an NBA champion, and we got the College World Series. Let's get into those topics of conversation. And something that happened at the College World Series is totally unacceptable. All that's coming up. Terry Ford, Captain Dave's here. Halftime show till 3 on the Game.
seconds to go. Missed free throw. 4 for the rebound. Here's Pritchard. He loves these. Puts it up half court to the buzzer. Bang! Pritchard at the buzzer with a three-pointer.
Yeah, it was a beatdown last night in the Garden. Celtics won. 18th championship. Taking out the Dallas Mavericks easily. And the Celtics are just a better team. I mean, we knew this going in. This is not a shocker or surprise. They've been the best team all year. It's just the only question, and it's legit, was it's not the Celtics what they do on the court, because when the Celtics are cooking, they're fun to watch because they're impressive. They move the ball really well. They move without the ball. They space. They drive. They kick. They shoot threes. They attack the basket. They're just offensively, when they've got it going, they're like next level, and they play defense. And so the Celtics, it's not about what they do on the court when everything's going well. It's what they do when things aren't going well. We've seen this team fall short year after year after year. And so you have a legitimate question, and that legitimate question is, all right, you guys have a from the neck up problem. But that was really it. And people would say, well, Celtics are soft. Now, I don't think you can win as much as the Celtics have won in the last 8-9 years by being soft. You can say, do they have that the championship teams have? And that's what it's called. And that was a question, but it's not saying you're soft then. It's just, can you take yourself to that next level? Because when you win a championship, eventually you run into trouble, right? So you're going to run into some type of adversity, some type of trouble. This Celtic team, honestly, really didn't much. But that's because they were so much better than everybody. And look, we've seen teams that are better than everybody who lose. So give the Celtics credit. They kept themselves on a level of where they were the best team in the NBA through the regular season and through every level of the postseason. And they kind of answered that question. Because once you get to that mountaintop, now you know you can do it. And so this Celtic team showed you they had the to win a championship. And I always love as soon as this stuff happens, because we always need stuff to talk about, right? What, minute and a half into the talking shows on ESPN this morning, is that a dynasty? Can they repeat? Let them enjoy the first one. Jeez. Right now, repeating isn't the thing in the NBA. Could the Celtics repeat? I mean, yeah, their core is young with Brown and with Tatum. You know, they've got the right pieces around them with guys like Holiday and Horford and Porzingis and White. Yeah, I mean, could they repeat? Sure they could. Will they? Probably not. That's kind of the way the NBA is now. Last year, the Nuggets coming into this year, the Nuggets are going to repeat. Well, no, they didn't. They didn't make it to the finals. They got knocked out by a team at the beginning of the year nobody would ever thought would have knocked out the Nuggets in the Timberwolves. Remember last year, the Celtics, everybody thought it was going to be the Celtics and the Nuggets, and the Celtics got knocked out by the Heat in a series they had no business losing. So I feel like where the NBA is at right now, it's tougher to build dynasties, but the one thing you do learn is how to build a championship team. The Celtics are showing this to you. The Nuggets showed it to you. Golden State showed you. Except for the bubble champion Lakers, all these teams are built through the draft. They're A-level players, the best players on their team, the players they build around, all are lottery picks for the most part, or first-round picks out of the draft, except, Draymond Green, Nikola Jokic were second-round picks. Tatum and Brown, lottery picks. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, first-round picks, lottery picks. So, and Jamal Murray in Denver was a first-round pick. So this is through the draft. You're building your foundation pieces are through the draft, and you add around those foundation pieces. Milwaukee, and then they screwed it up. Milwaukee, the same thing. Whether Giannis was through the draft, you brought in Holiday and Middleton in trades, and you went off and won yourself an NBA championship. And then you decided, hey, let's screw this up by bringing in another superstar, because that's what we need to do. No, you didn't need to do that. Especially a superstar that just wants to score points and not play defense in Damian Lillard. You screwed up your formula. So the formula is easy. You build it through the draft with your foundational pieces, and you add around it. And the NBA, with the new way the salary cap is and the way things are done regarding, and I won't bore you with it all, like the CBA and this thing called the second apron and all this mess. It's tough to build your three superstar NBA championship teams, because then you have no money to go out and build the team. Basically, it's like, okay, we got 3 really, really good dudes, and then we're just going to go find some guys that are playing in a park or at the Y that's kind of where you're at. So the championship teams will have 2 star-type players typically. And then you have really good not foundational pieces, but really good supporting pieces. Celtics were the best team 1 to 6 in the NBA. Their number 1 guy to their number 6 guy, nobody was close. That's how they won. Because when Tatum and Brown weren't doing damage, they relied on Holiday and White and Porzingis and sometimes Horford. That's how you build these championship teams. Of course, we're all going to forget about that in the offseason, where all these other teams are superstar hunting. Good luck. Phoenix did that last year, how to work out. Milwaukee did that last year, how to work out. That's my point. You go out and you get your players through the draft. Those are your anchor pieces, and then you bring smart acquisitions in around them. And maybe you get lucky with a Nikola Jokic and a Draymond Green. Guys you take in the second round that become way better than you even thought. And look, let's be honest. If you would have loved Jokic and Draymond Green so much, you would have taken them in the first round, not the second round. Just saying. So Boston wins, and we were joking about it earlier, and play this cut, Dave. It's Jason Tatum, cut 7. Jason Tatum, look, this Celtic team is not known as sparkling personalities. Not the most charismatic crew in the world. Here's Jason Tatum celebrating after the championship.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it! Oh, my God, we did it.
It's sort of like the same thing Kevin Garnett did roughly, a decade and a half ago when they won the last one. And a lot of people, like, in the internet, social media world, are like he just did the Kevin Garnett. And we were joking this morning, did he practice it? If we win, I want to, rip off the Kevin Garnett celebration. It's just the idea that Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown aren't the most wow guys in the world. They're just not. And that's okay. No one cares. In Boston, no one cares about the personality of their 2 best players. They just care about the fact they're carrying another trophy around and they're going to have another parade in Boston. Because God knows they don't have enough championship parades. But for the for the social media culture, and for the wow factor culture, and for the marketability / promotional culture, Brown and Tatum aren't the most exciting guys in the world. They just aren't. But that's kind of where, the NBA kind of lends itself to superstars / sizzle. And Tatum and Brown are really, really good. They're just not bringing a ton of sizzle. And the ratings, we're going to talk about the ratings later. We have to start looking at ratings different. We just do. Because we get this perception of ratings, and this review of ratings, I think, is flawed. We're going to get into that later. All right, College World Series also was last night. Let's talk about what happened on the field, and something happened off the field at the College World Series. It's just, wow. Just, wow. Unacceptable. We'll get to that next. Halftime show. Terry Ford, David Dare is here eating till 3 on the Game. Oh, we've been talking about Nick Harbour has decided to focus on football now and end the track season for himself. Basically, he looked at his times. Him and his coach, Tim Hall, looked at his times and looked at where the times were of some of the folks ahead of him, realized it was a tall mountain to climb to qualify for this year's Olympics, and decided, you know what, our work is done. We've done a ton of track and field. We like where we're at, and now we're just going to focus on football, and we'll get back to the track and field after football season. So that's where we're at with Nick Harbour. Also, we're talking about the 4 Carolina baseball players that will be at the Combine. I'm going to do it off the top of my head, see if I get it. Cole Messina, Eli Jersenbeck, Eli Jones, and Roman Kimball. I think out of them, I believe Kimball and Eli Jones will definitely be back. Jersenbeck, let's just see what the Major League Baseball scouts and execs say to Jersenbeck. They might say, hey, man, you look pretty good right now, coming back off of Tommy John, but blah, 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 blah. And Jersenbeck might say, after the blah, 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 I think I'll come back to USC and throw one more year, show them I'm healthy, show them what kind of game I've got, and then we'll get back to this draft thing in 2025. So we'll see where that goes. I think Cole Messina, I believe Cole Messina will end up in the MLB draft. But we'll see. Those 4 are the 4 Gamecocks who have played, were on the team last year. Jersenbeck was hurt, obviously. They were on the team that are going off to the MLB Combine. All right, so College World Series last night. Let's get our highlight out, Dave. You ready to roll here? Last night, Texas A&M and Kentucky, it was 0-0 till about the 6th inning. Then this happened. All right, so that was the go-ahead 2-run single, made it 2-0. A&M put up a 5 spot in the 6th, cruised on to a 5-1 win over the Kentucky Wildcats to continue on in the winner's bracket. Well, A&M, look, they're the best team in the SEC that no one talked about all year. They just went about their business of smacking the heck out of people all year. Everybody was Tennessee, and I get it. I mean, the Vols are the number 1 seed in the whole tournament and number 1 seed in Omaha. But A&M has just been ruthlessly efficient all year. That's why they're a 50-win team. But the thing with A&M isn't so much what's been going on the field, but off the field with A&M. It was such a bad moment and bad look that Jim Schlossnagle, the head coach at A&M, had to address it. Basically, you had a couple of guys who were heckling the Florida dugout. But they were heckling about the death of 2 children. One was, kind of the unofficial Florida bat boy. This goes back to Kevin O'Sullivan and a personal situation with O'Sullivan that happened around O'Sullivan's people. Let's just put it that way. These 2 young kids were killed by their father, and these 2 jabronis are heckling the Florida dugout about the death of a child. Yeah. Only thing that would make it worse if they were sober and were doing it. So Schlossnagle, in his presser, right almost in the beginning of the press conference, I want to apologize on behalf of Texas A&M, whatever happened over in the dugout. Whoever those 2 guys were, they don't represent what Texas A&M is all about, and whoever they are, don't come back. Let's not let those 2 guys back in the ballpark ever. And the fans were ejected, and this was in the Florida game. And just, what are you doing? Look, a lot of us have gone to games and heckled the opposition. It's kind of part of sports, right? But to sit there and heckle about the death of a child, really? At what point was that a good idea? And you got one guy doing it, so then the other bleeper decides to jump in and do it too. Really? And look at Texas A&M. This goes to the stereotype of the crazy, whacked-out fan that is an Aggie fan, right? That weird yell squad that's kind of creepy. And then you have this kind of nonsense and other things you'll hear from time to time. I mean, that doesn't, obviously those two don't separate the majority, they don't represent the majority of the fan base. But it just makes your fan base, that small minority of your fan base, just look like a bunch of imbeciles. It just does. I don't get it. At what point does that feel, hey, I know we can heckle about. Yeah, remember those two kids that got murdered? Let's heckle about that. Oh, that's a great idea. At what point does that become a thought? So it's a shame that these kind of folks become the front and center part of a story where you should be celebrating a really good baseball team that has an excellent chance of winning this whole thing, even though they lost a heck of a player in the outfielder Montgomery, who's going to be a first-round pick in the MLB draft. Still, A&M's got a lot of talent. And it's a shame you have to focus on a story like that. But these are the kind of guys who should never be allowed back in a ballpark again. You just shouldn't be. At some point, there needs to be consequences for stupidity. We can't always excuse things away. I don't care how drunk they were. I don't care if they've been knocking edibles. I don't care what their reason was. There's no reason. You don't come in and heckle about that subject at a baseball game toward the opposition. You're not allowed to come back. Bam. End of story. Ban them. And make sure everybody knows at your ballpark, put pictures up of them. These guys aren't allowed in. There's a picture of them on the internet, heckling. All you, people at the gates, these two dudes are not allowed in. It's very simple. Also, last night, college baseball, NC State is going home. They get beat by Florida. Another Castiglione home run. And Florida wins 5-4. Neely came in. Brandon Neely in relief was fantastic for Florida. Saved the game, really. 3 scoreless innings of relief. Held NC State to 1 hit. Only had 1 other base runner on a walk. Struck out 6. Settled the game down. Took over and through the last 3 innings. NC State goes home. After their trip to the College World Series, Florida moves on from the loser's bracket. That's what happened last night in the College World Series. Tonight, as soon as the schedule comes up in front of me, tonight in Omaha, things continue on, or today and tonight in Omaha, things continue on. Was it 2:30? 2 o'clock, Florida State and North Carolina in an elimination game, and Florida and Kentucky also in an elimination game. So 2 teams are going home. The 2 o'clock start, Florida State, North Carolina. 7 o'clock start, Kentucky, Florida. 2 of those teams will be finishing up their time in Omaha. So that is what's coming up in the College World Series. Tennessee, they feel like a favorite. The number 1 seed hasn't won in a long time. I do. I think A&M's really good. I think they're an excellent baseball team. And I think they could definitely knock Tennessee off the perch. So we'll see what happens moving forward at the College World Series. All right, we'll get back in here. Firehouse Sub Text the hour, 803-404-6100. We'll get back to the NBA Finals. And this happens all the time, but it's always kind of funny to most. You know, the old misidentifying the family member in the crowd. We'll talk about that, too. Like I said, get your Firehouse Sub Text the hour. It's a halftime show. Dave's here. I thought Dave was eating. I'm going to be fair. Dave, I'm going to be fair to you. I thought the smell of the food was you, and at your cube, you had, like, some really good smelling food. We found out it's not you.
It's the people across the hall over there.
Yeah, first floor here across the hall. They're doing some kind of training in this suite across the hall. How good does the food smell?
Great.
It is I can smell it in the studio. Can you smell it in the producer studio?
Yes.
I can smell it in here, and I'm getting hungry.
They also had breakfast this morning over there. I'm going to find out who this group is.
What you and I are going to do is we're going to walk in there during a commercial break and act like we belong. We're going to be like, man, this training's tough, isn't it? Can you hand me a plate? Let's try it. Halftime show. Terry Ford, Dave's here. We're here till 3 on the game. All right, Firehouse Subtext, the hour halftime show. Terry Ford, David Ayers here. Text, Nick didn't decide not to run. Track did. He didn't qualify. His times are nowhere close to what it takes to qualify for the team. Now, I will say this. I did see where, if we're talking about the 200, yeah. And if you go back to the article in Gamecock Central, Harbor needed to come in the top 9 in the 200 to qualify for a spot in Friday's finals. Harbor was in the 9 hole, and then Arkansas's Lance Lang earned the 9th and final spot by running 20:31. Harbor was a 20:32. So, but he did secure a spot in the Nationals and qualified for the Olympic trials. So, but we're talking about just, if we're discussing, like I said, the finals, he need to qualify in the finals of the Nationals. That's where he did miss. But Harbor decided, looking at, he did qualify for the trials and said, yeah, you know what? Look at my time, the times of the top level guys. Probably not going to qualify for the Olympics, so I'm just going to start focusing on football. Once again, if you're a Gamecock football fan, you're like, yes. And we'll see what happens. I mean, Harbor, it might just end up being Harbor as a world-class track athlete, and as a football player, he's okay. Or maybe he can take all those athletic skills and gifts and that speed and become more of a polished route runner and more natural catching the ball with his hands away from his body and understanding some of the adjustments you make on the field to make yourself more available for more targets. Maybe all those things Nick can pick up on and become, perfect world, obviously a high-level wide receiver, but if nothing else, a consistently productive wide receiver. We'll see. I mean, he's raw. He played tight end and linebacker, early edge, tight end and edge in high school. He was not a wide receiver. But the other part of this was, I want to be a world-class track athlete. I really don't want to be an edge pass rusher and, getting mixed up with offensive linemen and other defenders at the line of scrimmage and people falling on me and everything. I want to kind of get away from all that. So South Carolina will play at wide receiver to start with. And will fully support your, your track and field wants and desires and dreams. So we'll see where it goes as a wide receiver. Again, it's a high ceiling and a very tantalizing package of possibilities for Harbor at wideout. And he'll get back to work on it. And who knows what he's going to give you in his sophomore year. You just hope he builds upon last year. You saw some things you liked, but you also saw some things which, whoa, that's got to get better. He is raw, isn't he? So thank you for the text at 803-404-6100. All right, so look, this happens all the time. But it's never not funny. It's always kind of, you laugh. So Drew Holiday, one of the best two-way guards in the NBA, plays for the Celtics. They're talking about Holiday, and of course they're killing time because, Boston is curb stomping the Mavs last night. So during a timeout in the fourth quarter, ESPN stayed, and they talked about it. They were doing, commercial-free crunch time. And so they're filling air by talking about Drew Holiday, all the community service he does, along with his wife, Lauren. Now, Lauren was, she played professional soccer, part of the Olympic team, things of that nature. And so then they pan the crowd as they're talking about Drew Holiday and his wife, Lauren, and they focus on this one woman sitting behind the Celtic bench, and they're talking about her being Lauren Holiday. And they're going on and on about, oh, there's his wife, and here's what they do, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And that's all well and good, except it wasn't his wife. Maybe some random woman in the crowd. A few minutes later, Mike Breen, the play-by-play voice for ESPN, issued an apology on the air and confirmed that the woman was, in fact, not Lauren Holiday. And Lauren Holiday, again, like to the casual sports fan, might not know her, but, again, she's won a couple Olympic gold medals in soccer. She's played World Cup. So she's kind of known in the soccer world and to people who follow soccer. So, yeah, ESPN kind of screwed that one up. Oops. But it happens. It does. And usually, here's the thing that usually happens, is the people on the air, they get whispered in their ear, there's his wife right there in the green. That's his wife. We got her right there. Oh, and there's Drew Holiday's wife, Lauren, right there. Then all of a sudden later, in your ear, we screwed that up. That's not her. Oh, my God, that's not her at all. Thank you. Because sometimes the people on the air end up looking like, looking like they screwed it up when someone in their ear is telling them something, and that ends up being screwed up. But at least they issue an apology, and they move forward on the whole thing. But, yeah, so ESPN, oops, when it comes to Drew Holiday's wife last night, the finals. We'll get into the finals and the ratings, because some of the ratings don't come out very well going into Game 5 last time. But I just think we got to look at these ratings different. We're going to get into that before we get out of the show today at 3. The metric and the way we look at ratings has to change. The old school way of how many TVs are turned on, watching, whatever, the world's different now. Got to look at it in another light. Football in the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to talk some recruiting. I'm hoping our boy Chris Clark from Gamecock Central will talk some Gamecock recruiting with us in the 1 o'clock hour here on the halftime show with Terry Ford and David Dare here on the game. Halftime show with Terry Ford, David Dare, smelling the food from across the hall. Man, I don't know what it is, but it just smells good, Dave. Have you figured it out? Has your nose figured it out?
Real good, huh?
Has your nose figured out what that is?
No, it's something like fried, some kind of like maybe chicken or something.
Anything that starts with the word fried is cool.
Yeah.
You can't go fry anything.
Yeah, true. Could be some grilled over there.
Yeah.
You know, some healthy content.
No, don't ruin it for me by going healthy, Dave. Don't ruin it for me, Dave. Don't ruin it for me.
Maybe a salad or two.
Stop it. Stop it with the health. It's fried salad. We'll meet in the middle. Fried salad. They're having fried salad today. What do you know what I had for breakfast? Your favorite. Cinnamon roll.
Yeah, wow, cinnamon rolls. Yeah.
I went cinnamon roll this morning.
Yeah, we should have a cinnamon bond here in the building.
Yeah. Well, mine was one of those good, like when you get that Panera Bread coffee membership, I call it the cult, the coffee cult Panera Bread has.
Yeah.
Every now and then they give you a little special. I had 50% off on like a pastry. So I went cinnamon roll honey bun.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Good stuff.
Very nice. Very nice. I mean, not as good as the ones in the machine that you love.
The ones downstairs?
Yeah, the one downstairs that you love. Not quite as good as those.
No, not as good as those.
Yeah, we've got to find a way to get across there before 3 and snag some of this fried salad.
That looks like they're wrapping lunch up now.
Well, you sneak in now. Or you can act like you work as part of the building. And you're going there to help clean up and just grab us a couple plates and come back.
Yeah. I'll take a little trash bag with me.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell you one really quick. Then we're going to get to football. So I was going out with a young lady when I was working outside of Bluefield, West Virginia. And she had an uncle who worked in the sanitation industry in some way, shape, or form. And this guy would, just take everything, right? Didn't care. Like one time we were over at this guy's house because it was her aunt and her uncle, and she were over there because they like to play cards, and and then they gave us beer, so we showed up, and we're sitting there, and I look down, and there's a magazine, and the girl I'm going out with, it's got her mom's address on it and her mom's name, and so I said to the guy, I go, "Wow, did her mom give you these magazines?" No, I found them in the trash. I was going through, found them in the trash. I figured those magazines look good, so I figured I'd keep them.
Yeah. Well, why not?
So how creepy would it be if you come over to somebody's house and you see your magazines laying on their coffee table?
Well,
and you figure out they're going through your trash.
Well, if they enjoy music magazines, I guess it's.
You wouldn't do that, Dave. But the reason I'm telling the story, you're talking about going over the trash bag. He was at some kind of VFW bingo thing at a VFW or something, and they had leftover beer. That the keg still had some beer. So he's like, well, if you guys don't want the beer, I'll take the beer. So I'm over there again. We're playing cards one night. And he goes, man, you want a beer? I got it from the VFW, the bingo thing. They were going to get rid of it. So I got the beer. I go, yeah, man, hook me up. So I'm sitting there and I get a beer and he pours it in a glass. And I look at it and the top of the glass has an oil slick on the top. And I'm like, hey, Sam, what? Head of this beer is kind of weird. He goes, oh, well, you know what that is? The only thing they had was a bunch of empty Wesson oil bottles.
Oh. Wesson oil.
Yeah, so I had me a Budweiser with Wesson oil.
Yeah, the VFW, my aunt used to come down from Belton Honeybath.
Uh-huh.
And she'd come down because their VFW had closed.
Uh-huh.
So she'd come down because you could drink beer on Sunday at the VFW.
Oh, there you go. There's a pull.
Every Sunday. Here come my Aunt Edna.
She could have got some empty Wesson oil bottles and poured the beer in, Dave.
Yeah. She's going out there to meet her some old Army guys,
Yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do, man. This guy once, he was at a Christmas party with his wife, and she used to work for a lawyer, and she walked in, and the lawyer had like 50 bedrooms in the house and five living rooms and a sitting room. She turned the corner, and he had like this chair flipped upside down. He's shaking it. She's like, Sam, what are you doing? Well, I found some change in here. Dude was something else. All right, so football. Chris Clark's going to hang with us at 2:15 from Gamecock Central, get you caught up on his, because he can go deeper dive because my man knows recruiting, him and Wes. So they'll talk about what's going on with Gamecock football recruiting. Just on the first level, to give you a little update, Right now in the 2025 cycle, South Carolina, according to On3, is 25th in the country. And that's fine. It's not as good as the 2024 cycle because they ended. And look, there's a long way to go still in 2025, to be fair. 2024 Gamecocks ended in the top 20. Remember, you had 5-star in there. You had some 4-stars that were pretty upper-level recruits. 2 5-stars, matter of fact. This year so far, no 5-star. That could change, but right now, no 5-star. Got a couple of 4-stars, like Shamari Earls, Brian Rowe, Shed Surratt. You got some 4-stars. And then you have 3-stars. And some 3-stars that could end up being 4-stars because they're on the cusp. And there's some 3-stars that are South Carolina got on them a little early and stuck with them. And they got the verbals. And they could be high ceiling type players, even though they're 3-stars. But right now, if you're into the recruiting, you're like, oh, come on. Where's the 5-star? Let's go. Let's go, Gamecocks. And if you look over at the interesting post that Chris put up yesterday about recruiting and where it's at in the summer, or as we turn into summer, one of the interesting names as we talk about 5-stars is Isaiah Gibson. The edge/linebacker. And Gibson originally was going to go to Southern Cal. He verbaled. But most of the folks in the industry say he's not going to go to Southern Cal. So South Carolina is on with Gibson. Georgia is in deep on Gibson as well. There are people that feel like Georgia right now might be the one to keep an eye on when it comes to Isaiah Gibson. Now, Gibson's planning on coming back to Columbia in July. He'd been here recently. He's going to come back to Columbia in July. And Lucas has really been working and staying in communication with Gibson. And again, the Dylan Stewarts and the Nick Harbors, the industry was a little surprised that South Carolina pulled those two. So we'll see where that goes. That's the 5-star right now that the Gamecocks have their eyes on. And according to Chris, as we look through this, there's some other battles with 4-stars. South Carolina, right now, according to Chris, the pole position for Lagonza Hayward, 4-star defensive back. Tennessee was the leader, but South Carolina is edged ahead. And also Hayward is traveling to Florida, so 4-star defensive back, South Carolina deeply in the mix for. Then there's Lex Cyrus, a 4-star wide receiver with big-time speed, track kid, 10-4, 100-meter guy. It feels like it's South Carolina, Penn State right now. But people think Penn State might be pretty tough to beat in this. But that's a couple of the higher-level recruits that South Carolina's on. And again, we'll get more of a deeper dive from our Chris Clark at 2:15 from Gamecock Central. Of course, you hear Chris all the time. Gamecock Central Takeover Hour with Wes. And always remember, these ratings and rankings, this is so fluid at this point. Again, South Carolina is sitting currently 24th in these, or 25th, I should say, just behind North Carolina. But all these things are so close. If you look at the ranking total, like the number where the class is ranked, like South Carolina's at 88.069, North Carolina 88.124. Kentucky, 88.209. TCU at 22, 88.585. So again, you can pop a big level recruit like the kid Gibson, you fire up the charts, obviously. So that's where it's at. And again, Chris Clark will give us more of a deep dive on where everything's at in 2025. There are fans that are a little concerned. Like, where are we at here? Only sitting at 25, 12th in the SEC. Oh, my God. Come on, Beamer. But remember also that the transfer portal world is the other avenue to improve your football team. Yes, the foundation is built with high school recruits, but you can also fill holes through the portal as well. So it's not just all about the high school recruiting anymore. And we're going to see, it's going to be interesting to see how the South Carolina transfer portal, how it plays itself out. A lot of players came through the portal. And we think there are guys who can really help at wide receiver, running back, linebacker, edge. And if they do help the way we are hoping, that could really upgrade those positions with quality depth, especially linebacker and edge. Two places that, last year, the linebacker position, overall depth and quality. I mean, obviously Debo Williams is your guy. And look, there are days where Debo's a game wrecker and days Debo would, because he plays with his hair on fire. He his gap choice might not have been the smartest in the world. But Debo Williams, with another year of experience, see what he has. Plus, you brought in other talented linebackers through the portal that have success at other schools. Same thing at wide receiver. Obviously, Rocket Sanders at running back. We'll see where it all goes. But it should be interesting watching this thing play itself out, seeing how the transfer portal guys, how they, evolve in helping out South Carolina. We're going to get into, like we have been, picking through the SEC football schedule, trying to go through the season. I think we're working on week 5 now. Some interesting games we're going to talk about coming up in our next segment. Also, we'll flip over to the NFL. We really have not gotten into Trevor Lawrence's contract with Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence got paid here in the last couple of days. He really just next quarterback up in a lot of ways. It's the way it happens. I always love people who flip out and go, he shouldn't be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. And Trevor Lawrence isn't, but, whenever you see a quarterback that's the highest paid, Joe Flacco of the Ravens was the highest paid for like 42 seconds. Matthew Stafford was the highest paid for like a minute and a half. And someone always gets up, that guy shouldn't be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Well, duh, we know that. But it's about market value, timing, when your contract's coming up, when your rookie deal's expiring. It's all that stuff. And that leads you to being the highest paid quarterback. And usually, again, it's just for a very, very short period of time. Trevor Lawrence is not the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, but he did get paid. And your first thought is, well, Jacksonville just cratered their cap, paid their quarterback. Probably not this year, maybe, but the year after, it's going to start screwing them over. Not so fast, my friend. This contract, in some ways, though, Lawrence gets paid, but it's not so over-the-top crazy that it's not an awful contract for the Jags, just in dead money. We'll get to it coming back as well. The SEC football schedule, we will look at that next as we pick up, I believe, in week 5 and talk to more about those TV games coming up this season. Football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. The post-game show. We'll be out on the road. We're going to tell you about that, too. Another one of our craft beer passport road trips on Thursday. Old Mill Brew Pub in Lexington. Stop on in and say, hey, they will be there from 3 to 6. Another place we went last year, just like Angry Fishes, was a lot of fun. Old Mill Brew Pub, by the way, 711 East Main in Lexington. So stop in, say hi to Jay and Elijah on Thursday as a post-game show. Again, another one of our craft beer passport roadies at Old Mill Brew Pub. And again, you can get a craft beer passport. 12 locations. Craft beer locations, $30 a brewery. That's typically $360 worth of craft beer. You can get that $360 worth of craft beer for $79. Just go to 1075thegame.com, click on that little sweet deals banner you see, get yourself a craft beer passport. We'll come back. We will talk SEC TV schedule and Trevor Lawrence's contract. Football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors on the halftime show here on the Game. All right, if you're not feeling like you're a guy, you're getting older and things just seem off, whether it's exercise, strength, bouncing back from exercise, any kind of drive in life, whether it's personal, professional, sexual, whatever, you're not sleeping for crap, you forget where you set everything down and you need reminders for everything. Got to put a reminder in to go to the bathroom later. If that's you, then, it could be just low testosterone. And I know you're not comfortable talking about it. I get it. We're guys. We don't like to talk about anything. But you just call the Men's Clinic, 803-875-MENS. It's free. It's confidential. You just call. You set your appointment. You go in. They shut the door. They go, tell us your story. You say, okay, my memory is just not what it used to be. Well, if they think that it could just be low testosterone, they'll do some lab work. If it comes back low T, they'll put you on a personalized program to get back to being you again. 803-875-MENS. Make the call. Men's Clinic of South Carolina. Oh, football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. Terry Ford, David Dare here, punching up the buttons for us. Okay, so we are looking at the SEC schedule. We've been going through the TV schedule. Popped up to week 6 now. And that is the week of October the 5th. And there's some interesting games here as well. The early window has Missouri and Texas A&M noon kickoff, and they have a great line in this athletic piece where they say, Missouri and Texas A&M will be renewing their rivalry, and they played once since 2014. That's hate right there. That game will be in College Station. Like I said, we could talk about this through the schedule. We'll see who Missouri is this year. Last year, double-digit win team, won a bowl game. Everybody thinks Eli Drinkwitz is a genius. We'll see if that was just like an outlier and they go back to being 6-6 Mizzou. We'll see. And going on the road to College Station will not be easy. I think A&M will be a better team under Mike Elko. So we'll see what A&M is at home, hosting a Missouri squad coming off such a big season as you're kicking into week 6. The afternoon game that's spotlight is Ole Miss at South Carolina. Gamecocks are coming off a bye. Ole Miss on the road at Williams-Brice, 3:30 kick, or the afternoon kick, I should say. And you love a night game at Willie B because it gets crazy. The light show, that place is just another level of nuts in a good way. But you're going to get the afternoon game, and at that point, South Carolina should have beaten Old Dominion. You hope beats Kentucky. Could be a loss to LSU, a win over Akron. So you're sitting at 3-1. You come off a bye, and Ole Miss shows up, with that Juice Wells guy and Lane Kiffin. And it could be an interesting game as you've had that extra week to prepare. So that will be the afternoon game. Ole Miss in South Carolina. At night will be Georgia-Auburn. Usually it's an afternoon game, but it will be flexed out to the nighttime. Games at Athens, you feel like Georgia should win. Now, we think Auburn's going to be better in year 2 under Hugh Freeze than year 1, but games at Georgia. Could Auburn hang around? Sure. I don't think so, but yeah, they could. But Georgia should roll at night in Athens and Auburn could be offensively challenged again this year. We'll see. I mean, Hugh Freeze has kind of taken over the offense because he's like last year, can't do that again. Yee. And so Hugh Freeze, since he's going to take more ownership of the offense, he's hoping he'll get a better year out of Peyton Thorne because last year was not very good. So we'll see where all that goes with Auburn. I just think it's a tall order going to Georgia for the Auburn Tigers. So that is the night game. Any other games that week? Central Florida at Florida. Again, Billy Napier might not make it out of the year. He might get fired. He might just quit. He might just quit, not show up. This schedule is so tough for the Gators. Billy Napier might just screw it. Let's pack up and go. Whatever happened to Coach Napier? I don't know. So Central Florida, a lot of people think Central Florida is going to be better. They have a lot of returning ammo on offense under Gus Malzahn. And even though that game is in Gainesville at the Swamp, there are people who think Central Florida could go in there and beat the Gators. Tennessee will go to Arkansas. Yeah, Uncle Sam, I love you. But again, if Nico is anything like everybody believes Nico will be a quarterback for Tennessee, that was a missing piece last year for the Volunteers. Just their quarterback play was nothing near the level of Hendon Hooker with Joe Milton. It just wasn't. If Nico was more Hendon Hooker than Joe Milton than Tennessee could be dangerous, but you just don't know. So that's the other game. That's a flex game in Fayetteville. So there's your SEC schedule. What's going on there? As we flip over to the NFL, Trevor Lawrence has a new deal, new contract. And reading about it, everybody always sees the big numbers, right? Trevor Lawrence signed a 5-year, $275 million contract with the Jacksonville Jaguars. But he's not going to get $275 million from the Jacksonville Jaguars for 5 years. It's not the way the NFL contracts work. What I always say, because I've been taught to look at from people who know a heck of a lot more than me, you don't look at the guaranteed money, you look at guaranteed at signing. And Lawrence was like at 142 million guaranteed at signing. That's what matters. Signing bonus of 37.5 million. And the rest of it is just cap gymnastics. And if you look at this contract, this is not a cap killer. Trevor Lawrence, the highest amount of the cap he would suck up when the contract has guarantees is like 11%. Basically, Trevor Lawrence, if you look at this, is going to be the starting quarterback for Jacksonville Jaguars for the next 4 years, barring injury. 24, 25, 26, 27. Then the guarantees start to fall off, and you can get out of this thing pretty nifty in 2028. And it's not a cap killer because the way it's set up, the salaries are low. He has these prorated. He has some bonuses, some options, some workouts. Jacksonville's done a nice job of cap manipulation on the contract. Lawrence's cap hit, like in 2024, it's like 15 million, 17 million in 25. It never gets, oh my God, like Dak Prescott. In 2027, the fourth year of the deal, the cap hits 35 million. And he's sucking up 11% of the cap. That's the highest deal in year 4. The other 3 years are pretty manageable compared to quarterback contracts. The dead money hit, though, that's one of the things that you know for at least 3 years that Trevor Lawrence is starting quarterback, and I think if you look at the contract, it's 4 years. The dead money is ridiculous. Over 110 million this coming up year, 103 million in 25, 66 million in 26, almost 30 million in 27. So at least 3 years, if not 4, Trevor Lawrence is a starter in Jacksonville. And really this contract, because look, his rookie deal is running out. You got to pay him. Well, I wouldn't pay him like that. He hasn't shown me anything to pay him that. Okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Mark Brunell available? I mean, you've seen enough of Trevor Lawrence to think, okay, there is franchise quarterback potential there. He's had moments and he's had chunks of seasons where he's looked like he's a franchise-type quarterback that you can go and win playoff games with. There's times he hadn't looked like it, to be fair. He'd be a turnover machine. So you've seen enough. You got to make a decision. And so you say, screw it, we're going to pay him. He'll be our starter for 3 more years, maybe 4. And we think he's going to be who we hope he's going to be. If not, and he continues to be who he has been, which you have made the playoffs, you did 2 years ago. And last year you were in position, but you couldn't finish the deal. He's better than a lot of guys. Is he like an A-level top-shelf franchise quarterback? No. Could he be? I mean, he could be in the group. I don't think Trevor Lawrence is ever going to be the best quarterback in the NFL. But I think he could be a franchise quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars where they can have winning seasons and make the playoffs. And who knows if he gets better at some of his weaknesses, part of it is turning the ball over, then, maybe Trevor Lawrence becomes one of the best. The physical gifts are there, man, and the hair. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, he was drafted number 1 overall for a reason. But you reached a point where you had to figure out if you're going to pay him or not. And I would do what the Jags did. This contract's not a killer to your cap. You got him locked in for 3 or 4 years, and you hope he becomes the quarterback you drafted him to be. He's shown you flashes of it and chunks of it. See if you can get him there. You ever notice, like, I don't know if you ever saw the ESPN piece. It was pretty funny. They show, like, doppelgangers of, like, NFL players. Trevor Lawrence's doppelganger was a girl. It was good. Anyway, so the Trevor Lawrence contract, Jacksonville, best of both worlds. You get your quarterback who you hope will develop into top level. He's not to that point yet, but you've got some hope, but the contract doesn't kill your cap. All right, football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. Terry Ford, glad you'll be hanging. We'll pop back in as we continue our riff on the world. This whole House versus the NCAA thing, obviously the NCAA and the schools are having to pay the freight on this bazillion-dollar settlement that's coming. But this could and Division I for some programs. And be honest, the NCAA won't care. We'll get to that next. Football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. Terry Ford, our buddy Ed Bird, is not here, but David Dare is in for Ed Bird on the game. What we're talking about is football in the 1 o'clock hour on the halftime show. Terry Ford, David Ayers here. Hope our buddy Ed Bird feels better. Ed was going to be here. Commander Ed. Feel a little under the weather, so Dave volunteered. Dave said, no, Terry, I will stay here, and I will produce noon to 3. Sounded good, didn't it? Made you sound like a...
Fool. That's what I am.
Right now, ready? Let's do it. Ready? We'll do it for real, Dave. Hey, Dave, Ed Bird's not here. Can you hang out maybe an hour, hour and a half, maybe half it? And Dave's response was, I'll stay all 3. I got no life.
Yeah. That's how it is.
That was the truth. But it sounded good, the first one. I like the first one. No terror. I will stay. I will sacrifice.
I will do this.
For the good of the cause.
Yep. It's such hard work in here, you know.
I know. You gonna be all right?
Yeah. Sure.
I heard a story once. I had a buddy of mine go to ESPN in Bristol, and back in the day, you go do the tour, and you could sit, and like if SportsCenter was like going, you could sit up in this big thing and watch SportsCenter. So my buddy goes in there, and they're doing SportsCenter. This is back when Chris Berman did SportsCenter, and they go to break, and all these people rush on the set, the makeup, and like 20. It was like Daytona pit crew, right? They're all running there fixing the makeup of people and all this. And for Berman, he had the spray on hair, and it would start to run down the back of his neck because the lights were so hot. So they had to squeegee the spray off hair off his neck. I wasn't there.
That, by the way?
I heard that story. What?
Spray on hair.
I'm gonna get that for the live stream for me.
Yeah.
Get the spray on hair going.
Yeah.
I won't lie to you. I said this the other day. It's bad enough when you lose your hair, right? It's all falling out, right?
Yeah.
But then when the hair you have left doesn't cooperate, like the other day we were doing this live stream, and I walked over to hit my other computer, and I looked up, and it was like I had a bird's nest in the back of my head. I'm like, what the hell is that? I don't have enough hair for this.
Yeah.
But anyway, so Dave's here helping us out. Football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors.
By the way, I've been using minoxidil for like 2 years now.
I can tell your hair's growing a lot because, yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
Major difference.
I see nothing. It's still bare and bald back there in the back. And up front.
Well, no, I'll tell you the story. We did that back when I was in music radio as a Christmas gift because we were, we had a competitor that we would do the old school radio wars with.
Yeah.
One of their morning show guy was like losing his hair and he was really sensitive. So we sent our stunt guy over and gave him some Rogaine for Christmas. I'll tell you that story one day. It was fun. Yeah. It was a fun story. He took it really well.
I'll bet.
Yeah, I bet. Uh-huh. All right, so this whole settlement with House versus the NCAA for just a ridiculous amount of money. Hundreds of billions of dollars. The NCAA will pay X amount of money, and the schools will pay because, again, the NCAA is the schools. And, the schools are really going to get affected by this. Are the schools that are in the smaller level of Division I. Like NCAA basketball, the Division I for NCAA basketball, you have like 350, 60 schools in Division I. And a good chunk of them are little teeny small Division I schools only in basketball. They're not Division I in anything else. Well, you're not Division I in football. Some of them don't have football programs. There's Division I in basketball because they want, a chunk of that Division I basketball pie. Makes sense. And they're heartwarming stories when they get to the NCAAs, like St. Pete's. It's a great story. Little old St. Pete's makes a deep run in the NCAA tournament. Wow, that's cool. But a school like St. Pete's could no longer be Division I because the NCAA is on the hook for 41% of this almost $3 billion that is going to be handed over to former Division I athletes because of NIL. So the other 59% will be paid off by the schools. Power conferences will be responsible for about 24%. Group of 5, about 10%. The FCS schools, about 13%. Non-football Division I schools, 12%. So that bottom there that we just talked about, those schools, non-football D1 schools, are paying 12% of the freight. That could knock some of those schools out of D1. And really, except if you're a fan or alum of those schools, nobody cares. Because, I mean, again, you're like, whatever. You don't play football, and most of the people who care about college athletics are focusing on college football. I'm talking about fans. Number 2 level is college basketball, but in college basketball, a lot of it is looked at as the power leagues or the basketball-type power leagues. But, again, we go back to St. Pete's. We have one of our listeners, our buddy, who shows up at our we do our shows for the NCAA tournament wearing St. Pete's gear. And he went to St. Pete's, but if they fall out of Division I, again, going to bum him out. But most of the country is going to go, okay. They just don't care. So this will trim, this could conceivably trim some Division I schools, especially those college basketball playing Division I schools, out of Division I, which once again, we're taking away more of the Cinderellas and the little guys. That's my point of this whole conversation. And no one cares. The NCAA, they would go, good. More money for everybody else. More money for the rest of us. And the power leagues would love to get rid of all the Cinderellas, and it's a NCAA tournament of just power conference schools. They don't want the Cinderellas in it. You've heard Greg Sankey, SEC commissioner. His job is to pump up the SEC. He doesn't care about the MAAC or the Big Sky or any of that mess in basketball. He wants more power conference schools from SEC in the NCAA tournament because it's more money for their bank account. But to me, what makes the NCAA tournament special is the St. Pete's. Schools like that. Loyola of Chicago. Those are the schools that make this thing cool and make it different, make it special. Not some middle-of-the-road 500 power conference school who's... It's not an exciting story at all. But that's what, the power leagues want to stomp out that mess and want more for them. So, again, the little guy, the Cinderella, that's who's going to get affected the most when the schools have to start paying the freight for House versus the NCAA. It's a little interesting thing there I thought I'd throw out to you because it's a real thing. And that's one of the, out of the dirty underbelly where this is going, that's where it's going. A couple other NFL notes real quick. Brandon Ayuk was talking with Jayden Daniels, his teammate at Arizona State, before Daniels went to LSU, obviously transferred from Arizona State. And Ayuk basically was telling Daniels that 49ers don't want him. No, the 49ers just don't want to pay him at this point. I think they will, but right now they don't. But this is the dance the 49ers do with they did it with Deebo Samuel. Remember, Deebo was asking for a trade. Everybody was like, is Deebo going to get traded? Remember, he scrubbed his social media. Woo! Scrubbed his social media and took the 49ers off. But Deebo got a new contract with the 49ers. Deebo is more of a weapon than Brandon Ayuk, but Ayuk's a better, if you're just talking about receiver, Ayuk's a better receiver, but Deebo is more of an all-around weapon. But Ayuk had a fantastic year with the 49ers last year. Former first-round pick. It's going to be time for him to get paid. It's just how the 49ers do the getting paid part. Because the good news about Brock Purdy getting paid $12 an hour because he was Mr. Irrelevant is the idea you can pay other players on your team until you got to make your decision on Brock Purdy. So you can pay a Brandon Ayuk. They pay Nick Bosa. They pay Deebo. They pay George Kittle. They're paying Williams, the left tackle, Trent Williams. They're paying guys a large amount of money because they're not paying their quarterback squat yet. They got to make that decision on Brock Purdy. Is he an upper-level quarterback operating that system, or can you put a lot of other different quarterbacks in that system and operate as good as Brock Purdy? That's the decision the 49ers are going to have to make. It's going to be interesting. Also, I saw another post we could call interesting. Justin Fields gets traded to the Steelers. There's a lot of talk. Could Justin Fields, could he maybe push Russell Wilson for the starting quarterback gig? I wish Justin Fields could be the quarterback that a lot of people want him to be, because I like Justin Fields. But really, at this point, it doesn't look like Justin Fields is going to be able to do the things that you need to do to be a consistent franchise quarterback. Reading the field is tough for Justin Fields. Making those quick decisions is difficult for Justin Fields. And so he gets traded to Pittsburgh, as Caleb Williams is now the starter in Chicago. Some people watching Justin Fields and observing and hearing some whispers is that Fields is a terrific athlete, but the things that have been the knock against him as a quarterback, the folks in Pittsburgh are seeing as well. So we'll see where all that goes, but it just feels like Russell Wilson, to the surprise of no one, is not going to get pushed very hard by Justin Fields. And I think the Steelers are going to be a better team because their quarterback position's better. All right, football in the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Atlantic Windows and Doors. We'll get a Firehouse sub text of the hour at 803-404-6100 next on the halftime show. Terry Ford, David Dare on the game. Our Firehouse Subtext of the hour coming up in just a minute at 803-404-6100. But this little piece of audio will go with our Firehouse Subtext of the hour. Les Miles has his lawsuit going. Basically, if you didn't hear, Miles is suing LSU to reinstate the wins that the LSU administration vacated from Les Miles' record because of NCAA violations at that period of time involving players. Now, Les Miles wasn't directly implicated, but again, it's your program. Buck stops with you. Again, your kids go out and light a building on fire. Eventually, it's going to come back to you because you're their parent. Les Miles runs a football program. You can't do the earmuffs. You can't say you didn't know. You can't put your head in the sand because we know sometimes that's fertilizer. Typically, when things are going on to a certain level, coaches know. So, like for an example, at UCLA in the John Wooden years, they had a guy named Sam Gilbert who was the money man for UCLA basketball. He was called Uncle Sam by the players. This is during the Wooden era. And John Wooden just didn't want to know anything about Sam Gilbert. They just don't even say the name around him. Like, I read a big article about this. And one day, like, Bill Walton was, around about the basketball complex. He had a new shirt on. And John Wooden said, Bill, a nice new shirt. Where'd you get it? He goes, Uncle Sam bought it for me. Wooden just walked away. Wooden's like, you put your fingers in your ears. Nah. That's what Wooden did as soon as he heard the name Uncle Sam. So, look, you're responsible for your program. And most of the time, coaches have an idea of stuff that's going on. All right, so Russ Dellinger from Yahoo Sports was on with Paul Feinbaum on ESPN Radio. And here is Dellinger talking about the Les Miles lawsuit as Miles is trying to get his wins back so he'll have a 600 winning percentage, and then he could qualify for the College Football Hall of Fame. Here's Dellinger.
That's right. I believe it's 37 wins that were vacated from Les Miles' tenure at LSU. I believe that was the school's doing. I believe that the school, in light of some NCAA issues and such, of illegal benefits, improper benefits to recruits, they vacated, and I think that recruit played in games. So I believe the games in which that former recruit played in were vacated. I think it's 37, Paul. And Les Miles is basically saying that was unnecessary to vacate those wins. And because you vacated those wins, I now don't meet the qualification level, the winning percentage qualification level to advance into the College Football Hall of Fame, which is 660% winning clip. I think Les is, if you vacate those 37 wins, he falls below that threshold. So that's the gist from what I understand.
So, yeah, basically Les wants his 37 wins back to get over 600 winning percentage. And I've said this. To me, Les Miles is, if you say word association, Les Miles, I don't say should be in the College Football Hall of Fame. Look, Les Miles won a national championship, played for another at LSU as a head coach, had a lot of double-digit win seasons, but I just never think of Les Miles and go, wow, that guy was a great college football coach. He took over a hell of a program from Nick Saban and just kept it on the road. And then when Les left, and look, Les was okay. He was above average at Oklahoma State. It wasn't like, wow. And then at Kansas, the whole thing went in the crapper. Les Miles won a national title and played for another. Gene Chizik won a national title at Auburn. And Larry Coker at Miami, I'm sorry. Larry Coker at Miami. Sometimes you inherit a really good program and you just don't screw it up, right? So I'm just not a Les Miles College Football Hall of Fame guy, despite some of that record looks good. Now, if he gets in, I'm not going to go, oh, my God, because, again, if he got his wins back and was over 600, that's one of the criteria. I just don't look at him as one of the greatest coaches of his era. Very interesting text about this. It says, do you give more scrutiny to a coach who did less, only won championship with more at LSU, than a guy like a Bill Snyder at Kansas State who did more with less but did win a national championship? This is a great text because, yes, that's my point. Bill Snyder, I would take Bill Snyder in a heartbeat over Les Miles if we're ranking college football coaches. What Bill Snyder did at Kansas State is one of the great all-time rebuilding jobs in the history of college football. Kansas State was awful. There were middle schools that could beat Kansas State before Bill Snyder showed up. He built Kansas State into a team that was one win away from playing for a national championship and was a consistently upper-level program in the Big 12 for a long time. So, yes, texter. Excellent. Excellent text. Bill Snyder any day over a Les Miles. 803-446-100. We'll have another Firehouse Subtext the hour. In the 2 o'clock hour, 2:15, Chris Clark. Going to talk some Gamecocks football recruiting with Chris and reset our big Gamecock stories of the day. Next on the halftime show, Terry Ford. David Ayers here on the game. Halftime show, Terry Ford, David Dare hanging out with us. Chris Clark, 2:15. Go talk some Gamecock recruiting with Chris. You know, we got into this earlier a little bit. Right now, South Carolina in the on-3 ranking, still a long way to go, by the way. 25th in 2025. No 5 stars yet. Like I said, we'll get into that conversation more with Chris Clark. Who are the Gamecocks involved in? How's it going with summer recruiting? Who's coming in for visits? What's happening? We'll get all that with Chris at 2:15. Right now, what's trending at 2 in the 2 o'clock hour, sponsored by our buddies at Gamecock Traditions and Traditions Fine Jewelry. Get your reset on the Gamecock stories or what's trending here. Nick Harbor has decided to not chase what really is, to be fair, a long shot to make the Olympic team. Instead, Nick Harbor is going to now focus on summer camp for the Gamecocks. According to our buddy Steve Fink, the quote, Coach Tim Hall and Nick looked at the times he had been running compared to the times of some others. You obviously have NCAA competitors there, but also the professional guys. Basically, Nick and Coach Hall determined the best case scenario is that he could maybe reach the semifinals, but the chance of him making the finals are pretty slim, let alone making the actual team. They kind of determined that the wear and tear on his body wasn't worth it to do that at this time, to go ahead and give him a chance to get a little rest and recover before football gears up. That's kind of looking out for his best interest in the long term here. So, I mean, look, Nick Harbor had an excellent first year running track. And, you know, the track community sees the high ceiling of Nick Harbor, but also, again, we were talking about this in the opening riff of the show, you know, the high-level track and field runners aren't 18 years old or 19. These are guys in their 20s. So Nick really, you start to focus and target the next Olympics. But Nick has multiple Olympics in his future. It was just a long shot to make it this year. But Nick Harbor had a very successful first year running track on the collegiate level. But now we'll focus, after some rest, he'll focus on getting himself ready for the summer camp and the South Carolina football season. The other story we were talking about, 4 South Carolina Gamecocks that are on the team or in the program will compete at the MLB Draft Combine this week. Jack Veltri with an interesting post on Gamecock Central. Eli Jones, Eli Jersenbeck, Roman Kimbrell, Cole Messina will be the 4 that go. Out of the 4, the best one to stick, and this is not a shock, is Cole Messina. I mean, right now he's looked at, projected the fourth round area for Cole Messina, which I think is fair. I think Cole Messina stays in the draft. I just do. I don't know how much he can increase his draft stock by coming back. And if his goal is to go play pro ball, then you just stay in the draft. Let's just say the 4th round is accurate. You get drafted in the 4th round, you get your slot bonus, and you roll on and become a pro. Now, Cole Messina might go to the draft combine, and they might tell Messina some stuff where he says, you know what, maybe it's my best interest to come back, work on these things they told me to work on, play for a coach that has been to Omaha 5 times and has won a championship. And who knows what will happen this year. Maybe I'll improve on the things that the MLB people think I need to improve on. And 2, maybe we go to Omaha. But I feel like Cole Messina will stay in the draft. Roman Kimbrell, I believe, will come back. Just Roman Kimbrell's got arm talent. It's just he's got to harness it. He's got to get more consistent with his delivery. He's got to get himself, the headspace of pitching he has to get right. But it's good to go through this process just to, to A, go through it, and B, see where you stand and see what the pro scouts and execs tell you have to do to get better. Eli Jersenbeck, it just depends. This is a guy who was a profile high school prospect, showed you glimpses of, wow, this dude, he's got something. And then Jersenbeck, of course, had to get Tommy John, hasn't pitched since, 2023. I believe it was early May. He's draft eligible because he's 21. We'll see where it goes. This one, it depends on what Jersenbeck hears from the people at the Combine. And Jersenbeck has to show them that he's healthy. This one's kind of a wild card, one way or the other. And I think Eli Jones will go through the process. They'll say, okay, Eli, we like this. This is what you got to improve on. Have a good one. And Eli Jones comes back. Right now, Eli Jones, his stuff, and this is not being disrespectful, but his stuff is not like going to wow the Major League Baseball scouts and execs. Eli Jones is a location guy, pitch mix, get ground balls, things of that nature. So I think Eli Jones will be back. And plus this year, as the year went on, Eli Jones had his struggles. So I think Jones and Kimball will definitely be back. Jersenbeck will be a wild card. And Cole Messina, I believe, will probably lean toward leaving. Also there, matter of fact, are some others like, P.J. Morlando, who last time I saw some stuff about draft projections, P.J. Morlando might be projected as a sandwich pick, which is a comp pick between the first and second round if you don't pay attention to the baseball draft, or a guy that could maybe late first, maybe early second, maybe in that comp sandwich area between first and second round. So I would be surprised to see Morlando ever wear a Gamecock uniform and play, over at Founders. That's just me. We'll see. We'll see where it goes because Morlando is also going to be at the Combine, as is Carson Messina. So that's also what we were talking about. What was trending was Gamecocks at the Combine. This is an interesting piece. Let's get this ready, Dave. So I'm here way too early this morning, and we've got ESPN Radio on because we switched the different stations on the 19th floor every day, and ESPN Radio was on. And Chris Canty does a top 5 list. And Chris Canty, of course, is part of the morning show on Sportsmanlike. We've had Evan Cohen on this show, also Michelle Smallwood and Chris Canty, former NFL player, won a ring with the Giants, played with the Ravens. Canty gives a top 5 list. Well, his top 5 list today was the top 5 dynasties in sports. And they got to number 1 and hit it, Dave. Here was number 1.
Dawn Staley, I got it right. And South Carolina women's basketball, the Louis Vuitton Dawn. She has got a dynasty. 3 championships in the last 7 years and 2 over the last 3 years. Why would you not think that Dawn Staley and USC is going to keep this thing rolling? I mean, she goes to the championship parade in a drop-top Rolls Royce. There is not a coach in all of sports that has more swag than Dawn Staley. And as her players continue to jump to the WNBA and have success at that level, that continues to be the billboard for Dawn Staley being able to recruit and get the very best of prep talent coming into the college ranks. So Dawn Staley, South Carolina women's basketball, they're just going to keep this thing rolling. I mean, again, when you start thinking about some of the players that Dawn Staley has had, Asia Wilson, Aaliyah Boston, Camilla Cardoza, I mean, they just have...
Malaysia Fawali.
Malaysia Fawali is now there. She's going to be absolutely amazing. But, I mean, you just think of the players that she's had that are in the W right now, showing up and showing out on a regular basis. Yeah, Dawn Staley has got a factory down there in South Carolina, and there's no reason to think that there's going to be anybody that's close to dethroning her as the queen of women's college basketball. So that's the list. We got South Carolina women's basketball, number 1, UConn men's basketball, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Celtics, the Georgia Bulldogs. Those are my top 5 teams that are set up to have dynastic runs over the next 5 years. Again, dynasty, 3 championships in a 5-year span, and 2 of those being back-to-back. That is the list. Smalls, you are my accountability partner. Any objections, any omissions?
Love the list. Love that South Carolina's number 1 on the list because I think they are the most dominant and will continue to be.
There you go. That was the ESPN morning show. And Chris Canty going with South Carolina in his dynasty list, which I thought was pretty cool. You can't argue with it. I mean, UConn back-to-back with Danny Hurley. It's very difficult to put the run together in men's college basketball that Dawn Staley has in the women. Georgia almost did something that hadn't been done since the Minnesota Golden Gophers in the 1930s. That's won 3 straight football national championships. Got flipped upside down in the SEC championship game by Bama. Georgia, though, especially with Nick Saban gone and the big question mark in Tuscaloosa, you look at Georgia as the best program in college football, and you don't see it changing anytime soon. And Georgia, they're probably so mad about what happened at the end of last year that, they'll come back angry this year to go with everything else. Georgia, definitely on the list. I'm not going with the Celtics. I'm just not. Again, you win a championship. Your 2 best players are, 27 years old, around that area. The core of the team is coming back next year. I think with the NBA, the way they're changing the structure of the salary cap and what happens to teams when you reach certain financial payroll levels is making it very difficult to hold on to upper-level players, multiple ones, and also keep together a good supporting cast. I don't know if the NBA, we're going to see what we look at as the old-school dynasty of Golden State, Chicago, L.A. I just don't know if we're going to see that anytime, I mean, at least for the near future. I just believe it's too difficult. Kansas City Chiefs, duh, obviously. 3 Super Bowls in 5 years. You've been to the Super Bowl 4 times in the Patrick Mahomes era. The other year, would you get the AFC Championship game and got beat by New England? You got Andy Reid, one of the best offensive minds of all time, and now he's shoo-in to be going into the NFL Hall of Fame as a head coach. You got a heck of a combo. You draft great. Your front office is fantastic. You're winning because, look, what Kansas City is doing, no one else is, and I'll tell you why. See, in my opinion, Patrick Mahomes sucks up way too much cap space. He's around, it's almost like 20% of your cap. It is almost impossible to win at the level Kansas City does when one player is eating up that much cap space. But the reason is the Chiefs draft so well. And they have so many young players that are on cheapy rookie deals that contribute to the success of that football team. That's how they can do it. But man, your window is small. You got to be so good in your scouting and drafting and developing, because you can't screw that up. Because this thing would go off. Not like you would become a losing team. You wouldn't. You'd still be a playoff team, but your holes would be there because you're missing in the draft, or in rookie free agents or signing cheap veteran free agents, because Patrick Mahomes is eating up so much cap space. What Kansas City is doing is phenomenal. It is. And yeah, you would have to put them in a dynasty conversation in a league where they kill dynasties. Now, is Kansas City going to be to the level of New England under Belichick? Probably not. I mean, that's you might not ever see that again. But I see Kansas City. The NBA, I don't think has dynasties. The NHL doesn't have dynasties. But Dawn Staley at South Carolina, what Danny Hurley's done at UConn, winning back-to-back, and what you see with the Kansas City Chiefs, yeah, Major League Baseball, no, it's not happening. Not in Major League Baseball. So, really, it's college football, women's college basketball, men's college basketball, and in the NFL. And the interesting part is the NFL, out of all these leagues, is the one that seems to do their best to stop dynasties, because it's a hard cap. But we saw a dynasty with the Patriots that was just ridiculously insane. And now we're seeing the Chiefs put together something of their own. All right, we'll get back in here. Chris Clark will continue what's trending at 2, sponsored by Gamecock Traditions and Traditions Fine Jewelry, as Chris Clark of Gamecock Central gives us a lowdown on what's going on with USC football recruiting here in the summer. Terry Ford, David Dare, halftime show till 3 on the Game. All right, coming up here at 2:30, very interesting article / post written by an author buddy of mine named Jack Gilden. We had him on, was it last year? He wrote a book about Spectacular Bid, who just, and the story of a horse that almost won a Triple Crown and then things went sideways. And he's written some other books. And he wrote a very interesting article. The Negro Leagues recently, those Negro League players have their stats have now been moved into Major League Baseball. And now a part of the history of the game of Major League Baseball. And Jack wrote a very compelling article about an interview he did with one of the old Negro League players. So I want to get that on at 2:30 with Jack. Had to secure that. But right now we're going to talk some recruiting with our buddy Chris Clark, Gamecock Central. You've been at Beamer's camp. Didn't you just sleep in your car for like a week?
I did not. It hasn't been that bad. I'm not going to be overly dramatic. It really hasn't been that bad. The worst I have to do is call into the radio show from camp sometimes as far as juggling multiple things. So I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to do the sports writer complaining thing at all.
I always love when they complain about the food. The free food, that's my favorite.
Yeah, the free food is a very common, it's not prime rib and potatoes au gratin and things like that in the press box. They get very upset. But you get to write about sports for a living and talk about sports, you're doing just fine.
I'll be honest with you, Chris. If they just have peanut butter and jelly, I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason to complain about free food.
Peanut butter and jelly and Funyuns, and I'll go sit down and eat. I'm fine.
Yeah, not bad.
All right, bud. So we see this summer recruiting. First of all, let's hit and you guys talk about it all the time on the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour with you and Wes and Tyler and a cast of thousands from Gamecock Central between 11 and noon. South Carolina right now, and maybe Gamecock fans are getting, spoiled isn't the right word, but expecting, we've seen some 5-stars pop here under Shane Beamer, whether it's a Nick Harbor or a Dylan Stewart, Josiah Thompson. And now so far, this class of 2025 is lacking the pop of a 5-star. Is there any hope for the Gamecock fans that a 5-star will end up part of the class of 2025?
Yeah, this cycle's been a little bit different because, you don't look at it and see, like last cycle, you mentioned, the two guys that were 5-stars, both on the offensive and defensive line of scrimmage with Thompson and Stewart respectively. And, you got those guys committed earlier in the process and, you kind of knew you were going to have a great shot with them at the end of the day, and Thompson was an in-state guy, of course. It's not really the same this cycle. You maybe haven't identified a guy that is a 5-star that you're that far down the road with. Keep in mind, generally, you're going to end up with 32 5-stars. That's how On3 does it. Kind of mirrors the first round of the NFL draft. And so there's not many of those players to start with. So you're already narrowing the pool. And this cycle has been a little bit different in that it's been constructed differently than the 24 class was. The 2024 class, I think, was a culmination of years of work by Beamer's staff. That was the class literally when he got here in 2020 in December. We had some sources telling us, hey, that 2024 class is the one, 23, 24, that's what they're really building towards. Now, of course, you've been doing work on the 25 class too, but it's just a different type of class. And so I think the 5-star guy, to actually answer your question, that they do, have a shot with would probably be Isaiah Gibson, the edge out of Georgia. He's committed to Southern Cal right now. I doubt he sticks with that commitment. Georgia, in-state Georgia, is probably in the best position, which you could lead off talking about a lot of prospects with that. But the Gamecocks are in the game, and he's taking an OV, and he'll be back next month for a visit. So Sterling Lucas, who has won 2 of those 3 5-star battles that you just mentioned, Terry, he's been the lead recruiter on with Harbor and Stewart. He's got Carolina in the game. But aside from that, they are in the game with some other big-time prospects like a Jared Smith, who may not be a 5-star, but he's a top, 75, top 100 type of guy, the edge out of Alabama. They have some other bigger irons in the fire. I think some of it's just come down to some of those guys aren't quite ready to decide. They're all in the midst of their official visit schedule this summer.
Chris Clark hanging out with us from Gamecock Central, talking some 2025 recruiting for Gamecock football here on the halftime show on the game. 2 other guys you had put on your post, was yesterday, I guess, here on Gamecock Central. 4-star defensive back, Lagonza Hayward, and also wide receiver Lex Cyrus, another 4-star. Dude, what he burned like a 10.440 or whatever, 10.400 or whatever it was. I can run a 10.440.
Yeah,
that's me.
That's more of that's your speed.
So when you look at Cyrus and you look at also Hayward, if we're saying one of the others a better chance of being a Gamecock, which one would it be? Or maybe both. I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Hayward right now. South Carolina really got in the game for him earlier this year with an unofficial visit where they jumped into his top 4 and probably into second place behind Tennessee. But then after his official visit to Columbia earlier this month, Gamecocks jumped well out into front, and they're in good position for him right now. And that's a top 100, 6'2" safety out of Georgia. But he did want to follow through with the rest of his visit. So he went to Florida this past weekend. He does go to Tennessee this weekend. That's the one I'm really watching because he's been there multiple times. They've been the leader by far in the past. Can South Carolina survive that trip? I still think there's a good chance they can. So I would pick him. But, you look at Cyrus, it's hard to say they're not in the game there because they're really in the final 2 along with Penn State. He is from Pennsylvania. There's some indications that Penn State's going to be tough to beat there. But there's also a bit of information that's been communicated behind the scenes that Cyrus is kind of open and actually interested in maybe leaving his home state to go play his college football. If that ends up being the case, that'd be good news for South Carolina. So he's not a bigger receiver. He's more, 5'11" or so. But as you pointed out, he does have really good speed with a 10.4 time in the 100, so he can run, which certainly appeals to South Carolina. So they're in the game with both those guys, but I'd still, as of today, if you're handicapping one versus the other, I think Hayward they've got an even better shot with right now.
Chris Clark, Gamecock Central. Of course, you can hear Chris every day, 11 to 12, along with Wes and Tyler on the Gamecock Central Takeover Hour, talking some recruiting here on the halftime show on the game in Columbia, Florence, and Myrtle Beach. Okay, any other name we got to keep our eyeball on as this recruiting cycle plays itself out? Name or names? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of them for sure. I mean, one more official visit weekend actually coming up this weekend, and a couple interesting additions over the past couple of days, Jerry. Cutter Woods at quarterback is one. He's an in-state guy, plays for Westside High in Anderson, my hometown, led his team to a state title last year, put on a really nice performance at 7-on-7 camp last week, and in the days after that earned himself an offer, and he's committed to Wake Forest right now, but he'll take an official visit to Columbia this weekend. So that's one to watch. E.J. Thomas, who's a defensive tackle out of Florida, was also a later addition to the official visit list. He'll be in town, 6'5", 315 with a size 20 shoe. And defensive tackle is a big priority position in this class. And there's a bunch of others. I mean, we'll have a full list later this week and surely talk about that. Xavion Hardy, who's a junior college defensive tackle, now in junior college, at one time out of high school, a Gamecock commit, and now has other SEC offers. He'll be in this weekend and is one to watch. And there are certainly others, but just a few names to file away there for the Gamecocks.
Size 20 shoe. Good God.
Yep. A big one. Big boy.
I guess the most important question, you wrote in your post about Beamer and the staff playing that cookout-style event. Are you invited?
Yep.
You and Wes?
We have not been invited yet, and I feel like we've paid our dues, and we should earn an invite. Not sure. Maybe they'll have some Firehouse subs there. Maybe Larry can get us the invite, actually. Well, he has those big when they do the hot subs, they have those big, containers, for lack of a better term, to keep the subs warm. We'll just get into one of those.
Just sneak in.
They won't invite us. That's right.
Oh, give us a little update on Gamecock recruiting for 2025 in that cycle. Appreciate you like always, bud. Our pal Chris Clark from Gamecock Central. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Come back. Special little visit. Again, author Jack Gilden has written more than a few sports books. Had a very interesting sit-down with an interview with an old Negro League player who this was back when Jack was like 20 or early 20s, scared out of his mind, aspiring writer. And he wrote about that experience here recently because, again, the Negro League ball players, their stats have now been moved over to be included with the Major League Baseball stats. So we're going to talk to Jack about his memories of that interview Judy Johnson, I believe is the name of the player. So we'll get to Jack Gilden next. A very interesting story. We just want to share it with you. Terry Ford, our buddy, David Darrow on the other side. We're rolling the halftime show till 3 on the game. All right, if you are looking to do some things to the home, whether it's maybe improve plumbing, get new fixtures, new appliances, new lighting, maybe you're like, man, I'd love to have one of those big old fancy tubs in my bathroom. Just go to 1331 Gadsden Street, the Nest. Don't go. Just set an appointment. That's even better. You make that phone call to the Nest, 803-978-2025. Then you roll on over to 1331 Gadsden. You sit down, you tell them about what your vision, your dreams, your hopes are for your home. And they will make it happen for you. I'm just looking at it right now. The showroom's gigantic. They have a wall here of nothing but different lighting. They have another setup where you can have all sorts of different fixtures. You're like, you know what? I don't like a new faucet. I want a fancy faucet. They got those. They got tons of things at the Nest, 1331 Gadsden. Just make that phone call, 803-978-2025, and have your vision come to life thanks to the Nest. Halftime show. Terry Ford, David Dare, we're rolling up until 3. Then Jay and Elijah will take over the halftime show. Of course, halftime show, post-game show. Jay and Elijah will be at Old Mill Brew Pub on Thursday, 711 East Main Street in Lexington. So pop out, sample the variety of craft beers. And maybe even grab yourself a craft beer passport. You go to 1075thegame.com, click on Sweet Deals. $79 will get you $360 worth of craft beer. So we got that going on again, 3 to 6 on Thursday. Bring in my buddy Jack Gilden, author of a bevy of sports books, wrote a very interesting article post about his the young Jack Gilden interviewing one of the great Negro League players, and how you had the bejesus scared out of you. You were so intimidated. What were you, like 12, 14, 20? How old were you when you did this?
I guess I was about 21 years old when I met him. I think I was a senior. I was going into my senior year of college.
Okay, so the name of this player, and he was a great player, was it Judy Johnson, right?
Judy Johnson, yes.
Okay, so how did you come to the fact of going to interview Judy Johnson?
Well, that summer, I guess that was kind of like my baseball summer, one of them. I had earlier in the summer gone and interviewed a great old Chicago Cubs player named Bill Nicholson. His nickname was Swish, and he played for the Cubs. And then, as it turned out, the athletic director at my college, a guy named Mr. Athey, he knew this man, Judy Johnson, who was already in Cooperstown. He was inducted in 1975, but he played his whole career in the Negro Leagues. So he got me set up to go and interview him and write about him. And so I went to Newark, Delaware, where he lived, to talk to him about playing in the Negro Leagues. This was back in like 1986.
Jack Gilden hanging out with a sports author. He just recently wrote about his experience in interviewing one of the great Negro League players when he was like very young, and just giving the story of a Negro League great and how their lives were affected by playing, in the segregated world that was the early 1900s. And just because of now, all those stats are being moved into Major League Baseball. So, Jack, very interesting, introspective piece of that interview, and we just want to share it with you here on the halftime show. So you get a hold of Judy Johnson, and he'll do the interview, but you had to pay him, right? Obviously.
Yeah, he wanted me to pay him, and I asked him how much, and he wouldn't tell me a price, which I knew was a recipe for a disaster before I drove up there, because whatever I brought, I knew it wasn't gonna please him, and I didn't have much.
And you're like 21 years old, so you're broke.
Yeah,
Go
I was
ahead.
21 years old. I mean, I didn't even know I had any money left over from my beer money.
Right.
So my grandmother, it just happened to be that my birthday was in the early summer. My grandmother sent me $50 for my birthday, so I brought that with me. I had this old junker wreck of a car, and I went up there, and as soon as I got there, I handed him the money, and he starts counting it out like he's looking at it like something was missing, and so he's like, "What the hell is this? This is chicken feed," he said. And I knew that was going to happen, so I apologized to him. I said, "Mr. Johnson, keep the money," and I said, "I'll go home, but you keep the money." And he said, "Nah, get in here. He said, "This ain't, what he said. This ain't anything, but come on in and we're going to talk anyway." So I went in and spoke to him, and I found. It all started to make sense to me as we went along. I spent about 2 hours with him that day.
Jack Gilden with us, author Jack Gilden, talking about his experience with an interview with an old Negro League player, Judy Johnson, back when you were the young Jack Gilden, just starting off writing. Okay, so when you were sitting there talking to him about his experience, if I asked you what's the first thing you remember about that interview, that conversation, so you could write about it, what hit you the most when you walked out the door when it was over?
Well, what happened is that as it went on, he started to tell me a little bit about his sister, his sibling. And at first he had started off to be a boxer because his father loved boxing. And so he would have him spar with his little sister, and his sister would beat the heck out of him. He said she would make him cry. She hit him so hard. So he said he knew he wasn't going to be a boxer. And so then as the as the interview went on and as we got towards the end of it, I asked him, say, whatever ended up happening to your sister? And he said she was a school teacher her whole career. And then he said to me something very unexpected. He said, I wish I had been a school teacher. And I thought, well, wow, that's weird. I said, well, if you'd been a school teacher instead of a baseball player, I said, you never would have played ball. You wouldn't be in the Hall of Fame today. And he said, I don't care about any of that. He said, my sister got a great salary all those years. She has a pension, and he said, and what do I have? I don't have anything.
Got $50 from some kid. That's what he got.
Right.
Jack Gilden with us, author.
So not a kid, a bum.
That's right. So let's talk about that for a minute. I mean, that segregated world, financially, a lot of those Negro League players, Hall of Famers, but like a Judy Johnson, they were, and as they got older, they were broke, or they had to go do other things to earn a living just to pay their way in life. It's really, when you read these stories, it's sad, Jack.
I don't know about all of them, Terry, but for this particular man, and let me say, he was one of the very best of them. He was up there on the list with Josh Gibson and Satchel Paige. He was one of the very, very best. And when he was a player, Connie Mack, the great manager and owner of the Philadelphia A's, he said he talked wistfully about wishing he could hire him to play for his team. And he said he'd be worth $100,000 if he were only white. That was the famous quote about Judy Johnson. If he were only white, he'd be worth $100,000. Well, meanwhile, here he was in his 80s, and he didn't have a cent to his name. Even though he was a genius ball player, he was like the Brooks Robinson of his era, and he also was a great scout. After his playing days were over, he found Dick Allen and helped sign him. So he had done very successful things in baseball, but didn't have any money. So in the beginning, I resented that he was, bashing me for money, and that I was scared of him. He was kind of cranky and mean. But then after the thing was over and I heard the story, I started to understand just what segregation really meant. It meant that you could be a genius but not really get the acclaim, not really get the financial rewards, that it was a lot more than what I thought it was, just this idea of, they had their own league. It was separate, but it was their thing. But it just wasn't really true. Like everything else about segregation, there was, the reality wasn't fulfilled by the promise. It was always lesser. It was always less money. It was always less everything. And it was very sad, when you started to look at it. To me, I can almost look at that moment with him as one of the key moments in opening my eyes and becoming a grown-up man and not a kid anymore with false illusions.
Last thing in our final minute, Jack, real quick. I appreciate you jumping on and telling the story. It feels like he would be a very, very bitter man at that point. He even said, I should have been a school teacher. I would have had a pension and a salary instead of being broke. Was he as bitter as it sounds like either he was or he should have been? How was the bitterness when he was sitting there at age 80 thinking about his life?
Well, I didn't really know him well enough to say, but he was bitter enough to teach me a lesson and let me understand that what it means to be denied things, and even now, when the Negro League last week or the week before, the Negro League statistics, they were going to merge them in with the Major League statistics. They did do that, and I noticed online that there was a great deal of anger about it, and people saying really horrible things, and I thought to myself, that's how this remembrance came to me about this story with him. If they only knew what it really meant to be left on the outside. These guys were great players. The first generation of them broke the most hallowed records in the book. The first guys that came from those leagues, Hank Aaron, he beat Babe Ruth, Lou Brock beat Ty Cobb's stolen base record. These were hallowed records that took forever to make them, and then the very first guys that came in from those leagues, some of them beat those records. So they obviously, they were obviously on a par with the major leagues.
Jack Gilden, fine job, my friend. Excellent story. Appreciate you sharing it with us, and we will talk to you soon. When you write another book, we'll have you on.
Okay, Terry. It's good to talk to you.
Always good talking with you, Jack. We'll see you now.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate you, my friend. All right, we'll get back in here. Firehouse Sub, text the hour, 803-446-100. Terry Ford. David Dare is here. We're doing the halftime show till 3 on the game. All right, time for our final Firehouse Subtext of the hour at 803-404-6100 here on the Halftime Show. Terry Ford, David Dare here helping us out today on the game. All right, Texter talking about the Celtics. They're fun to watch. Holiday, Derek White were killing it. Brown shows he's a real star. Al Horford is 90 years old and still balling. They've been playing some great defense as well. To me, the Celtics were fun to watch. I mean, Celtics were the best team in the NBA all year long. And so Boston hoisting another banner does not surprise me at all. Number 18. And I saw a couple people say, well, they won a lot of those back in the late 50s and the 60s, and there weren't as many teams in the NBA, and, playoffs were different, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And I guess my answer is, so what? I mean, we're going to take away the Yankees World Series championships because now you have, multi-tiered playoffs? No. Nobody said you're changing the number of World Series you win since the League Championship Series started, 1969? Playoffs evolve. Every sport has added teams. Yeah, but the Super Bowl, the only people care about is talking about how many Super Bowls you won, no championships. Okay, that's the NFL. Doesn't mean the Packers didn't win, 13 championships or whatever it is? Sure they did. Just winning Super Bowls we look at more than championships because a lot of us weren't born in the 1930s when Don Hudson was running around, or the 1960s when Bart Starr and Paul Hornung and all those guys were winning championships in Green Bay. We just look at the perspective of the Super Bowl era. That's why we call it the Super Bowl era. But it doesn't take away the championships that you win over the years. TV ratings-wise, I want to get to this. Overall, the ratings were down because once the Celtics went up 3-0, people were like, this is over. I ain't watching. Let's check out Netflix. Game 4, the audience was about 9.5 million, which, excluding the pandemic finals of 2020, that was the lowest rated Game 4 on record. Everybody goes, see, nobody watches the NBA or whatever. Why does everybody spend this money on all these sports to put on TV? Well, even though it only, and I'll put air quotes only, had an audience of 9.62 million viewers, it still far and away won its time slot in the primetime ratings, the Nielsen's. Far and away. And two, we've got to understand something today that people ingest media differently. Like the social media numbers on these sporting events is crazy. I mean, these social media / digital platform numbers, streaming numbers, all these other metrics are going way up because people are paying attention in a different way now. So we got to find a way to incorporate all of that in the viewing numbers. Maybe somebody's streaming it. Maybe somebody's going through, watching a podcast on social media about the game. Maybe they're following it differently, but they're still engaged while the game is going live. We need to find a way to also add those numbers in and not just look at TV ratings all the time because people, they get their sports different than they used to. So, again, live sports is like the healthiest thing on TV. In a world of binge watching, and there's no appointment TV left except live sports. That's it. Everything else is out, just binge it, or I'll DVR it, or I'll whatever it. It's just a different world for all of that now. So this stuff is popular, but the TV ratings aren't what it used to be because, again, the audience is so splintered now in everything. The days of like 70 million, besides the Super Bowl, which we push aside, there's no other TV series that's going to draw the type of audience like when I was younger, MASH's final episode or Seinfeld's final episode or whatever. Because it's just a different world. There's a lot more choices. And we have to find a new way to judge these metrics. and not just say, hey, nobody's watching the NBA anymore. No, people are, just like Major League Baseball, the NHL, college football, college basketball. People just have different ways now because there's so many different options. But people are paying attention, and that's why live sports get so much dough from the networks. We appreciate the texting, like always, 803-404-6100 on the Firehouse Sub text line. The postgame show is next with Jay and Elijah. Again, Thursday, not tomorrow. We will not be here tomorrow. It's Juneteenth. It's a company holiday. We'll be rolling Xfinity Sports Radio, which used to be CBS Sports Radio, all day long. Then we'll get back into it on Thursday. And when we do, this postgame show coming up will be live at the Old Mill Brew Pub, 7-Eleven.